Let's share pace everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie,
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where
we
tote cannabis
talk.
from both sides.
Is that even possible?
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Okay, well, hello everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. Welcome to VAC Roundtable number 36. We're talking about women's health and cannabis. We're joined by guests Dr. Bridget Williams and Danielle Simone Brandt. And one moment, just get this set going. And we're good to go. So, we're talking specifically today about women's health and cannabis. And starting off is Dr. Bridget Williams is an established board-certified family physician, best-selling author, and CEO of Green Harvest Health, medical cannabis and integrative clinics located in Ohio. With nearly 20 years of experience in family medicine from the Cleveland Clinic, Dr. Bridget combines her medical background with certifications in life and cannabis coaching in her practice. She provides valuable medical motivational talks on cannabis, CBD, life balance, and confidence. In 2019, Dr. Bridget branched out into developing her line of CBD products and CBD product development for developing businesses. When not seeing patients, Dr. Bridget hosts podcast shows, creates educational videos for the Cannabis Hub, and holds an advisory and curriculum development position with the Cleveland School of Cannabis. Dr. Williams is a founder of the nonprofit GHH Community Foundation and nonprofit, the Cannabis Can Project. Dr. Williams is honored to be a top female business and top minority business with the Ohio MBE, awarded 2021, Women in Medicine Top Doctor for 2021, and Top 100 Entrepreneurs of 2022. Next is Danielle Simone Brandt, is a freelance writer and author of Weed Mom, the Canna-Curious Women's Guide to Healthier Relaxation, Happier Parenting, and Chilling the Fuck Out. A few years ago, she wouldn't have self-described as a weed mom, but she's found her sparkle in writing about cannabis to inform and uplift, and occasionally challenge her readers while helping push the conversation forward. Her articles have appeared in numerous publications, including the New York Times, The Week, Civilized, Vice, Double Blind, What's Up Moms, and Scary Mommy. She holds a BA from Dartmouth College and an MA from American University. She has worked as a yoga teacher and trainer, a staff writer, and a researcher on issues of international conflict resolution. Danielle lives in the Northwest with her family and her Barky Terrier, which we may hear today. So, starting off our conversation, thank you for joining us tonight, ladies. How did you each get into this field? And we'll start with you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. So I went from traditional medicine, which I still do family medicine, but I went from traditional medicine into the cannabis space really because I had a patient 15 years ago that was fed up with traditional medicine, as I was. And for every patient, there is a diagnosis, and for every diagnosis, there's a pill. And if you don't like the pill, there's another one. And we were frustrated. She mentioned cannabis as an option as I was helping her get off of other medications. And I thought she was nuts in the moment. I did research and was blown away by what was the medicinal possibility. And so I took her on, and she was making edibles and smoking, and I was finding out about dosing and titration, and I saw her health transform in front of my eyes. And from there, I was in. So from that moment, which it was slightly illegal, fast forward 15 years, and when it became legal in Ohio, I wanted to be a part of it. And so I developed my own offices that focus not just on cannabis and treatment, but life coaching as well.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. And next, Danielle.
So yeah, I tell the story in my book about how I really went from a cannabis skeptic to an enthusiast and an advocate and a writer. And I did that by, coming through it the intellectual route, actually. So first, I had stereotypes and stigmas about cannabis, and I didn't really appreciate it. And I saw my husband actually kind of leaning on it a bit too much, probably for his mental health, when he could have been using an array of tools, including cannabis. And so I had some, kind of misconceptions and stereotypes about it for a long time. It wasn't until I was a mother of two in my mid-30s, kind of just going about my life, trying to figure out, how to balance life and work and, kids and all the things that, modern mothers do. And, I realized that, so back up, I was actually transitioning in my career into freelance writing at that point. So I had been in academia, and then I had been in health and wellness, and I was really honing my skills at becoming a freelance writer. And I got a bunch of assignments in cannabis before I even cared. I didn't give a damn about it yet. And through that process, that intellectual process of learning about cannabis and then interviewing people who had been helped, I realized, I'd been missing the boat. There was actually a lot more to this plant. And so, I went down the route of learning and interviewing and writing and then experimenting myself. And once I really did embrace cannabis as a wellness tool, it transformed so many things about my life. And I realized, other moms can use this, and we need to talk about this more. And the stigmas are there, but there's so much benefit here. So that's how, I really started gearing my writing toward women and moms.
Thank you for that. We will go to Council Member Tony Landry for the next question.
Okay. Thank you for being here, Dr. Williams. My question to you is, why is it important for mothers to know about cannabis, and how can it help them and the world?
Sorry there. So it's really important, I think, obviously for not just women, but men and the country, the world really needs to have a better understanding of what cannabis provides. It has been a medicinal tool from the beginning of time, and somehow we've kind of lost track of that. But I would say for all of the conditions that cannabis is able to help, the majority of people come in for pain, they come in for anxiety, and they come in for sleep. And so regardless of whether it's cancer or sickle cell, Tourette syndrome, fibromyalgia, for all the conditions, PTSD, that cannabis can have incredible benefit for, the majority of people still come to me because they're trying to do three things: get out of pain, decrease their anxiety, and sleep better. And not only is this cannabis a great option for this, but it provides help with fewer side effects. It provides help without causing liver damage, gastric issues, or kidney damage. And for a lot of people, they have run out of possible medicinal options because of the damage that other medications have done. And on top of that, there's a lot of confusion about using cannabis and the negativity of being high, which that's a whole discussion in itself. And needs to be clarified, but you can use cannabis and never be high. I have patients I've been treating for 4 years and never been high one day. So there's a way to use cannabis in a way that empowers people and the way that works for them without causing more side effects and more issues.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. That was a wonderful explanation. I appreciate that. Okay, now I'm going to restate the question for Danielle. Danielle, why is it important for mothers to know about cannabis, and how can it help them and the world?
Yeah. So, echoing very much what Dr. Williams just said, cannabis can help women and moms on so many levels, so many ways. Women I talk to for my book and now, speak to as I continue cannabis journalism, tell me that it helps them with sleep, with pain, with mental health, dealing with other depression, anxiety, PTSD. Women tell me that it helps them show up better for their roles in life. And to me, a mother that is healthy, happy, fulfilled is going to parent, in a way that is much more effective, right? And so that's good for families as well. I also, beyond the consumption question, and obviously there's of course medical uses that, that's huge. And that's, I leave that to Dr. Williams. But, beyond even the consumption aspect of it, it's a plant that can help solve the climate crisis. Like, it's not going to do everything all by itself, but I believe that cannabis can really help us in so many ways, from carbon sequestration to materials, being able to make things, that are biodegradable out of hemp. So I think that's something that we can all get behind in order to, to push this environmental question forward. And then also, I think it's a potential business opportunity. And that's a cool thing too, for small entrepreneurs, for moms, for maybe stay-at-home moms who need, some side income and they love cannabis, all the way, from those small fries to women who are CEOs and, running big MSOs in cannabis. I just think that this is an opportunity for women to really step up and be part of this new industry that's emerging.
Thank you for that. Next up is Michael Green. Michael? You are on mute, sir.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I'm sorry. My a storm popped up, wiped out the internet, so I went to the phone. My question to you, Dr. Williams, and, Danielle, how does cannabis affect our sleep, our ability to sleep comfortably?
So yes. So like I said, that's one of the number one reasons people come in to see us, is that whether it is stress or pain or what have you, people have a lot of difficulty sleeping. And cannabis can be incredibly effective in this area, number one, because it works with our circadian rhythms in such an incredible way. Whether it is using CBD, adding THC that can help people feel a little bit more tired. But CBN is another cannabinoid, which is actually aged THC. So I like to think of it as the finer wine of THC, that actually in combination with THC can make people rest well. And so basically by interacting with our natural endocannabinoid system and interacting with our circadian system that allows us to sleep and puts our brain into a space that allows us to rest, we get better sleep. And part of it is that it also decreases anxiety that keeps people up. It decreases pain that keeps people up, and it puts our brain into a place that allows us to have better rest.
Did you want to speak to that as well, Danielle?
Well, I am not going to be able to add to the medical side of that at all. But what I will say is that, sleep is across age ranges of people that I talk to is a really common reason that people come to cannabis. For even, younger folks who you don't necessarily think would have trouble sleeping, they do too. Like we, and women with mothers, especially, I mean, it was women who are mothers, especially in the early years, and then like transitioning from the early years into kind of the middle years of parenting, lots of sleep disturbances can come up. And so that's a need that I see across all different age ranges. And I also see that people are coming to the marketplace for these, kind of wellness reasons. Like maybe that would be, something they would go see a doctor for, but maybe not. Maybe they would just try to self-treat it at home with, some various herbs, melatonin, et cetera. And now they're learning that cannabis is another alternative, another, way to, pretty safely, naturally at home treat these things like sleep, disturbance or insomnia. So, I'm from a health empowerment perspective, I'm actually really happy to see that. I mean, I love to see doctors, patients partnering with their doctors, and I want to see more doctors who are into it, like Dr. Williams, obviously, but for so many folks, it's a DIY thing right now. But I do find that that's it's a really common thing that people come to cannabis for too.
If I could just add to that, I love, Danielle, that you brought up that even for different ages, right? Because I feel that, gosh, I feel like our young people are in a space that I don't think many of us we really realize. I think they have bigger pressures. I've seen more teens with difficulty sleeping than I ever remember in my youth. And so, though I don't first and foremost recommend THC to teenagers, I do recommend this as CBD as an option to help them with sleep and really kind of get their endocannabinoid system working in a way that allows them to rest better. And I think this is something that we need to have more discussions about when we're talking about our youth, because they very easily, a lot of physicians are putting some of our youth on really strong sleep medications. And if we can pull back from that and start with CBD as an option, I think we can avoid some of the drug issues that we sometimes see later on.
I agree and concur. It was rather fascinating. I've been in the medical cannabis dispensary game for 22 plus years, and for the first 18 years, we were seeing individual patients. A fascinating thing was in 2018 with the passage of Prop 64. We saw groups of people come. So many groups of people were coming, we had lines around the block. And so I would take off my badge, get a timer, and go to the back of the line, and then time how long it would take to go through the line. So I would engage with the people who were in front of me, and 90+% of them were older women of retirement age who were looking for THC and CBD combinations in pens specifically for sleep because of inability to maintain a full night's sleep, inability to get to sleep, and then of course to stay asleep. So that was one very fascinating to me to see the demographic, especially of retired people who were doing so specifically as they were stating, I no longer have to piss test. And so that was a significant reason why with the law change, they felt more empowered to use it. But I found it rather fascinating that they were coming to look for THC and CBD in combination with each other. Now, Doctor, I would like to kind of a follow-up on this discussion regarding CBD and sleep. Many of my patients have stated, depending on the dosage of CBD, when they're taking CBD for sleep versus THC, especially for veterans, have much more vivid dreams. Memorable ability to remember the dreams, but especially much significantly more vivid dreams. Now, I have recommended strictly THC for those patients to subside from that effect. So I would like you to speak toward that, and am I offering the right solution to that problem?
Absolutely. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because when I first got into the cannabis space, there was a lot of talk for PTSD. You want high CBD regimens. You don't want to introduce a lot of THC. And then I was coming across actual veterans that were using more THC. And the more research that I was doing, what I found was that, yes, CBD is incredible for anxiety and calming and just kind of balancing our systems. However, if you're talking about those night terrors, if you're talking about those difficulties that people are having with sleep itself, THC is going to control that REM sleep that causes some of those night terrors. CBD is not going to do that. CBD probably will give you in your average person, you're still retaining a lot of your dream life for people that do remember it. But for a veteran or for someone that has severe PTSD, that's not necessarily a good thing. And THC will knock out some of that intense anxiety that happens very quickly, faster than CBD does. So with my veterans or with my patients that have severe PTSD, I do look for combinations that work for their lifestyle is probably the way I look at it more than anything. What are you doing during the day? What are your responsibilities? What type of combinations do we need to do? But if you have difficulty sleeping, if you have night terrors in particularly, that's when we're getting that THC in there to hopefully get you better rest.
Excellent. Yeah, and that's something I have been recommending. So it's good to know that my instincts seem to be on the right plane there, because we've had to do this specifically by anecdotal situations until science catches up. And as you're well aware, Doctor, science has not caught up and has a long way to go. But there is valid science that does substantiate that. And I look forward to seeing further studies on that can actually back this up and give some validity toward the theorem itself. Next up is Council Member Wade Laughter with the next question. Council Member Laughter.
Yes, I want to thank you both for joining us today. It's kind of a difficult, a delicate question, if you will. One of the challenges that women face in our culture today is when they get pregnant, that they decide they want to have a child. And particularly in the context of using cannabis as a mom, there's a lot of pressure and a lot of science that I think is somewhat faulty science being done trying to prove how bad cannabis is for fetuses and young children. And you might be aware of this, Dr. Williams. I want to call you out specifically. I'm aware of some of your work helping to normalize cannabis. And the Cleveland Clinic there, good work. Thank you. Again, I was aware of a longitudinal study done in Jamaica, and I can't remember the lead researcher, but she followed a number of mothers who were regular cannabis users as well as non-cannabis users in the same, she tried to sort out for all the variables that she could eliminate. And generally found long-term benefit for mothers who were using cannabis. And yet, of course, when you're trying to do randomized clinical studies, it's really hard to nail it down. So I would like to just ask both of you, you could almost say anecdotally, or certainly Dr. Williams, if you want to point to additional research or talk more about that study in Jamaica. But yeah, what is your take on the use of cannabis by pregnant women and the use of cannabis when they are lactating and nursing their children, particularly in the light of the quote unquote formula shortage that we're experiencing right now?
Absolutely.
And I'll stop there. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Gosh, you're right. This is the hot potato seat, right? When we're talking about cannabis and pregnancy, women are very careful and defensive about this. And I'm also very respectful of it as well, because I definitely understand the difficulties. You're totally correct when it comes to, there's research all over the place with this. I've seen research, actually a British study from 2002 that found that there was no significant differences with women that were using cannabis as far as growth or controlling any other compounding factors. I've also seen studies as early as 2017 where they said that using cannabis and particularly THC caused low birth weight, reduction in head circumference, cognitive difficulties, what have you. So we don't know is my answer. Okay. Now, how do we tend to err on the side of being careful? I know the biggest thing that was a concern when I was pregnant is people giving me a really hard time for eating a hot dog because it had nitrates, and oh my God, you're ruining your child, and we know that alcohol is a big issue, and we do have the evidence for alcohol. So when we know, we know. I will say with cannabis, we don't know. I tend to err on the side of always being careful. And with pharmaceuticals, we put medications into categories, right? And so there's category B, which is considered safe. We look at Tylenol in this way. If you have issues, pain, what have you, take Tylenol, no issues. Other medications then go into category C, which means that we're not quite sure if it's harmful or not, so use sparingly. And then category D, where there's more significant evidence that there might be some issue. I personally put cannabis in C, maybe D, maybe, okay? Meaning if there is a need, severe nausea, severe pain and Tylenol doesn't work, what have you, then use it sparingly. So for instance, when I was pregnant, I had the worst sinuses on the planet. I had my head over boiling pots of hot water and, everything I could possibly do. But when it got to the worst of it, I used Sudafed, category C. Did I use it every day? No. Did I use it when nothing else would work? Yes. That's the way I see cannabis in pregnancy, because literally you want to keep your pregnancy as clean as possible. That's just the way we see it, definitely, at least in the US, right? So use it sparingly if needed at all is the way that I look at it. And we simply, and until we have more information, that is the best way to approach this. The same thing with lactation. Your fetus develops an endocannabinoid system in utero, right? You have anandamides, you have 2-AG. Is the fetal brain ready for THC is the question, right? So just because we have anandamide, which is anandamide and THC are extremely similar, does it mean that the fetal brain is ready? And so again, I err on the side of caution. Do I judge women that choose to use some cannabis? I do not. If your lactation nurse or your doctor, if you pee dirty, are they calling CPS and saying you're endangering your child? Probably. And my recommendation that I've talked to lactation nurses and physicians about this, before you make that phone call, ask why. No, doing a dirty urine test really doesn't tell you how much. Ask how much and why. Make sure there's education, because before you really put this family in a horrible situation with CPS, make sure you know what is going on and can you advise them in a way that can make a difference before you put them into the system.
Now, I'm going to kind of quick follow up here, because I know friends who have chosen to use cannabis during their pregnancy and to bearing of child. And they have gone the way of using midwives and midwifery because of that issue with CPS, which is Child Protective Services, for those who are unaware, which is a huge problem for any parent and a fear as well. So would you recommend then, if you are exploring the route of using cannabis because of your medical condition, would you recommend them using midwives as opposed to conventional doctors?
So first of all, I love midwives. And I love, women were having babies in fields long before we had fancy, delivery rooms and what have you. Before, I can't really say I would advise, because women in pregnancies are every single one is so unique, right? And so if you're having high risk pregnancies, I'm not going to necessarily recommend that right off the bat, because the midwives that I know also work with physicians for high risk pregnancies and choose that route. My answer is, and like I said, I love midwives. I would rather to see laws change than say, don't go to your doctor. Right? I think we need to grow in how we treat women in pregnancy, and that women need more protection and more, think about everything we're doing around abortion right now, right? We need to have laws that protect us in our bodies, and that includes even more the pregnant woman. So that is probably my focus more than anything. Because I'm not going to say don't go and see your doctor, but do I love to have midwives on? And, I'm a family doctor. So before I walked away from every aspect of it. I was delivering babies at one point. I love working with midwives and I love this natural aspect of it. I love better communication, but if communication is not safe, let's change the laws.
Great point. Danielle, did you want to speak on this issue?
Yeah, I would. So this is probably the most common, these two are the most common questions that I get in my DMs on social media. And part of me is like, I wish these folks had someone they could consult with, a cannabis trained nurse or doctor, right? And I do point them in directions, toward resources. But what I have to answer is the same as what Dr. Williams said. We cannot, we just don't know enough at this point, right? But the truth is that women are consuming cannabis in pregnancy, with or without the official sanction. But at the same, I have tons of conversations, every week I have at least 2 public conversations with, Canna moms, one on Clubhouse and one on an app called Relevant. And we talk about all these kinds of issues. And none of these moms are saying, I'm just recreationally like taking bong rips when I'm pregnant because it's fun. Like no one is saying that. They're saying it helps me with, nausea. It helps me with pain so that I can actually like run after my toddler while I'm pregnant, things like that. They're using it medicinally and mindfully. And I'm not saying, overuse doesn't happen or abuse doesn't happen, but for the most part, women are looking to cannabis as a wellness boost and not just like a way to numb out when they're pregnant. There's lots of different uses for the plant, and I'm not opposed to just chilling the F out, but obviously pregnancy is a different situation. And so so that's what I'm hearing, and that's what I'm seeing out in the community. And a lot of women are feeling like the bigger risk to them and to their babies is CPS, as was stated earlier. Yeah. So we're still in a really precarious situation when it comes to that, and use a lot of caution, I would say.
The laws
The one thing I would add is that even the research is showing that more and more women are using cannabis during pregnancies. So this isn't an anomaly. And, as Danielle is saying that, she is seeing this, people are talking about this. I have people talk to me about it. More women are using it. They don't necessarily, if we want clean pregnancies, for many people, a clean pregnancy is not taking a pharmaceutical. It would be taking a plant-based medicine, right? So we need to acknowledge the fact that more women are using it. I think 21% of women right now, if pregnant, are choosing cannabis as one of their options. So we need to realize what is actually happening and what the traditional medical community wants to happen, and meet somewhere in the middle there and protect the women that are pregnant.
Wow, that is fascinating, that around 21%, and that's just who are reporting, so it's probably slightly higher than that, knowing how people are when they're trying to speak truthfully in drug interactions. It seems Michael Green has a follow-up. Councilmember Green.
Thank you. Actually, 2 things. Number one, and I keep falling in and out because of the weather here, but I believe it was Melanie Dreyer that conducted that research. That was the Jamaican research. And secondly, based on what your last 2 comments, Bridget and Danielle, would you propose any kind of research modality where we could acquire this data, information on women using cannabis 21% or more during pregnancy? What would you your recommendations of how we could get clinical trials as well as anecdotal information?
Well, I would say, first of all, I mean, there are two research studies that we're talking about. We're talking about cannabis use in pregnant women, and we're talking about what are the outcomes on these children. So that's a long-term longitudinal study, right? Because you don't know what the real outcome is with these infants until, we have more longitudinal studies. And I hope that some of this is going on currently, and I hope that we can do more in the future. As far as cannabis use, I want to say that the study that I was referring to was like 2014. And so think about where we were with cannabis in this country, 2014, versus how many states have medical cannabis as options now. And so we need to have more updated studies just to see what the use is, because if we can get those numbers out there, it is undeniable that we need to have more education for child protection services, for nurses, for doctors, and to really understand what should we do. There's so much emotional changes and pressure pregnant women are under to behave and do a certain way. And gosh, I mean, and the way society judges us, we need more information that supports pregnant women and what they experience, and less judgment and rules that narrow down their options.
And very apt considering the situation that we're currently looking at legally. Council member Pearson Kennedy Crosby has a follow-up as well.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief with this. Thank you for being here. So my better half, Megan, she was told by her midwife that a glass of wine would be okay every once in a while. Is that something that cannabis could counteract? Because I for one think that cannabis is much safer than alcohol. If you have any insight on that, it'd be great.
So counteract, I mean, do you mean, is it better to use cannabis over alcohol, or what do you mean by counteract?
So she was told she had high blood pressure while she was pregnant, and the midwife instructed her to have a glass of wine every once in a while if she felt the blood pressure cuff was saying that she had high, that it was high. Could cannabis help with that by any chance?
You know, the verdict is still really out when we talk about cannabis and blood pressure, simply because there's so much variance throughout the day for every individual, and you need continuous medication on board to address blood pressure, right? So that's why, you know, and if we're talking about pregnancy specifically, high blood pressure in pregnancy can be incredibly dangerous for the mother as well as for the baby. So this is where we're getting into a very specific realm that even with my regular cannabis patients, I tend to err on the side of pharmaceuticals, only because the variance throughout the day and the severity of elevated blood pressure can be so bad that, and it's worse in pregnant women than it can be in your average, you know, individual. And we don't have a dosage that can really say it addresses this blood pressure at this level. So I understand the glass of wine for relaxation, because to be honest, a lot of blood pressure in this country has to do with high stress living and behavior. Do I think cannabis is safer than alcohol during pregnancy? Yeah, I do. The outcome, the likelihood of addiction, and how that can escalate for someone. You don't want that during pregnancy. And again, I'm not chastising the occasional glass of wine even during pregnancy. Like I said, we want clean pregnancies as much as possible. So I don't know if I'm really answering your question or not. Is a little cannabis okay? A little temperance is the word at the end of the day. A little bit of everything probably isn't going to kill you, and it's probably not going to do great harm. A lot of anything can cause a lot of harm, particularly during pregnancy. So that's number one. I don't care if it's pharmaceuticals. A lot of anything is going to be the problem. So I don't know. Does that help at all?
Absolutely. I think it's just cannabis hasn't been had the ability to be tested during pregnancies and stuff like that. Whether or not it helped, it helped her. Odin turned out all right so far. But
I mean, it just it's a very unique situation. I would say if that is the road that you're going down, then monitoring that blood pressure and making sure that it is actually coming down is really important. Yeah.
Okay. Well, and she has to live with a Marine also. So that's terribly, terribly hard on anybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Pearson. We're going to go next to Council Member Gage Amsler. Gage, go ahead, sir.
Unmute myself. So actually, I think we kind of already segued into this question. You know, I've been a medic for over 30 years. I was an SF medic. I was a firefighter. You know, so and after 8 years of war, I definitely had my bouts with alcohol and pharmaceuticals on both sides. You know, so I understand the effects of preeclampsia and using petroleum-based pharmaceuticals to help with severe blood pressure. I understand that because maybe how much cannabis do you need to really hit that level, right? So I understand that. That's a lot of studies. So we're not there yet, right? I get that, but choosing cannabis over alcohol. I mean, one of the benefits. I mean, we could probably many of us can say to that, but to both of you, actually, I mean, thank you for being here and doing what you do in your professions and pioneering what you're doing. It's wonderful. And I think that, but I really would like to know, what are the benefits over alcohol? People go to alcohol. It's understood. It's terrible that we're in a nation of stress constantly and anxiety and all that, and we're constantly putting band-aids on it. I mean, I'm a root cause person. I'd rather go to the beginning. Why is this happening nationwide in the beginning? But if we have to put band-aids on it, and many people go to alcohol, that's the old true. But what are the benefits of choosing cannabis over alcohol? Not just mentally, but physically as well. And then on top of that, of course, pharmaceuticals. You already answered the blood pressure thing. I get that. But even other pharmaceuticals too. I mean, I was talking again to Pat King and when he was here, and he was talking about petroleum-based pharmaceuticals and how that's such an issue today over organics. And even putting what we put into our cannabis. Putting between petroleum-based nutrients. As opposed to or clean nutrients. So. But what is the benefits of cannabis over alcohol and pharmaceuticals?
Absolutely. So I'll keep that's a lecture all by itself, right? The one thing I will say to really keep it simple, alcohol is a poison. It's a toxin. Okay. Cannabis is not. And so that in itself, obviously, alcohol causes fetal alcohol syndrome. We have incredible studies and we've seen the horrible outcomes that chronic alcohol use during pregnancy will cause for an infant and long term for the rest of their lives, right? We don't really have solid information regarding that with cannabis, but at the end of the day, cannabis works with it works with your endocannabinoid system. It complements your endocannabinoid system to be able to affect and balance every aspect of your body. So it works with your immune system. It's working with every organ in your system. It brings about positive results in every aspect. Alcohol is a poison. It's a toxin. We are a drinking drunk country, without a doubt. And probably the best way to get more cannabis use as normalizing in our country will be through cannabis beverages, because grandma can sit with a drink and nobody cares, but let grandma light up a bong and the world will end, right? Exactly, right? So I think, I mean, there's so can red wine help your blood pressure a little bit? Sure, it can help a little bit, but they're not comparable, I think is my best answer. They're just not even comparable by any means.
100%, right? I mean, I absolutely 100% agree. And Danielle, I understand, and even on your side, on the mom side, and it's very subjective, right? But I hear moms say this and moms say that, so it is very subjective. But and you kind of mentioned this before, the difference with using alcohol over that. I mean, are they combining it? Are you seeing a lot of moms combining alcohol and cannabis more? Or are they starting to teeter? Or are they starting to titrate themselves more towards cannabis? I'd like to understand that.
Okay, so this is not like officially sanctioned research that I did, but I did a survey when I was writing my book because I had talked to so many women who had told me things like, they had given up alcohol or just really reduced alcohol since cannabis came into their lives. And so I did a survey and found that the vast majority of women who found cannabis as a mother were like reducing or eliminating alcohol. And they gave me all kinds of reasons, just physiologically, they felt so much better with cannabis instead of alcohol. They told me that they didn't feel, that spike in blood sugar, that, bloated feeling, that, hangover, fogginess, headache stuff the next day. So like a very short period of relaxation with alcohol is often followed by kind of a long period of feeling crappy, for a lot of people. And that surely isn't the case with cannabis. Like, you can consume cannabis to nourish your endocannabinoid system, bring yourself up a little bit, feel better, and then feel normal afterwards. Just feel like yourself afterwards. And I think that's really a boon, and for women, for moms, for anybody really, for vets, absolutely. Like nobody has time to sit around and feel bad because they were trying to make themselves feel good earlier, right? It just doesn't make any sense. Actually in my book, I know Michael might want to bring this up, but in my book, the preface is "Dear Alcohol, we're breaking up." And because that is my experience too. It was a no-brainer. It wasn't ever like I need to quit alcohol and I'm choosing to set it aside. It was just like a gradual shift that made so much more sense and felt so much better in my body.
Absolutely. And well, the biggest problem as we've seen is the laws. And of course the difference between, I think, alcohol and cannabis is the ability for cannabis to stay and store itself in the blood system, whereas the easier use for people, or a consideration, has been alcohol because it is flushed through the system quite quickly.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
In February of 2022, the Victoria Cannabis Buyers Club and Ted Smith were fined $6.5 million. This for helping 8,500 patients with access to medical cannabis. In our interview with Ted, he spoke to us about how people can donate to help in an upcoming court challenge. And here is part of that interview. From what I've seen lately, I believe that you've got something that you're trying to do as far as fundraising to deal with this next court challenge.
For now, people can write checks directly to Jack Lloyd Law Corporation or send e-transfers to savethevcbc@gmail.com. I guess those are the two easiest ways for people to help right now.
PACE Radio is the People Advocating Cannabis Education Radio Network.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Michael Green, you wanted to have a follow-up, sir?
I did, and Simone just beat me to the punch. You know, I curate the books that I make available on my website, Cannabis Libris. When I first came on to Weed Mom, first thing I read was her preface, and it's this wonderful, lyrical breakup letter with alcohol, setting the tone and the stage for what came next in her book. And I've truly would recommend someone give that a read, and then check out the book. But it was amazing, set the whole tone. So thank you for that, Danielle. That's what.
All right. So next would be Michael Crowitz, council member.
Thank you, Etienne. So this is a question that it seems to get more interesting all the time. When we, I like to joke that back in the day, cannabis, enthusiasts or medical cannabis users had two choices. They had the good cannabis and the bad cannabis. That was the amount of the choices you had. And now you have, 80, 90 choices, honest choices. And even some of those break out into, subsets of choices in terms of dose and stuff. So, what are a couple of the top ways that you see women and mothers tending to consume cannabis now?
So I think I was actually a little surprised by this, right? So number one, the main ways that women tend to consume cannabis are gummies, vape cartridges, and topicals. And that in itself wasn't surprising. I think what got me was coming before there was COVID, believe it or not, right? There was a time before, we were talking a lot about lipoid pneumonia, where people that were using vape cartridges were getting very, very ill and dying sometimes because if they were getting street ones or ones that had been contaminated with vitamin E, they were actually dying from lipoid pneumonia. This was a huge thing. There was a lot of coverage about it. Then COVID happened. It's almost like it disappeared. I think partly it's because we didn't know what the source was. And once we figured it out, I think we were able to get rid of that quite a bit. And with more testing, which I'm hoping is happening more and more, people were able to identify it. So when I started seeing patients around this time, I was surprised how many of my elderly women were very much into vape cartridges. And I thought, because at one point I had to explain it a lot. No, it's been tested. It is safe. It's easy to use. You don't have to worry about it. And I had, at one point I had a lot of kickback, and eventually they were requesting that I recommend vape cartridges. But I think it was, first of all, it wasn't hitting them in the face in the news anymore. And so people kind of forgot some of the issues that had happened, and you can't deny the ease of it without a doubt. And women tend to go for something that is discreet and easy to obtain and use. And edibles do that. Gummies come in these nice little easy, already set sizes and packages. The vape cartridges don't require a wonderful skill set of the grinder and the rolling and, everything in between. And for those that are sometimes even apprehensive, topicals are a great place to start. So without a doubt.
And the moms?
Yes, absolutely. So, I kind of can separate categories just a little bit between sort of OG Canna moms, women who have been consuming for a long time, and the newbies who are coming in now with the legal marketplace. And so generally speaking, it seems like the women who've been exposed to cannabis a lot longer, they tend towards the flower and the homemade edibles and things like that, because that was the only thing that was available for a long time. And also, many people feel like that gives them the most, benefit, is just, smoking or vaporizing flower. I'm also not a big fan of vape cartridges, but that is an easy entry. And that is honestly how I first started my cannabis journey, because I didn't want to fuss with all the things that I didn't understand yet. Once I got a little taste of it, then I realized that I actually wanted a relationship with flower, and I love to handle it and smell it and get the terpenes and, and to smoke it now. But, easy entry is important. And I think now with the legal marketplace in so many states, there's just, there are products that are more appealing to women, like Dr. Williams, was saying. There are the microdosed edibles. There's more and more beverages coming on the market all the time, including faster acting ones that actually feel more like the onset of alcohol, things like that, just this diversity of products and this, precisely dosed and more sort of accountability for the products. It does bring in more women and more curious people, more canna curious people.
Right on. Thank you very much. Next question is, what are the reasons women and especially veterans are consuming cannabis, and how are you finding it's helping them? Dr. Williams, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so gosh, my veteran population is so near and dear to my heart. I number one, my very first patient that walked through the door was a veteran. This was during December, and he was all set because he also played Santa. So it's like this, mythical image walked in, and I started this great relationship with him. And he also taught me so much in that first year that we had opened. So a lot of my and I think this is really an important point. My veterans use cannabis to feel normal, period. It's people, I think, assume if you're using cannabis, you're getting high, and that you're walking around in this, psychedelic cloud of some sort. Most of my veterans use cannabis to feel normal. Now, what normal is going to be different for you than it is for me and what have you. But it's for my veterans, it's not so much about the high, it's about functioning. It's about being able to interact. It's about being able to sleep. It's just about feeling normal. And so that they can actually work and have relationships with their family members and their children. It is, and I think it's so overlooked and such a shame how something that is so simple has been really inaccessible legally for veterans for such a long time. But at the end of the day, it's about feeling normal for so many people.
And you're one of the few doctors that actually understand and recognize that. And I wish that many of the doctors in the VA system were as educated as you on the system. Just to give you an example, Dr. Williams, I mentioned my cannabis use in 4 different VA facilities and was diagnosed as a known drug user back in the 90s. And then security was called and I was escorted off the premises. So one of the reasons I created and worked with patients at Berkeley Patients Group was to create a safe place where no one would have to feel that shame of that stigma, which is a reality that comes with it. I'm gonna kind of delve deep into this question here because this is one council member Amy wanted to ask, but she has not been able to make it. So this one is a specific one around women's health. Thoughts on cannabis suppositories vaginally for dysmenorrhea or painful menstruation? Are there studies to support these issues concerning women? I asked that one because I'm the youngest of 13 and I have 8 sisters. And one of my sisters has absolutely bed-bound by her PMS, and especially during her menstruation, is so heavy and painful. She had to be regulated using specifically, she had to go on the pill for it at the age of 16, etc. So this is a reality that, and it's I kind of asked this follow up there because asking about suppositories, because the most that women see specifically for them are the sexual pleasure products that are on the market. And are we doing enough to support the endocannabinoid system in women's health and to promote these types of studies so that we can have more holistic products as opposed to just these sexual gizmos, quote unquote? So I'll start with Dr. Williams, then we'll go to you, Danielle.
So are we doing, no, we're not doing enough. And you're not really going to probably see as much as we should until the pharmaceutical companies that are making a whole lot of synthetic options currently, they're right on our heels, creating all sorts of synthetic options around this, which I'm not the biggest fan of, because no synthetic has ever measured up to a natural plant, period. Okay. The other aspect of this, and I'm all about the CBD and THC and what have you, but some of our minor cannabinoids are phenomenal in this area. And so if we're looking at CBG and CBN and some of these other cannabinoids, they actually complement, if not surpass, the ability of COX-2 inhibitors as far as being an anti-inflammatory and decreasing pain. So COX-2 inhibitors, people are familiar with like Celebrex, Mobix, some of those are a different category of anti-inflammatories than your Motrin and Aleve and some of these other ones, right? And so they're like the more higher powered ones that physicians usually put you on when the other anti-inflammatories don't work. So we need to not just make another CBD product and another THC product, but we need to make, and I'm all about the isolates and kind of reformulating, and I'm a terpene nut, so throw that in there as well because they're incredible for pain and inflammation. But we need to look at some of these other minor cannabinoids and create products for women that help in that way. I think suppositories, I don't think in the state of Ohio, we can have THC suppositories even. And so we need to get that available. We need to have this medicinal. The states get so excited about the money that starts rolling in and that they want to just be medicinal, but they only really allow more and more THC products because that's where the money is. We need to think medicinally and make sure that women and our medical patients have medical options that help. And that means suppositories need to be more available, as well as more and more minor cannabinoids that can make a huge difference.
So a kind of a cocktail suppository in that sense. So yeah. Excellent. Danielle.
Yeah, so I've even had a chance to review some of these products, suppositories, and, they're really interesting. I do think that, as Dr. Felicia Dawson sometimes says, the marketing is way out ahead of the science, right? In so many of these things. But I think that, there is a really interesting place for this. And with women that I talked to for my chapter in the book on sexual health, it was pretty evenly divided between women who were saying that cannabis helps them in some way, either recover from, or, with pain, or, just, it helped them recover from pain, or it helped them enhance sensation. So those were two different things, but, they're also related. So, sexual wellness is part of health, I believe, absolutely. And people have a right to, women have a right to, feel good about their bodies and about their whole reproductive system. And, I'm finding that women are sometimes even just, formulating suppositories at home using CBD, using THC. Also, interestingly, since I wrote the book, it does seem, so I wrote in the book that suppositories containing THC probably won't have an effect on, won't get you high, basically won't be psychoactive. Now, I don't think that's true anymore. It seems like more and more people are saying that with the right dose, vaginal application of THC actually can be psychoactive. So I find that actually really interesting. We have endocannabinoid systems all through the reproductive tract. We have endocannabinoid receptors all through the reproductive tract. So I find that super, super interesting. And, I think maybe this is a little bit woo-woo or whatever, but I do think that women have a special relationship with this plant. You know, the flowers are female after all, right? You know, men have a wonderful relationship with the plant too. But you know, that there is something really special about a woman's body and this plant. That's just my belief.
Dr. Williams, did you want to follow up there?
No, I agree. And I do think that what makes a suppository psychoactive is where it hits the bloodstream, right? And if it's able to be absorbed into where it's actually venously going back and getting to our brain, then we have the psychoactive ability. If it ends up hitting the bloodstream and actually kind of either staying locally or into more of an arterial tract where it does not get a chance to get back to the brain, then that's where, or it's metabolized before it gets back to the brain, that's really what the difference ends up being. We see that definitely with suppositories in the rectal system, without a doubt. Placement is everything. And so if it's a little bit higher up, it's going to hit your brain. If it's a little bit lower down, it won't. It's just really where it's located and what system that it ends up being absorbed into.
Now, I'm going to ask a kind of an obscure question here, because I know that when you ingest cannabis orally, it can turn to alexihydroxy metabolite when it goes through the liver. Is that the same? Can you get that same absorption vaginally or anally that gets that same effect, or is it a different effect than the alexihydroxy metabolite, which tends to be psychoactive for people?
Right. So, okay, so delta-9 THC is what we're used to when we inhale. It's what we get the majority of in our topicals and, you know, other preparations. When it goes through the liver, when it's metabolized through the liver, is where we get the 11-hydroxy. We still get delta-9 from it as well, but that's when we get the 11-hydroxy THC, which penetrates the blood-brain barrier into our brain and causes, people will say more high. I think sometimes it's more of a different high than you get with just delta-9 THC, but it's because it's metabolized through the liver, right? And that's really where the difference comes.
Thank you for that clarification. I will go to Pearson Kennedy Crosby with a question. Pearson?
So,
really loud, sir. Can you turn down your volume somewhat?
How about now? Too much? Still?
That's better. Go ahead.
Cool. I apologize. What are some of the stigmas that mothers face when it comes to cannabis, and how do you believe that they should address them?
I'm happy to take that question first. So, you know, the stigmas and stereotypes abound still, they're out there. And I think that, you know, one of them, obviously, for a mother is that she's irresponsible if she consumes cannabis. That is a big stigma and stereotype. It's far from the truth based on the interviews that I've done and the women that I've spoken to, you know, for throughout all of my journalism career in cannabis. But, you know, they remain, those stigmas remain. Also, you know, just sort of lazy, apathetic, checked out, those kind of things. And, you know, I think that the truth is with cannabis that's somewhat dose dependent, and that, you know, with a larger dose, we can kind of check out a little bit. I think that, you know, most people would, you know, admit that to a certain degree, but, you know, with a lower dose, with a more moderate dose, many women tell me, and I find this myself with my own children, that, you know, I tune in better. So I'm actually like more attuned to them, more sensitive to their needs and their interests and, you know, their conversations. And so many moms that I interviewed told me that. So I think that these stereotypes that exist of, you know, it's irresponsible, it's lazy, it's unsafe, you know, you'll be checked out as a mom if you consume, and that is just not true. true. Also, the fact is that a lot of people use cannabis as a productivity boost, as a creativity boost. Again, it's dose dependent, it's strain and product dependent. There's so many factors, and for people learning how to dial that in, it can be a little bit tough, but it's not a one size fits all, as we know, and there are so many ways to consume this plant, many of which are not psychoactive at all. So, I love psychoactivity, but it doesn't have a place in, every moment of my day either. So I think that, I hope that answers the question.
It's a wonderful way to put it. Absolutely. Thank you.
Dr. Williams?
Yeah, so in our book, Courage in Cannabis, we launched a book in December where we got 18 authors that share how cannabis has changed their life. And so we have moms in the book. We also have adult children that were preparing cannabis for their mothers during their illness. And the one thing that really stood out, I think, for a lot of some of these stories that come together is that there is a religious component to this, that you cannot be a woman and use cannabis and be a woman of faith, whatever that may mean for you, right? And I think that was one of the reasons that I even got into writing this book in the first place, was because one of my first patients said, when I handed her card over, and she had tears, and I was, explained to me what's going on, and she's like, I feel like I can go to church now, because I'm a patient. And so that in itself was so incredibly compelling to me. Even the thought that women are giving cannabis to their children, we have such an incredible responsibility, not just for our bodies, not just for the ability that we're able to have children and this child during pregnancy and lactation, but once we actually have these children on this earth, our responsibility towards them and how we raise them, we're critiqued and judged every day. And so there's one mom in the book that is a doctor that wanted to give really CBD, any form of cannabis, to her dying child with epilepsy. And where she was living, she needed to have a sign off for another physician and could not get it, period. Neurologists were turning her away, and the son is dying. He is now a thriving, happy, skiing child, that can now interact, because one of her coworkers finally said, I don't even know anything about this cannabis thing, but I'll sign it, because the alternative is really death, right? Another mom in the book her child had a brain tumor, highly active in her church. And she had to really choose her faith over her child. And every single time they went miles and miles and miles to this hospital to get, MRIs and CAT scan, this tumor is shrinking. So eventually, and the church was very involved in praying over this child. And so they were very involved in the process. Eventually, her church could not deny that cannabis was the best option for him. And so she was able to make a huge change in her community because of what she did. That's a huge responsibility. And so the book is Courage in Cannabis for a reason, because the courage that it takes to be in this space and take it on when there's naysayers all around is immeasurable.
Council Member Crosby, you wanted to follow up?
Yeah, not even, so this is just a comment. The responsibility along with being a mother, I'm a stay-at-home dad for the last 3 years, is incredible. It's just one of those things, just the weight that is put upon a person that welcomes new life and onto this earth, and takes the responsibility of making sure that child gets to where he or she needs to, is just something I can never imagine, and it's incredible.
It really is. Well, ladies, this is a time where to please promote your books and what you have going on. We've kind of gone through our questions at this point. So I'll start with Dr. Williams. Thank you again for joining us. Michael Green, did you have a follow-up before we close this out?
Yeah, I did. If I didn't just forget it, I was asking, I know that both women are mothers. So maybe just a brief thing about how their children and where they are in the cannabis community is authors and doctors, is an author and a doctor.
I don't know if I got
If that's
like,
not too personal.
Ask that again, Michael. You broke up. Try that again. You're in a better spot.
Okay. Well, I'm under the, I know that both Dr. Williams and Danielle have children. So I'm wondering if there's anything they can feed us back about their own relationships with their children as cannabis has come into the equation.
Yeah,
Either
absolutely.
because of work or how they are.
Yes. So I have two girls, a 15 and a 17-year-old, which my 17-year-old's graduating high school. I did not know it was so stressful, just trying to, I thought, yeah, that in itself is a whole thing, right? Anyhow, but yeah, they saw me go from traditional medicine at the Cleveland Clinic and saw not just me going into the cannabis space, but being in a much more entrepreneurial space as well. I've done other little entrepreneurial efforts before, so that wasn't unknown to them, but obviously this was a lot larger. And they saw me taking on something that was not generally accepted. And so they definitely did raise an eyebrow in the very beginning, right? Because they were like, now what are you doing? But they definitely see me being a champion for patients. And they have absolutely, I think they think that like we're heroes in what we're doing, and to the point where I've had to tell my 17-year-old, can you not tell everyone that your mom is like a weed doctor? Because I go to the school musical and I got moms like tapping me on the shoulder, like, I know what you do. And I'm like, we're not in a drug deal. Like what's going on here, right? So, but I can't say, it's incredible to be proud of your children, but I don't think there's any gift more meaningful than when your children are proud of you. And so that's really what I've gotten to being in this space, and to know that they back me up in all my travel and craziness is really meaningful.
Thank you. Danielle.
Yeah, so my kids are 9 and 12 now. My daughter's younger, my son's older, and they were pretty young when I started getting into this space. And so, it's really just been their life, I mean, in terms of their understanding of what I do for my job is, yeah, Mama talks about cannabis. It's this thing that we can talk about with some people outside the house and not with everybody outside the house, right? But, I've worked to normalize it in our home in a way that also keeps them safe and lets them know that it's not for them at this point. And I do keep things locked and all that, but we talk openly about what the plant does for me, how I use it medicinally. I do use it for migraines. I do use it, for several different medicinal reasons, actually. And they also know that it's a mood changer or enhancement for me that helps me parent better. So, it has positive associations in our family. And I truly promote that. In the book, I have a whole chapter about talking to kids about cannabis. And again, my whole goal there is to promote responsibility and respect for the plant. And, we don't have to fearmonger and, demonize the plant in order to do that. Right. So yeah, that's I believe in changing the narrative for this next generation, because they can utilize it when they're old enough for a variety of reasons that we are all using it now for, in ways that could potentially be much more healthful for them than leaning on pharmaceuticals and leaning on other things, alcohol, etc. So it's something that I feel pretty passionately about, that kids are part of this conversation, as we move forward.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to go to
beautiful.
Council Member.
Thank you for sharing.
Council Member Al Byrne. He had some questions to follow up with.
Well, first of all, ladies, I apologize for missing about the first half hour of the talk, but I've been pretty impressed with what I've heard. And as one of the pioneers of the cannabis education world here, I'm glad you're there. I mean, the whole idea when guys like me and Auntie Ann started this stuff decades ago was that somebody like you would come along. So I'm really glad you have. Thank you. But I do have some comments, questions about a few things that were said. I'm just wondering if either or one of you or all of you know about the research on cannabis in children done by Dr. Melanie Dreyer in Jamaica for NIDA. Are you guys familiar with that? Good, because I think that's something that I would like to have you stress in your talks. For those that don't know, this was a multi-decade study done by NIDA by Dr. Melanie Dreyer, a nurse, PhD, FAA, and a good buddy of mine. And what she found in essence was that women who had used cannabis during their pregnancy and then after the child was born, immediately after the child was born, that mother or the midwife gave that child a marijuana tea, a cannabis tea. First thing they had was a marijuana tea. These women in Jamaica are called Roots daughters. If you want to look them up, they're part of the Rastafarian faith. But the point is, after a look at these kids from infancy to 10 years old, they did very, very well, if not better than their peer group who had no such treatment. So the thought is here is, these are hundreds of women, with really poor prenatal help and all, and they did wonderfully well, and so did their children. So it's something that I would recommend you pass on. It's a very important study, and of course it was done by NIDA, so that's why they didn't publicize it, because it was good. Wow, it said something good. Well, we can't tell anybody that shit. Doctor, I have one specific question for you. I might have misunderstood, but I don't get it. I believe you said in the suppository area, it would depend upon the part of the body that the suppository was placed in order to activate it psychoactively. If I heard that correctly, I don't understand, because I have lived now for 50 years with the understanding that the only way you can get psychoactivity out of a cannabis plant is to heat it to a considerable temperature, like 380 some degrees. So I'm wondering, I mean, have I got a message here of heat, or is it the oral mucosal that I'm missing, or what's the message there?
So when we're talking about inhalation and taking CBD, THCA, and then decarboxylating it, and then you decarboxylate it by heating it, and then you're inhaling it, and it's active, right? When we're talking about edibles, or that something that goes through your liver, or even suppositories, these are preparations that have already been decarboxylated. So they're already in their active form. So it doesn't have to be heated to be active. So that's even, or they've already been decarboxylated, however which way, in making the gummy. We see this with people make like cannabis butters. It's already been heated, and then they put, people make all sorts of stuff, right? And but it's already been decarboxylated. So that's why it can be active without being heated, because of the preparation's already been done. Now, what I was speaking about specifically was how just in the rectal system is a little bit different. I'm not as clear as vaginally if it works the same way, but I suspect that it could. But based on placement in the rectum, it depends on which aspect of the blood system it goes into, and that if it's high enough up, it's actually going to get into a place where it can actually be activated in your give a psychoactive effect, and if it's a little bit lower, then it misses that aspect of the blood system and does not get to that aspect. So placement is very important, and you can have all sorts of preparations. If it's already decarboxylated, it can be active. I hope that helps.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
So way up your ass, people. That's that's my takeaway. No, sorry, doctor. You know, we gotta have a bit of humor with this. Needless to say, you know, leave it to Dr. Osoli to come up. His major thing was coming up with a suppository. So my friend always said, leave it to the government. When they finally figured out something with cannabis, it would be something that they'd stick up your ass. So, you know. But of course, people have to also understand medically the majority of medications over in Europe are done rectally, whereas here in the United States, we tend to be the oral people. So it also depends on what part of the world that you're in, needless to say. So that's, Al, did you have any other follow-up questions?
No, thank you, ladies. It's very informative. Glad to have you come back sometime and do this again. We especially wanted to have a conversation that would be important to our female vets, our sisters. There's a lot of us out there, and so this I'm sure will be followed by them. And thank you again. It's very nice of you to come.
So then, Dr. Williams, please talk about your book and any upcoming things that you have or that you'll be on, or your Clubhouse show.
Absolutely. So I don't know. I feel like there's always something happening, right? But if you wanted to learn more about the stories that I had shared, definitely go to courageincannabis.com. It's where you can see more about the book, as well as see more about our authors. And the book is also available on Amazon and I don't know, wherever, Barnes and Nobles and Walmart, you know, wherever they sell books, right? But if you want to learn more, as well as we're on Facebook and Instagram, and I will be seeing Michael J. Green here pretty soon for Patients at a Time. I'm very excited about this. I mean, I'm excited about it because it's such a great opportunity to really have in-depth conversations on this level with some of the top people in the cannabis space. And so it is June 9th through the 11th in Kansas City, Missouri. It's the subject is the endocannabinoid system and beyond. I believe I'll be really talking about that relationship with cannabis and opioids. So important to be able to have a better understanding about the good and the bad, how cannabis can help, and how it can help with the recovery as well as with maintaining sobriety. And so I don't know, Michael, what else am I doing? I'm doing other stuff with you. What is going on? I feel like I'm always I'm kind of just following you around. We do a club.
We do all kinds of things with me. What can I say?
We have so much fun. Every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Eastern, we do it's on your Reclaim Your Wellness channel or club on Clubhouse, and it's all about courage and cannabis. We bring people that have amazing stories and write books. And Danielle, I would love for you to come on, and we talk about the stories and issues in cannabis. Stories motivate me in my medical practice. It's people and how they experience life is what really draws me in. And so to share cannabis stories, I think is inspiring and educational for others. So yes, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Danielle.
Yes, I have been meaning to pick up Dr. Williams's book because I know some of the authors, including Joyce Gerber. I've been on her show, and I speak with her often on Clubhouse too. So I absolutely am going to put that on my list. And my book is called Weed Mom. It's got a long subtitle, but all you need to know is Weed Mom. It's on Amazon. It's also available through local bookstores if you ask for it. That's always a nice thing to support local businesses if you don't want to support the big A. And I can be found at Danielle Simone Brand on Instagram. Same thing for my website, daniellesimonebrand.com. I do a couple of live talks every week, or, conversations. One is Sunday mornings in the Canmom High Society Clubhouse on the Clubhouse app. That's Sunday mornings from 9 to 11 Mountain Time. That's my time zone. But, we have people joining us from all over. And then I also do a Wednesday night show on an app called Relevant. You can just reach out to me. Anyone can reach out to me if they want to find those things. And, and then one event that I'd like to talk about is next week, Wednesday, I'm having a Canamom social, and it's all online. So women from all over the place can come. It's with a group called Tokeativity. That's like Tokeativity, like positivity and toking together. So that's a lot of fun, and we're going to be talking about all things Canamom. Very good. Yeah.
Outstanding. Well, needless to say, thank you all very much for joining us today. It has been very informative, and again, you are definitely welcome back, the both of you, anytime. We'd love to have you and further the conversations. I'll pop onto your Clubhouse and check it out for sure. As well as we'll be recommending some books to some friends for the holidays, etc. So thank you all very much. So thank you, Dr. Bridget Williams, Danielle Simone Brand, our council members, Michael Crowitz, Gage Amsler, Brian Buckley, Al Byrne, Tony Landry, Wade Laughter, Michael Green, Pearson Kennedy Crosby, and Georgia Armstrong, who were here earlier as well. And a shout out to Amy. Sorry you couldn't make it. Much love. This has been the VAC Roundtable number 36, so Women's Health and Cannabis. So we'll be back in 2 weeks. So you can check us out on our VAC YouTube channel, Veterans Action Council YouTube channel, where this will be available and available for sharing and replaying. So thank you all very much. Have a great rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. We are people advocating cannabis education, here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network, here at paceradio.net. Pace Radio Network, created by patients for patients, and for those who need to know.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning, it's May the 27th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News, your cannabis and psychedelic news source here at paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn. How you doing?
I'm doing great, Al. How are you?
Not too bad. Did you get out and enjoy the weather on your bike?
I was out yesterday for about 3 minutes because it's been off and on raining here. So, but today I have a 2-hour ride planned. It's supposed to be cloudy, and it is. It's not supposed to rain, so that's what I'm hoping for.
Okay, well, here's hoping you get to go out for a ride on your new bike. So we're going to start today's news broadcast with some sad news, and that's the passing of, within the cannabis community here in Canada, a man by the name of Neil Magnuson. He passed away fighting for cancer. And as we know, cancer is a nasty beast. A lot of us fight it. Personally, myself, I've had cancer, and as well as I've lost members of our family over the years due to cancer.
I think most people have that experience.
You know, and it's not a good time. It's a nasty time, and you know, my heart goes out to his family. And friends that that knew Neil very well. I got to meet Neil in my early days of cannabis advocacy over 20 years ago, and that was through his advocacy. He was rollerblading across Canada to bring awareness about cannabis. We call it the Freedom Tour, and he rollerbladed across the country and did it, I believe, 4 times. On his first trip, that's when I got to first meet him, and that was in Toronto. I was with some other advocates in the city, and I was told this guy needed a ride across Toronto to pick up some medicine and go to see his friends. So, and he got into the van, piled in with the rest of our friends, got him a seat, and we got him across the city. And I just thought it was a great story to meet this guy. who's rollerblading across the country. And over the years, got to know him more, and he did podcasting. Then there's the cannabis substitution program out west, where
What was that?
Cannabis substituting giving cannabis to people who are addicted to drugs and living on the street and stuff. And now they're across the country. There's places in Ontario, down your area, cannabis substitution program put on there by Chris Backer, and that's helping people who are addicted to drugs and helping people who are homeless and stuff like that. So,
wow, sad to lose someone that cares about other people like that.
Yeah, exactly. So I've got Neil's page here. You can see some of the comments on his Facebook page. We've lost another great man. Rest in peace, Neil. You were a true hero, my friend. You were deeply missed by many of us. That's by his friend by the name of Penny. We have lost a great man in Neil Magnuson. You're my friend. You're a true hero. That's by his friend Casey. There's more down here as we go along. I'm just going to flip through some here. Neil Magnuson, me and AJ were always in front of the weed line to see you as you soon, my friend. Now you are with AJ. Blaze it up there. Pictures with groups of people. Others have been leaving comments on his page. My heart goes out, yet it's still lit. Neil had a song that he loved singing, and it was "Oh Cannabis." There you go, Neil. Rest in peace, Neil. So yeah, he was well loved by the people in the community, and you can see people are showing that on his Facebook wall.
Rest in peace, Neil. I wish I would have known you.
Yeah, you would never have met Neil. That's right. So, but it's as we go along in these years, a lot of these people who were fighting for cannabis legalization have been passing away,
and we're all getting older too. So
we're all getting older, exactly. And we're patients, and we're patients because we're sick.
Yep.
Right? All right. On with the rest of the news. We're going to get started with MJ Biz Daily. Headline says, Judge skeptical of challenge to federal marijuana prohibition.
An effort by 4 cannabis businesses, including one multi-state operator, to undo federal cannabis prohibition via constitutional challenge was met with skepticism by a federal judge in Massachusetts on Wednesday. The cannabis companies, led by Chicago-based MSO Verano Holdings, last year hired super lawyer David Boies to revisit an argument dismissed in 2005 by the U.S. Supreme Court that the Federal Controlled Substances Act unconstitutionally harms their businesses.
The lawsuit, once again, is meant to reach the Supreme Court, where the plaintiffs hope the justices will issue a different ruling than the one reached 19 years ago, before the current patchwork of state-regulated cannabis markets. According to news agency Reuters, Boies acknowledged in U.S. District Court in Springfield, Massachusetts on Wednesday that asking a lower court judge to issue a ruling that contradicts the Supreme Court is a big step.
However, Boies added, U.S. District Court Judge Mark Mastroianni could simply find that the 2005 decision in Gonzalez versus Reich no longer applies because of how drastically the facts have changed. And facts never changed. They're always facts. I think there can be no doubt that the predicates of that decision no longer exist, Boies argued, according to Reuters.
Mastroianni reacted coolly to Boies' suggestion that a lower court justice could undo a Supreme Court ruling. The judge says, even if I'm accepting that everything you're saying is true, it's for the Supreme Court to change.
It's unclear when Mastroianni might issue a ruling, which could then be appealed. The next step on the way to any case the Supreme Court might choose to hear. It is also unclear whether cannabis companies would pursue that route, even after if the Biden administration's effort to reschedule cannabis as less dangerous under the federal law, thus unlocking tax relief, is finalized.
Yeah, no, Verano didn't respond to any request by MJ Biz Daily. In addition, Verano plaintiffs in the case include Massachusetts-based retailer Canna Provisions, Tree Vet Delivery Service CEO Gayassi Sellers, and marijuana cultivator Wiseacre Farm.
In 2005, only a few states had legal medical cannabis programs, and even personal grow risk raised from federal law enforcement. Now, nearly half the country has access to regulated adult use cannabis, and publicly traded cannabis companies operate without interference from federal law enforcement.
And in a separate 2021 decision brought by a Colorado company challenging the IRS prohibition on cannabis business deductions, conservative U.S. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas wrote that the federal cannabis law might no longer be necessary or proper given state legalization laws.
That might be the first sentence I've ever heard that I agree with Justice Thomas on.
And I was thinking the same thing.
In an opinion on standing akimbo versus the United States, Thomas said that the status quo strains basic principles of federalism, notably that the current High Court is dominated by former members of the Federalist Society, a libertarian advocacy group.
Boyes pointed to Thomas' 2021 statement in the standing akimbo case on Wednesday while arguing before Mastroianni, the judge. So, see what happens. You know, people are trying.
Really positive. If Thomas is saying that this could happen, that's a positive thing for me.
Yeah, because states' rights to determine that. Yeah, it's got to be taken off the books federally. It's ridiculous.
And I don't even think it should be moved to Schedule 3. I think it should be removed completely.
Just removed completely. All right, on to the next story. This one comes to us from Science Alert. Scientists think this psychedelic drug could treat anorexia.
The psychedelic drug psilocybin, as found in magic mushrooms, has a promising potential as a treatment for the eating disorder anorexia nervosa, according to new research that looked at its effects on an animal model of the condition. Psilocybin appears to free up the brain enough to break out of the rigid patterns of thought which are a hallmark of the disease. It's already used to treat depression, and clinical trials are underway to evaluate its safety in treating people with anorexia.
Okay. Researchers led by a team from Monash University in Australia took a closer look at how psilocybin affects the brain when it comes to diet and exercise behaviors to try to find out more about its effectiveness for the condition. The researchers wrote in their letter, or in the paper, a mechanistic understanding of the actions of psilocybin is required to tailor the clinical application of psilocybin to individuals most likely to respond with positive outcomes. This can only be achieved using incisive neurobiological approaches in animal models.
The animal model involved observations using rats that were given an unlimited access to exercise via a running wheel, but limited access to food, a widely used standard for mimicking anorexia in animals. There were two key findings. First, psilocybin seemed to help the rats stick to a healthy body weight, even with eating restrictions. Second, it also enhanced what's called cognitive flexibility, as measured by subsequent learning tasks.
Compared with a control group, the rats getting small doses of psilocybin were more resistant to weight loss, more often above a baseline body weight, and quicker to adapt their behavior and exercises, testing learning capacity. That's promising. And through the use of scientific receptor blockers, the researchers were also able to identify the 5-HT1A serotonin receptor as being a critical part of the process, enabling the cognitive benefits of psilocybin, which should help in future studies.
And we know that anorexia has the highest mortality rate of any psychiatric disorder. This is a sobering fact and a reminder of the effects of the condition. I didn't realize that. I learned something new. At the moment, the most common pharmaceutical treatment prescribed for individuals with anorexia is antidepressants. However, results can be mixed, which is why health professionals are on the lookout for more effective approaches.
Administered in the right way, experts are hopeful that the way psilocybin activates the serotonin receptors in the brain, causing expanded and altered states of consciousness, might shift mental blocks that have developed around eating. This still needs to be shown in humans, of course, and the fact that not all rats respond to psilocybin in the same way shows that more research will be needed to figure out whether this is the right approach for everyone diagnosed with anorexia.
Cognitive inflexibility is the hallmark of the condition, often arising before symptoms of anorexia nervosa are obvious and persisting after weight recovery, making this symptom a primary target for therapeutic intervention, says psychologist Claire Foldy from Monash University. And research is being published by Molecular Psychiatry. I can't say it. Couldn't get it out.
Big words. No, that's good because people deal with anorexia. Obviously, they give them antidepressants, so they believe that they're depressed, and that's what's causing them not to eat.
I had absolutely no idea that it's the #1 cause of death for psychological disorders. I had no idea.
Yeah. No, eh? See, like you say, you learn something every day. Alrighty, on to our next story. This one comes to us from StratCan. Headline says AGLC delisting more than 500 cannabis SKUs.
Alberta Gaming, Liquor and Cannabis, which is the AGLC, has notified several licensed producers that they will soon be delisting more than 500 slow-selling SKUs from the central warehouse. Several producers received recent notices from the AGLC informing them the SKUs will be put into the agency do not purchase list.
Ooh.
That's nice.
Yeah, a representative from the AGLC confirmed with StratCan. They say AGLC is reviewing our cannabis product listings in order to streamline our supply chain, better manage inventory, and remove some slow-moving SKUs. Simplifying our supply chain will create more efficiencies and allow Alberta to focus more on best-performing products. This impacts about 550 to 600 SKUs. We are working with stakeholders to make this transition gradually over the next month to allow sell-through of impacted products.
I hate that they're doing this. It makes me crazy because the medical side of it, we find what works for us and we go back to that again and again and again.
Correct.
If you eliminate if they eliminate it because it's not selling fast, it doesn't mean that people don't need it.
Correct.
Alberta continues to have a wide range of products available for retailers and consumers. We encourage Albertans to talk with their retailer to find something similar if a product is no longer available, which sometimes can't be found. The move will allow the AGLC to free up warehouse space through their third-party vendor for fast-moving products. BC recently announced similar changes to its policy for accepting new products and storing existing products as the industry closes in on 6 years of operation.
This sort of SKU rationalization is not uncommon in or outside the cannabis industry, and other provinces have instituted similar measures, although at times with more notice. One compliant StratCan heard from more than one producer who reached out to us on the issue was a sense of frustration that this policy change came with little to no advance notice. Another producer, speaking on background, says they have received an initial notification from the AGLC last week informing them that certain SKUs would be listed effective immediately before receiving a second notice, giving them 30 to 45 days before they would be delisted. Which way?
If you give them no notice, it takes months and months to create this product.
Yeah.
You give them no notice, they got a warehouse full of this product now. It doesn't make sense. Although the reasoning behind such a quick delisting process is unclear, the province has been making efforts to provide more opportunities for its local cannabis industry. Sources close to the file say the regulator is interested in topics like farm gate and even direct delivery, which could potentially offer more opportunities to local producers and retailers to distinguish themselves from bigger chains. And the AGLC uses a third-party company, Connect Logistics, to manage its warehouse and wholesale distribution.
There you go. Yeah, I can understand where they want to clean house, okay, and get rid of some stuff. If stuff's not selling, it's
But
business.
but
Right?
this is not milk. You can't go to another company and get the same milk.
Well, that's the thing. I've seen patients that have had, and these patients were young patients. They were children who were licensed, and the parents were in the news because of the fact that the product that was working for the child is no longer available, and they're given a list of stuff that they could try, but it doesn't mean it's going to work
Yeah,
as well
especially when you're dealing with someone who actually took the time to find something that worked for their child. Like that's a hard thing to do. Every one of us is different. So some things don't work for my children that would work for yours. And
That's right.
It's frustrating.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I hate to be a parent that is like that. I know on myself, on the pharmaceutical end, I've seen on 2 prescriptions that I've had over the years to deal with my Crohn's, where a drug has run out and I've had to take an alternative one instead.
That's a little different because it actually ran out. I mean, they didn't physically remove it, even though it was working.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's going to come back.
Yeah.
On my end, yeah.
Yeah.
They just need to make more, whereas they've just stopped growing it.
Yeah.
Right?
I don't know. It's a hard thing to deal with. And I know it's a business, right? But
Yeah.
we're a medical thing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Have a tough
All
time.
righty. On to the next story. This one comes to us from Gantrepreneur. Headline says, owner of 7 unlicensed New York cannabis shops fined $15 million.
New York Attorney General Letitia James has slapped the owner of 7 unlicensed cannabis shops in the state with fines amounting to $15.2 million, according to CNY Central Report. David Tully, who's the owner of I'm Stuff and Weed Warehouse, unlicensed cannabis dispensary chains, ignored repeated notices and orders from the Office of Cannabis Management to cease operations, the Attorney General said.
Well, they were warned, I guess, as some people could say. Tully's businesses, located in Cayuga, Oswego, and Wayne counties, are accused of illegally selling cannabis without a license and selling cannabis to underage customers. The fines include $7 million as a disgorgement of the company's illegal profits and $8.2 million in penalties for operating without a license and ignoring multiple warnings and notices from officials.
Go ahead.
These illegal and unlicensed stores are budding up throughout the state and hurting our communities. Today, David Tully is paying the $15 million price for his repeated illegal activity and will be permanently banned from the cannabis industry in New York. This punishment should serve as a clear warning for all unlicensed stores in the state. We will enforce the law and shut down your operations. And that is from the AG James in the statement.
Yep. New York law imposes a $10,000 penalty per day of selling cannabis without a license and a $20,000 penalty per day of continuing to sell cannabis after having been ordered to stop by officials. The move is the state's most significant enforcement action against illegal cannabis shops since Governor Kathy Hochul, who's a Democrat, called the legal industry's rollout a disaster in February, ordered an extensive audit of the state's cannabis regulations in March, and earlier this month announced the impending departure of the state's top cannabis regulator.
That's a big fine. And, all those raids in Toronto and stuff, when they were shutting down the cannabis stores in the city, I never heard of any $15 million fines.
No, they like to put the screws to you in the States a lot worse. I find it weird that he had so many warnings and just ignored them.
Well, that's the thing, Like they're saying that we gave you a chance. We gave you an opportunity and you didn't take it.
Yeah. And to be fair, New York their rollout of this has been disastrous. There's
Well,
no
yeah,
way really
yeah.
to get anything, and people are that's why they're going to his shop, because there's nowhere else to go.
Yeah, it has been a disaster, and we're going to learn more about that later on in the broadcast. But before then, we're going to go to MJ Biz Daily, where they're talking about Thailand plans to ban recreational cannabis despite the 2022 decriminalization. I told people this was going to happen.
In a major policy reversal, Thailand plans to reclassify cannabis as an illegal substance and issue permits only for medicinal or medical patients, cultivators, and research purposes. Recreational cannabis use will be banned, Public Health Minister Somas Thepustin said in a Facebook post, Reuters reported.
Thepustin comments came only weeks after the Prime Minister called on the Health Minister to reclassify recreational cannabis as an illegal substance. Now, according to the Bangkok Post, Thepustin also said that only cannabis buds would be reclassified as a Category 5 narcotic. Just the buds. The leaves aren't. Just the buds.
That's strange. So, can you make oil out of it? No bud anymore.
There's no trichomes on the leaves, on those big fan leaves.
Yeah. Category 5 drugs, which include opium and psilocybin, carry criminal penalties in Thailand for manufacturing, importing, exporting, sale, and possession. Cannabis leaves, branches, roots, stems, and seeds will still be available for use for approved health and medical applications. So they're banning buds even for medical? Hard to understand this.
Yeah. Well, that's what it says. Category, yeah. You know, they classify the buds the same as opium and psilocybin.
Wow.
Hemp, which is also removed from the Category 5 list, will not face similar restrictions. The THC count, that's a little tall, but the new policy essentially will reverse Thailand's 2022 move to decriminalize cannabis, although the Asian country failed to immediately implement comprehensive regulations and enforcement mechanisms to restrict what would be sold and where.
Amid the largely unchecked marketplace, thousands of stores open, prompting politicians to pledge to address the issue. What that they have stores opening? I've yet to see anything like people going crazy there on cannabis. I haven't seen any of this. You know, it's very strange to me. What's the use of reversing this policy?
Well, they didn't like the fact that what the present government did at that time. Okay.
Yeah.
And so during the election, another party said, well, you know, this is what's going on with the cannabis thing. This is getting nasty, bad, and it needs to be outlawed again. And people voted for them.
And in 4 more years or 8 more years, they'll be voted out, and it'll be back. Like this is just like back and forth.
It's just. I'm waiting for them to announce that the death penalty is coming back.
Could you imagine? A policy reversal has sparked widespread protests from cannabis advocacy groups, including store owners. Shortly after taking office, Thepustin vowed to rewrite cannabis law that would allow only medical use in Thailand, the first Asian nation to decriminalize cannabis.
Yeah, there you go. He said it during his being elected, you know.
Yeah.
And people knew what he was going to do.
Yeah, I just don't know if he got elected for this policy or for another policy. I'm not sure.
Yeah, and yet people, you know, oh no, he won't do that. He won't do that. Cannabis is there's too many stores, blah 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 blah, right? Well,
so if there's thousands of stores, that means there's literally thousands of producers. So he's cutting out like probably tens of thousands of people out of their jobs and economy right now.
Yeah, he's just cut it right off, just medical only. So there you go. That's what can happen. All righty. Time for us to take a break. Time for us to hear from some sponsors. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Education News here on PaceRadio.net. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at PaceRadio.net. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Cannabis edibles are an effective way to manage pain and other ailments, especially when you deal with your trusted partner, Legacy 420, in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. You see, we lab test every product on site to ensure proper dosage every time, which is critical when consuming cannabis edibles. All Legacy 420 edibles are made by our classically trained baker and chocolatier, and we also have super tasty vegan options.
Our baker has been in the industry for 25 years. She's also a chocolatier. Everything from savory to sweet, your chocolate bars, brownies, butter tarts, you name it, we make it.
Talk to our knowledgeable Cannatex about our incredible variety available. Give your trusted partners a call. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net. And welcome back to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News. Just a quick reminder to everybody, tomorrow, as people have been probably seeing on our YouTube and Facebook locations, that tomorrow, Tuesday, Pace Radio Network, 420radio.ca, will be broadcasting live from the Grow Up Expo and Conference in Toronto tomorrow throughout the day. Yeah, we're going to do a couple of, I think three or four segments throughout the day. Allow a little bit of charge time and a little bit of, our time. We got to be able to eat, right?
Yeah.
So we'll be down. I'll be down in Toronto as well as MJ and Timmy from Newbie and Doobie. The three of us will be down there covering the event, which includes a segment where we'll be listening and seeing Tommy Chong up on the stage talking about cannabis.
Do you know what time that is so people can tune into it?
We'll be starting at, as long as traffic is good and stuff, we'll be going live at 10 o'clock. But as far as the Tommy Chong thing, that starts at 4:15 is when he's supposed to go live.
Awesome.
He's supposed to be on the stage. Now, they've also given media people opportunities to interview some of the speakers and stuff like that. And that includes Tommy Chong.
Nice. So you're hoping for an interview?
So I could get an interview. It depends on availability and time. I got the request in late, so I don't know whether to go through or not. But we'll see what happens.
Here's hoping it does.
If even if we don't get the personal interview, we'll be able to. We're going to cover them on the stage. We'll have a couple different camera angles and stuff, and be able to do all that. Yeah.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Yeah. All right. On to the next story. This one comes to us from the Marijuana Moment. Headline says, DEA says THCA does not meet the definition of legal hemp as Congress weighs cannabinoid recriminalization in Farm Bill.
To meet the federal definition of hemp under the 2018 Farm Bill, a cannabis product must contain less than 0.3% Delta-9 THC. Now, in a new letter clarifying that limit, the top Drug Enforcement Administration official says the threshold includes not only Delta-9 THC itself, but also the related cannabinoid THCA, which is converted into Delta-9 THC when heated, a process known as decarboxylation. In regards to THCA, Congress has directed that when determining whether a substance constitutes hemp, the Delta-9 THC concentration is to be tested using post-decarboxylation or other similarly reliable methods, says the letter, sent earlier this month by Terrence Booz, who's the chief DEA Drug and Chemical Evaluation Section.
Yeah, according to Booz, the decarboxylation process converts Delta-9 THC into Delta-9 THCA to Delta-9 THC. Thus, for the purpose of enforcing the hemp definition, the Delta-9 THC level must account for any Delta-9 THCA. According to the cannabis-derived THC does not meet the definition of hemp under the CSA, he concluded, because upon conversion of for identification purposes as required by Congress, it is equivalent to Delta-9 THC.
The position articulated in the May 13 letter comes in response to a request for clarification sent to DEA last month by cannabis attorney Shane Pennington, who declined to comment for the story. According to the DEA letter, Pennington's last month requested the control status of tetrahydrocarbinolic acid, THCA, under the Controlled Substances Act. A similar request from Pennington, a lawyer at the firm Porter Wright, was also the impetus for DEA's declaration in 2022 that cannabis seeds are considered legal hemp as long as they don't exceed federal THC limits. Now, in your experience with cannabis
seeds,
do they contain high THC seeds?
Well, there's no THC in seeds.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. He's talking about seeds here.
That's what I go on here. DEA's position on THCA comes as federal lawmakers reconsider how to address hemp and cannabinoids under a revised version of the Farm Bill, with the key House committee having recently adopted an amendment that would generally ban hemp-derived cannabinoids such as Delta-8 THC. Well, our last story was new government changing an existing policy, and now we have an existing government changing existing policy. DEA is essentially saying in the letter that because THC is readily converts into Delta-9 THC, it can't be ignored when measuring product's Delta-9 THC level.
And that's not all how the U.S. hemp industry sees it, however. This interpretation would destroy the hemp industry, Jonathan Miller, General Counsel for the U.S. Hemp Roundtable, told Marijuana Moment on Friday. Most hemp growers, even fiber and grain growers, would be out of compliance. Asked if he thought hemp farmers would object to the idea that a product that tests at 0.2% Delta-9 THC, but also 4.6% THCA, Miller replied, "I would imagine nearly every hemp farmer and company would find this interpretation objectionable."
Sean Hauser, who co-chairs cannabis-focused law firm Vizient LLP's hemp and cannabinoids practice, said the Farm Bill requires biomass to be tested pre-harvest for total THC, which considers the percentage of THCA in pre-harvest material. Hemp products are required to have a pre-harvest certificate of analysis showing the products are compliant. Well, if it's pre-harvested, it's obviously it hasn't been decarboxylated.
No. So pre-harvest, a plant with high THCA likely exceeds the maximum allowable THC content and wouldn't be lawful, Hauser said. This has been a point of confusion among businesses and state regulators. I'm confused about it. Never mind them. The situation, including ongoing discussions of how to amend the Farm Bill's handling of cannabinoids, just underscores the imminent need for legalization and regulation of the whole plant, she added. Trying to draw arbitrary lines in a plant and the law without a federal regulatory or enforcement framework just doesn't work.
Booz, DEA Drug and Chemical Evaluation Section Chief, has been responsible for a number of recent agency opinions on cannabis and other drugs. Notably in 2022, for example, he penned the DEA letter clarifying that cannabis seeds are considered legal hemp as long as they fall under the federal THC limits. Booz issued another relevant administrative interpretation last year when he asserted that DEA considers the intoxicating cannabinoids Delta-8 THC an illicit Schedule I drug if it's synthesized from federal legal CBD.
And more recently, he opined in a January letter that psilocybin mushroom spores are not, on their own, federally prohibited. They became illegal only after they began producing psilocybin, he said. If a mushroom spores or any other material do not contain psilocybin or psilocin, any other controlled substance or listed chemical, the material is considered not controlled under the Controlled Substances Act, Booz wrote at the time.
The Delta-8 THC products have proliferation on the market since hemp's legalization, essentially existing in an unregulated legal gray area. If the cannabinoid is naturally extracted from hemp, it's federally legal. But if it's generally considered common practice to synthesize it from CBD because it's a more cost-effective process, some states have taken steps to restrict the Delta-8 THC, however. At DEA's 2023 Supply Chain Conference in May, Booz similarly explained that synthetic cannabinoids are banned, and he said that DEA is in the process of developing a final rule to formally clarify that policy at the recommendation of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Booz also told the lawyer last year that the minor cannabinoid Delta-8 THC 0 and the Delta-9 THCO are prohibited because they can only be synthetically produced. Some experts have disputed the DEA's interpretation of the statute on intoxicating hemp-based cannabinoids. However, a federal appeals court ruled in 2022 that the way that the existing rules are written makes Delta-8 THC exempt from control, as the law is silent on the minor cannabinoid while clearly legalizing hemp extracts and derivatives.
The arguments come amid an ongoing effort to reformulate hemp and cannabinoid sections of the Farm Bill. On Thursday, a key House committee amended this year's pending Farm Bill in a way that would impose a general ban on hemp-derived cannabinoids that are synthesized or manufactured outside the plant would no longer meet the definition of legal hemp.
And some industry stakeholders have said the change could even federally criminalize CBD products because the measure would apply to all ingestible hemp products with any level of THC. Several Republican members of the Congressional Committee, however, made comments in opposition to the amendment.
American farmers around the country have invested their time and resources over the last 6 years to develop a domestic supply chain of hemp and hemp products. Hemp provides great opportunity for a family farm to diversify the farm income by using hemp as a rotational crop. Using hemp.
I think it's supposed to be hemp.
I'd say so. Yeah. American farmers deserve the certainty afforded with the current definition of hemp. The proposed amendment arbitrarily changes the current congressional written definition of hemp.
Paradoxically, select cannabis businesses have found themselves on the same side as prohibitionists in pushing such a ban. In a letter to congressional leaders last month, the U.S. Cannabis Council proposed specific language they wanted to see included that would place hemp-derived cannabinoids containing any amount of THC under the definition of federally illegal marijuana. While they've focused on the need to address public safety concerns related to unregulated intoxicating cannabinoid products, such as Delta-8 THC, some hemp industry advocates say the effect of the proposed language could be a ban on virtually all non-intoxicating CBD products, as well as most of the market contain at least trace levels of THC, consistent with the Farm Bill definition of hemp that allows for up to 0.3% THC by dry weight.
Yes. Now it says here that the 2018 Farm Bill has wrongly been used to justify the mass production and sale of unregulated intoxicating hemp products. USCC Executive Director Ed Conklin said in a press release following the amendment vote. He says, "We support a uniform approach to regulating intoxicating THC products. That means intoxicating hemp products should be regulated the same as cannabis products. We believe that all of these products should be available for sale to adults with strict age gating and safety standards." Miller at the U.S. Hemp Roundtable alerted supporters to the amendment's introduction on Thursday, saying the group members strongly opposed the legislation and urged lawmakers to defeat it.
Outside of the cannabinoid ban, the bill, as drafted, would build upon the federal legalization of the crop under 2018 version of the legislation in several meaningful ways, including by revising the definition of hemp to create separate categories for producers who grow the crop for cannabinoid extraction for human and animal consumption, and for industrial hemp producers who cultivate it for fiber, grain, oil, seed, not intended for consumption. Under the legislation, those who are licensed as industrial hemp producers could see reduced regulatory restrictions, with the U.S. Department of Agriculture, states, and the Indian tribes empowered to authorize visual inspection and performance-based sampling methodologies for compliance purposes.
Farmers growing hemp to extract cannabinoids for human or animal consumption, however, would continue to be subject to more intensive inspections and laboratory testing as prescribed under the 2018 Farm Bill. Meanwhile, the hemp market started to rebound in 2023 after suffering significant losses the prior year. The latest annual industry report from the U.S. Department of Agriculture that was released last month. The data is a result of the survey of USDA mailed to thousands of hemp farmers across the U.S. in January. The first version of the department's hemp report was released in early 2022, setting a benchmark to compare to as the industry matures.
And bipartisan lawmakers and industry stakeholders have sharply criticized FDA for declining to enact regulations for hemp-derived CBD, which they say is largely responsible for the economic stagnation. To that end, FDA Commissioner Robert Califf testified before the House Oversight and Accountability Committee last month, where he faced questions about the agency's position that it needed additional congressional authorization to regulate the non-intoxicating cannabinoid. USDA also reportedly revoking hemp licenses for farmers who are simultaneously growing cannabis under state-approved programs, underscoring yet another policy conflict stemming from the ongoing federal prohibition of some forms of the cannabis plant. So you can't grow both crops because that's bad.
No, you can't. Yeah, the story goes on. It gets quite long. It's quite long, but so I'm gonna cut it off there. But yeah, you can see
I got one thing
they're
to
going
say.
to.
I think they're
Yeah,
going
go
to
ahead.
wind up outlawing the sale of seeds too, because seeds eventually grow into plants that have cannabis in them. So this is what they're
Well,
doing
you know,
with this plant now.
yeah, but
Anything that can be
with mushrooms, they say that the spores are legal. I think of the spores as being like seeds.
I think they'll be trying to change the laws on that too.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. No, I wouldn't doubt it.
It seems to me that anything that can be changed to something else, they're trying to outlaw. And
Yeah,
most
'cause they
things
keep-
these days can be changed.
Yeah, because they keep talking about the synthesizing. Anything that's synthesized, they don't
Yeah.
want.
And what the hell does growing hemp in one field and growing cannabis in another field, as long as you're licensed to do it, what's the difference? Who cares? It makes no sense to
Well,
me.
yeah, well, cannabis is illegal.
That's like saying you
So-
can't make Coke and ginger ale because ginger ale and Coke don't go together. What the hell? I don't understand it.
Well, it's because cannabis is federally illegal. Hemp isn't.
True.
Right? So that's probably more reason than anything why. So, alrighty, on to the next story of the day. StratCan brings us break-in at West Kelowna cannabis store.
A cannabis store in West Kelowna was broken into in the early hours of Friday morning, leaving behind extensive damage and making off with a handful of pre-rolls. Just a handful? Sky Cannabis Co., located on Industrial Road in West Kelowna in a small shopping center, shared with a gas station, is open again for business after cleaning up following the break-in just before 3 a.m. Friday, May 24th. These guys broke into a store to steal a handful of pre-rolls.
I saw somebody I know on Twitter. They posted this story and they said pre-rolls with a big question mark on it. Like,
yeah.
You broke in there for pre-rolls?
Yeah.
A handful? Natasha Ray, the owner of the store, says she received an alert on her phone and quickly contacted the police, who responded quickly, but not before the burglars escaped. Those those pre-rolls. Video of the incident shows the two bubbling burglars struggling to use a truck and a chain to rip the doors off the store before seeming to search in vain for products inside. Ray says they made off with only a handful of pre-rolls, but caused significant damage not only to the two doors, but to the back office and at least one display case. Everything else must have been locked up in the safe.
Can you imagine? These idiots ripped the front doors off a store to steal like $100 worth of pre-rolls.
Yeah.
Wow. Luckily, we're very secure, says Ray. We're happy that no one was hurt, but it's a lot of damage for little profit on their part. Yep. She says the two could have probably made more money working in her store for the day than they would likely make selling the handful of products. I don't think that's the point. I don't think they want to work in the store. They just want it free.
Yeah. Ray and her team have shared the video with police and with the community, many of whom she says have reached out to her saying they believe they recognize
the
maroon Dodge 4x4 truck and the two men involved. Now, two cannabis stores in BC's Lower Mainland faced similar break-ins earlier this year, causing significant damage to the stores and loss of product.
And there's a picture of the stores literally, the doors ripped apart in the front of the store, all for basically nothing. Just incredible.
Yeah. They probably obviously they expected to get more than just pre-rolls, but they are required to lock up stuff, and maybe in the end that's what's obviously I think that's probably what saved.
They had enough power to rip the doors off the store. You figure they could get into pretty well anything in there.
So.
Maybe a safe.
Maybe they couldn't hook onto the safe.
Yeah.
Okay, get out of the other way.
And they just happened to be driving a maroon colored red Dodge 4x4, which can't be identified ever.
Yeah. There's probably a few of them around. Okay, I'm just trying to set up the next story here because it's just sort of acting a little strange for me. All right, here we go. This one comes to us from the Hill. The headline says, "Amendment killing national legal cannabis makes it into the House Farm Bill." So this might be similar to the last one.
A ban on intoxicating hemp products has made it into the House version of the Farm Bill. If the amendment makes it through a polarized House and divided Congress, it would be America's brief experiment with nationally legal cannabis. The language added to the House version of the Farm Bill by Representative Mary Miller, who's a Republican, in effect repeals a sweeping legal change passed by an all-Republican coalition in 2018's Farm Bill.
That previous bill made it easier for American farmers to grow non-intoxicating varieties of cannabis, defined in the statute as hemp for industrial and medical use. But vagueness in the law's wording, combined with the fact that intoxicating and non-intoxicating varieties of cannabis are functionally the same plant, allowing the evolution over the past 6 years of something not seen in America since the Gilded Age, a thriving market in universally available and largely unregulated cannabis products.
And because of the ambiguity created by the 2018 Farm Bill, a massive gray market worth an estimated $28 billion has exploded. A coalition of 22 states' attorney generals wrote to Congress in March, demanding members shut it down. The attorneys argued that 2018 law forced cannabis equivalent products into our economies, regardless of the state's intentions to legalize cannabis use, and dangerously undermining regulations and consumer protections in states where adult use legal cannabis programs are already in place.
Miller's amendment, which was co-sponsored by Rep. Doug LaMalfa, who is from a state with legal cannabis, restricts the definition of legal hemp to naturally occurring, naturally derived, and non-intoxicating cannabinoids. This likely means cannabinoids like Delta-8 would be out.
Yeah, too soon would intoxicating drinks and edibles containing Delta-9 THC or THCA, different names for what is roughly the same active chemical in the cannabis sold in regulated states like California. In a statement, Miller said she was proud of her amendment was included to close the loophole that has allowed drug-infused THC products like Delta-8 to be sold to teenagers in packaging that looks like candy.
The hemp sector, by contrast, a $28 billion industry, fired back on Friday. They said the Hemp Roundtable asked all representatives to vote against the Farm Bill unless the Mayor Miller amendment is removed, referring to the language as hemp industry killing. The National Cannabis Industry Trade Group, which represents both industries, was more equivocal.
Co-founder Aaron Smith called for Senate federal regulations that apply equally to hemp and cannabis-derived cannabinoid products. Congress discusses addressing the profusion of arguably legal cannabinoids in last year's attempted Farm Bill, but the combination of wide divides in Congress and the chaos around the election of House Speaker Mike Johnson mooted any such attempts.
As in such, with the Farm Bill, the potential crackdown on hemp brings together an array of strange bedfellows. Marijuana farmers in states like California and Nevada, which have tightly regulated recreational markets, have been among the loudest voices calling on a crackdown on intoxicating hemp, a competing product that is often functionally identical to their own, but shorn of any regulation whatsoever.
In part, that is because the U.S. Food and Drug Administration insists hemp products are not safe and therefore does not regulate them. The amendment, however, will only impact the large and growing hemp market if it passes the House, which is far from assured. And it will also have to make it through the Senate, which requires both sides to find a way through the reforms to food aid and reforms to food aid that Democrats and a wide array of civil society groups see as cuts.
Yeah, the Senate's version of the Farm Bill reauthorizes the hemp program without changing its definition. So there we go. Yeah, it's just, just legalize cannabis. Just, wouldn't that be easier?
One day.
So, as I mentioned earlier, New York has got problems, and we get that before the show is over. And we're going to get that right now with this article from...
I just lost that article.
Did you? Oh, it's from the city. The New York cannabis chief resigns after criticism from Hochul. So you lost the article, so you can't follow along.
I'm getting it back right now.
All right, I'll just.
Did
you? Okay.
Oh, I got part of it.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we? The head of the state cannabis agency resigned on Friday following weeks of public turmoil between the agency and Governor Kathy Hochul's office. I have been reluctant to write this email due to the deep connection and commitment I have to this work and to this team. And while I plan to serve out the remainder of my term, I no longer have confidence in my ability to do my job and lead this team effectively under current circumstances, Chris Alexander wrote in an email obtained by the city.
Hochul appointed Alexander the position in September of 2021 as inaugural head of the Office of Cannabis Management. Hochul said in a statement saying that I am grateful for Chris Alexander's work, first in developing, securing the passage of the Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act, and then launching the Office of Cannabis Management.
As OCM transitions into its final phase, or to next phase, we look forward to continuing the world of building the strongest, most equitable industry in the nation, the statement continued. The Office of Cannabis Management did not immediately respond to her request for comment.
In January, Hochul called the rollout of the legal market a disaster and ordered a 30-day review of the agency by the Office of General Services. Earlier this month, she released a report following the review that criticized the inexperienced leadership of the Office of Cannabis Management and pointed to inefficiencies in the licensing process, as well as sparse service for applicants awaiting determinations on their licenses. In a press conference, Hochul said it was time for the agency to take a new direction, noting that Alexander would step down at the end of his term in September.
As Hochul announced the news, Alexander is still presiding over a Cannabis Control Board meeting in Albany. During the public comments part of the meeting, some came to his defense as the news broke. Chris, I don't want you to step down. Nobody wants you to step down, Matthew Robinson, a retail licensee, told the meeting attendees. We support you 100%, he said to Applause.
2 weeks later, Alexander resigned, saying it has been an honor of a lifetime to lead this group of the most dedicated public servants that I have ever encountered, he said in an email. The Cannabis Regulators of Color Coalition, a national advocacy organization, rejected the Office of General Services report findings and criticized Hochul for not reinstating Alexander as executive director of the agency. In a statement, the coalition called the report biased and inflammatory, and said the decision to not reinstate Alexander possesses a grave threat to the progress and integrity of equitable cannabis regulation in New York State.
The Office of Cannabis Management wrote its own response to the Office of General Services report, criticizing the agency for not providing a copy of the report and pointing to a number of factual misstatements and significant omissions, according to a confidential draft of the report obtained by the city. The agency shared the response with legislators. The opposing reports put the tensions between Governor's Office and the Office of Cannabis Management in public view and were further underscored by Alexander's decision to resign more immediately than intended.
In his resignation letter, he said, "It would be disingenuous for me to not acknowledge how difficult the last several months have been. There is so much left to do, but I have the utmost confidence in this team and in you all to stay focused on the mission and keep driving things forward." So there you go.
Yeah.
You know, there's been a lot of noise of what's going on down there in New York.
The one thing I do remember that I absolutely love that they did last summer, and it was a experimental program. They allowed some cannabis sale at farmers markets. And I really like that because it fits in. The farmers are the one who grows the bloody crop. Why couldn't you sell it at farmers markets?
Well, they did that. They did that because they couldn't get the stores open quick enough.
Yeah.
So they went to and people had product to sell. So they opened up the farmers market. They had to be legal businesses. It couldn't just be, you know, mom and dad down the road rolling in the basement. But it'd be nice.
I just thought it was a wonderful idea because you can go to most places, even the farmer's market, and you sit in the restaurant, you can order a beer, but you can't have any cannabis. It makes no sense at the farmer's market.
Yeah, I know. All righty. Other than that, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's the news for today. We hope you found it informative and educational. Thank you to Legacy420.com, Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, and Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, and to our viewers. And don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate. Bye-bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20 is so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420 enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
With Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organization.
You're ready, Al. Go ahead, man.
Hey, we're live. We're live here from the Grow Up Conference in Toronto. And they're just getting started here up on the main stage with the announcers. So I'll switch my camera around so we can see that, Al.
Okie dokie. Hi. I'll put my camera up.
As being part of the treaty and traditional
There we go. Hola.
of the first,
As we wait for Al to find his button.
There we go.
All right. As Al said, we're live at Grow Up in Toronto.
the Huron-Wendat, and the Wyandot Nations. We recognize these people
You're
and their
crooked, Al.
ancestors as peoples who inhabited these lands since time immemorial. The city of Mississauga is home to so many global Indigenous peoples, and as a municipality, the city of Mississauga is actively working towards reconciliation by confronting our past and our present, providing space for Indigenous peoples within their territory to recognize and uphold their treaty rights and support Indigenous people. So it is my pleasure to kick off today's event. And I'd like to welcome and introduce Jose Bourgois, a proud jingle dress dancer from the Algonquins of the Pinawakan First Nations, here to honor Grow Up's first panel on the sovereign cannabis industry. Jose is not only a dancer, but an advocate for sovereign cannabis, inherent rights, and decolonized access to wellness. She serves on the board of directors for Educan Nation, and she has built a remarkable career since 2008 as a professional dance artist, including a visiting dance artist role at the National Arts Center and residencies at the Banff Center for Arts and Creativity. She transitioned to the sovereign cannabis industry in 2019, taking on key roles at AKI Wellness and Sweetgrass Trading. Jose has contributed significantly to cannabis policy and education, including her work with CWIC and as a consultant for the Anishinaabe Nation Cannabis Feasibility Study. She has spoken at Carleton University and major cannabis conventions nationally, advocating for Indigenous rights and sovereignty. Please please join me in welcoming Jose Bourgeois.
Kwe kakina Jose Indigenous kas Pequawkanagan and Dojaban Anishinaabe Kwe Anishinaabe Aki Kakina Gawedaganang Gizagin Gaktagwe Muinjij Migmagi Aki Msanogma. I just welcomed myself to this territory. I am Algonquin, an Algonquin woman. I'm here to do a jingle dress dance. I acknowledge my son, Little Thunder, who lives in Mi'kmaq territory right now. I just wanted to share some words with you guys before I do this dance. I want everyone to have a little bit of an understanding of why I'm here today to do a jingle dress dance. I grew up in Toronto. I lived in the beaches. I went to high school at Malvern. That community played a big part in developing my understanding of who I was. And to be able to come here today, which I wear today, an Ojibwe originated traditional jingle dress dance that comes from the Whitefish Bay area. And the story behind the jingle dress dance is that there was a family named the White family, and there was a young girl named Maggie, and she was very, very sick. She was dying. And her father had a vision from Creator in his dream. She was dancing a new style of step in a dress that was adorned with seashells to make a vibration. And so the community came together, made this dress for her, had a potlatch, and the story goes when the drums started playing, because all songs are in four sections. The first round, she was needing a lot of help from her family to make it through. The second round, she was standing tall. The third round, she didn't need anybody, and she started to walk like this. And the fourth round, she started to create what we know today as the old style jingle straight step, which looks something like this. Which is like a right, left, and switch, very grounded, feet connected to the earth. In a modern day jingle dress, we don't have the same materials that were used traditionally, like hides and breechcloths and wools. We have fancy satins today. We have applique work. My applique work is Anishinaabe woodlands mixed with the Mi'kmaq 8-point star. And sorry, I'm a little nervous. I'm very thankful to be an advocate for sovereign inherent rights in the regulated industry space. There's a lot of misunderstandings, and we're going to get to that in the panel later on today. So I'm going to be dancing a jingle dress straight song, contemporary style. I don't have my eagle feathers with me today for my own personal reasons. And miigwech. Thank you.
God, that was so amazing. I'm not sure what they're going to do now, Al. But I'm going to make my way along. There you go. Here's the schedule.
I enjoy Indigenous dancing, and I hope to go to a powwow up the road there at Hayes Platts. I've never been to a real powwow. I've only been to staged ones.
Right. There's John Buffalo.
Looking forward to it.
Still setting up. Now, as you said, my camera was a little sideways there, but for some reason, look, it's not flipping. So during our recharge break time, I'll get that figured out and find out what's going on. So here we are.
I'm just getting MJ's the link here. So
yeah?
you're talking.
All righty. So we're at the Grow Up Conference and Expo, Marriott Hotel, Delta Marriott, whatever you want to call it, on Dixon Road, up near the airport. And I can tell you that the traffic getting here was nasty.
Yeah, no doubt. I don't miss that.
Go ahead. Yeah, I guess you don't, eh? Now this is all set up in different rooms. I'm going through different doorways and stuff.
Oh, okay. So it's
not
one.
Correct. It's not one great big hall. So there's going to be probably some confusion today. Have I been there? Have I not been there? But
I know that's gonna fuck me up, man.
Yeah. And there's people here that I recognize as far as company wise, people we have dealt with in the past, such as
dealt with. That doesn't sound so good, Al.
Well, you know. Hi, how are you? That we've spoken to at different events.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
For example, you might recognize these potato chips. If not, you'll recognize these things. And this is there they come. Anika just walked in. Pat H is here. Parents Against Driving High. They're here. Oh, look who we found. Hey. This is your booth? Who needs a badge? Did you guys not go get your badges? Get them later. Okay, I'm just wandering around giving people a look. So get set up, and my name wasn't on the list.
No,
it wasn't. So I showed her my email, and then they made me a badge right there on the spot.
Well, you see, this is what I was talking about, Al. You know,
minerals, nutrients, and subtracts.
There you go.
Yeah, Green Goddess, Smoke Arsenal.
What you're going to see here is a mix of corporate and vendors, other vendors.
I'll tell you, when we start interviewing people, we're live. Just so you know, I'm going to find out about this odorless cannabis.
Okay,
I'll be back to talk to you. We're just doing a general view right now. All right. Yeah, odorless. No smell.
Oh, you know what? I've been seeing stuff about odors in cannabis, and they say that the stronger the smell, the stronger the pot. But you know, we'll find out about that later.
Like, is odorless cannabis terpene free?
Good question. I know this isn't terpene free.
Okay, here we are in the room again. This is where the room in the main stage is.
Mm-hmm.
You can $5 a ticket, Tommy Chong jacket,
All proceeds to the veterans and first responders. We'll be around to talk for an interview. I'm just doing a little overview for our viewers right now. There you go. Strains Limited. Strains.
Here.
It's a company called Strain Limited. Extract Company. How you doing? Good. We'll be around to do interviews later on. I'm just doing an overview. All righty. See over here, more booths. Lots of booths in here. Okay, let's make our way along. Mendo select.
Are we on?
Oh, there we go. There's Tommy Chong right
Can
there.
you hear us?
I can hear. Yeah.
Okay.
He's at the Mendo booth.
I've got quite the delay, but
How you doing?
Yeah, you will. You might. But you'll figure it out.
Gummies. We got booths of gummies.
So I'm going to get this to you so I can set all this back up.
Yeah. Rosin caps. Oh, look at that. Nice quiet spot back here, Al. There's nobody here.
There you go.
Down another aisle. Aisle after aisle. Hey, that's
how are you
what I saw
lost? Look at you.
online.
You're just wandering down some blank hallway.
Oh, no.
Oh my God.
Lots of...
What's up, man? Good to see you.
How's it going? I feel like I should stand on that to get some height.
Look at that. We just meet up with people anywhere. We're just standing here.
Just chilling. Oh yeah, no, I want.
You just getting here now?
I've been in
You were here yesterday?
Ontario last Wednesday.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Yeah.
Nice. Are you staying for the Karma?
I'm going to Canada.
Nice.
See you
Good to
there.
Yeah. Swimming in Windsor all last weekend.
Swimming in Windsor?
Winner of the Grow Up of the Year. Grower of the Year here.
How are you?
How you doing?
I hopped on Alexa's live.
Hey, I'm gonna mute you guys while you're having your
Friday?
chat. There you go.
Yeah. I'm not chatting with anybody. I was gonna
No,
say if
but
you.
they are.
Oh, they are. Oh, I was
Yeah.
gonna say if they're chatting with somebody, put them up on the
No, they're
big
just
screen.
General chit chat. Nothing.
Oh, okay, all right. Well,
Hi,
big
how
crowd
are you?
around here. I'm gonna move on down to the next rows.
All righty.
This looks interesting. Have to back to talk to these guys. It's like little ice cream cones here, Al. We'll be back. I'll be back. I'll be talking today. All right, good stuff. Anything I want to know, he says. And you know how it is sometimes, Al, how some people don't want to talk to us because they're
They got
shy.
samples or no?
Look at that. There's penis gummies. Bum gummies. CBGA, human cannabinoid system, mid. Cheers, cannabis. All right, down. Now it's like I said, it's in different halls here, but there is aisles down these rows. Red Market brand. They got Diamonds, Mango Distillate. It's an indigenous company, obviously.
I don't know what happened.
You fell down, go boom.
Who?
Me.
Okay.
Shall we row?
Am I just keeping this on?
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Let's
mute
put
you guys
in-
though, until you got something to say.
Hello.
Hard
Hello,
hitters.
hello. How are you?
What's up? How are you?
Good.
Liquid Diamond.
Good.
baby.
Very good. Yeah.
Good.
Oh, you feel you.
Mm-hmm.
It's not letting me mute them, Al.
How's it been so far?
Oh.
It's okay.
Yeah?
I got it. No, it's not
Do you
letting
find
me.
most people are stopping, or are they just going straight through?
Timmy,
Oh,
can
it's
you
kinda
guys
like-
you got something to say, please?
I feel like it looks like IKEA.
Canna. Turo Cannabis.
Thank you. Churros there. Woo!
Turo's here. There you go. See, there's their name. Recognize anybody?
No, because you know what? Because I don't actually go to the events. Although I went, you know, when they first opened, they all came to Toronto, and Lenny took us all out for lunch, and then me and the guys, we went and hung out at the aquarium, which was fun.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be handy.
RC
oh yeah, it's handy. They got these signs around to their winners, so that'll help. You know, when I get to the booth and talk to them about their stuff. Right?
Awesome.
Big pillows, big comfy
I love
pillows
big
here.
Are they for sale or just for sitting?
I think they're just for sitting because this is the main stage.
You need to find out where you get those because I love bean bags.
Well, I'm going to say it's probably Green Planet because these are all Green Planet people here. And
cool.
You got Green Planet right on top of the name there. So this is where that's where they come from. Green Planet.
Green Planet.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Niagara College. Expect to see them. And over here we got Cancel.
I'm going to remove myself from the equation because I'm just sitting here in my office. Okay.
All right. Cannabis testing. We'll talk to those guys, find out about getting stuff tested. Okay. At the end of that row. Another magazine. By the looks of it. Yep. Magazine for sure. Alrighty. Down now we're gonna head up another row. There's quite a few rows here. Soil medium. I'll be around to talk to you. I'm gonna be hey, good. Do I know you? Oh, you read my card. I just look like an owl. There you go. I got an owl on the ears. Okay, packaging made simple. There isn't anything simple about packaging. You got to take scissors to cut the things open these days. Tax credits and stuff for businesses. More labs. Cannabis decontamination. Oh. Winner laboratory equipment. Right there. Okay, make our way along. Labs, some more labs. I'm glad everybody's watching that. I don't walk into them because I'm not. Okay. Panel. Okay. Big grow up sign, you know. It's almost a no. Okay, Twister. Trimming.
Yeah, I don't think I like Twister anymore.
Trim. Well, I know a guy who's probably got some for sale still because he got out of the business. Hey, reselling. You resell equipment? I'm gonna be around to talk to you, but resell.
We have two different businesses. We have resale can equipment, which is the marketplace for all used equipment, either for buying or selling, as well as we have the consumer packaging for good to grow. So we do anything from pop tops to tins to customized pieces of packaging, such as like the vape caddy or ceramic jars. So just a one-time shop, pretty much.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'll be back to tell you about the resale stuff going on. All right. ProMix. A lot of people use ProMix when they're growing their cannabis. And I think they even have some. We'll talk to them later. Some that are already ready to go. All you got to do is cut the hole in it, and that's where your cannabis is going to grow. That's your pot.
Nice.
Your container, yeah. Oh, my microbial mass, yeah. I use this stuff, at Riyadh the microbes to the soil. Futurola. Cones, cones, cones. Lots of cones. Oh, there must be something going on here today, Al. Look at all the bags. All the bags with rolling trays in them.
Are they doing samples or no?
I don't know about the bags. Security man. No, he's no.
How's that working out for you? All right, thanks for coming down to Grow Up. I'm Styles Q coming to you live. I gotta tell you, from Mississauga here, we're having a great time, and come on down, check it out.
All right, thanks, man. Good job. As I said, that was the security man. Lights, Philips LEDs, Diva, Cy Johnson. Oh, not Cy Johnson. Cy Williams. How you doing, MJ? Hey. All right, I'm going to this. I'm going to go. There's other rooms here.
There's not much going on.
All righty. I'm looking for one particular booth. I'm going to go buy it. So down here, Al, this has got, they got your seat exchange going on today. These are rooms down in here. You can see here. I'm going to walk in here. All right. You can see people in here. Stage up there. Tables for everybody to sit around. We got beverages here in the hallway. Coffee, as well as water. And this is where some of the speakers will be speaking. There's another one down in here. Oh, another one over here. Lots of people in here. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, this is the speed networking area. All right. So that's just down this hall.
Like speed dating for cannabis.
Yeah. The speed networking. Yeah. Get to know people, all that, right? Okay. I know I haven't covered everything yet. This is the biggest room in here, though. I have to find out about these trays, Al. Okay, rebound. I've been in here. I'm gonna get lost, Al.
It's not. It's not like other events because it's broken up into several different rooms. It's at It's at the Delta Hotel, I believe, out in Rexton. Yes, by the airport.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. By the airport. Some people say Mississauga.
Mississauga.
It's all over the place. Mississauga.
It's like if you're from Toronto,
somebody you may recognize. It's Ed Rosenthal.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Grow Bible. I know where he is. I don't know what these guys are doing. Must be getting rid of Miss. I'll be around to find out. Just give me, what is this thing?
This is just a dry. This is a dry fogger that we can use for a variety of applications and growing and disinfection and whatnot. Yeah.
All right, I'll be around to give more details.
From home studio.
Hey, how you doing, Ryan? Good to meet you finally. Hey, sorry.
But apparently he can't help all of our issues we're having here. Our StreamYard keeps dropping.
You're a winner.
Oh,
Best lighting system. Way to go.
Al
Once,
Square.
3 times in a row. Al.
Buddy Weed says, what's up? Yeah, we can use these like this too.
My StreamYard's dropped again here.
We're having technical difficulties. The Wi-Fi is not working, and we're running off mobile internet. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Mark.
Good to meet you. We'll do this. All right. All right. So many people. We made it. We were in that corner over there, right? Yeah. Oh.
We got
older
the
tech.
We got the older. We got the 30, the older one, not the fold one.
You gotta mute Al. We can't really hear what's going on.
Oh yeah. Is he here?
There we go.
Not sure. We're standing in the back corner. I didn't get the answer yet. Did they say if Jack's coming? I guess I'm just a fake.
Did you ask me something?
Okay. All right. If I hear anything, I'll let you know.
I'm going to mute MJ because she's having a conversation. Let's see what Al's going to say here.
My production with the Alias lights went up. It went up 50%. I went, wow.
Some of it's the grower too, though, so you're making us look good, Al.
Well, thanks. Just so you know, Al, we're sitting here at the Alias booth, and I just stopped by. We're not doing full interviews right now. I'm just sort of going around.
Whenever you want to do an interview, let us know.
And I'll be back to talk this Ryan, and I'll talk to you again, and I'll talk to Landon when I come back around.
Thanks.
All righty, guys. Good seeing you. Hey, Ryan. Landon.
Oh, MJ's back.
Hey.
Let's see if we can hear what they're saying.
All right. Thank you. I got some papers.
She's roaming around over here. You're roaming around over there. You got your camera to turn. That's a good thing. We are live at
I know.
Toronto all weekend. What is it? Today, tomorrow? Yeah?
Today.
Just today.
Yeah, I'm here today.
No, but I mean, the event is till tomorrow. So you can go tomorrow if you're not working, is what I'm getting at.
Correct. And it's the expo. This, what you're seeing here on the video, is what people can come in. Like yesterday was more, I think it was just networking going on. And today the expo is happening.
It was more corporate stuff and things like that.
Yeah. There's Tether. They do different events. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I will be.
You saw Buddy Weeds there a few minutes ago with MJ, and he's a regular listener to the 420 show. So. It's the only reason
there they are again. Whoa. During the break, I got to turn my camera around. Something. I didn't touch it.
You know what? It was okay there a minute ago, Al. It was full.
I know, but you see, I'm not going full screen when I turn sideways.
Oh.
Yeah. So I'm a little upset at that right now. I'm just not showing it. It's never done this to me. More horticultural stuff going on here. Lost Coast plant protectors.
What's a plant protector? Oh, okay.
Wow. Yeah, this is different. Never seen any of that before. And there's Sherry. Very good. You saw one?
Amazing. Freaking amazing. I only had 2.5 hours of sleep. And I can't stop. It was
2 hours of sleep.
I got to sit down with Tom Mee yesterday and do an amazing interview with him. Met his nephew. I sat down and hung out with Mila yesterday. Did a couple interviews with her. I'm going to hang out with her again today. It's just, this is just fantastic.
Good. So you're downtown. How long did it take you to get up here?
I kind of figured out a better route to come up. So just over an hour.
Over an hour.
That was perfect because I could sleep.
Well, you weren't like me. You didn't have to park on the 401.
What?
Ajaxin. It was just. All right. Let's see it, Jerry. ProMix. All right. Hi. I don't think I'm going to have too much problem talking to people, Al.
Oh, no. I don't think.
Everybody's been friendly.
it's going to be a very sociable crowd there, I think.
Yeah. Back up to the main stage. Some nice buds on some of these pictures and all that. Dang. Starting to fill up in spots. Getting a little crowded here. Everybody's always smiling. Okay. I had one person come to me and say, make sure you come by our booth. I said, no problem. We'll be there. Some people are still even setting up, Al.
Yeah, I saw that. Well, I mean, it is very early and it's a weekday, so people got to come and do what they got to come.
Yeah, and I wouldn't doubt if they were in line to get their badges to get up here. Okay. Oh, we got another winner here. Winner, Brand Product Sales and Agency of the Year. Go ahead. Wonder if those buds are real. Animal
He
cookies.
shook his head. I saw that. Yes.
Yeah. Well, she's not supposed to be any cannabis here. That's why I wondered. I wonder if they're real.
Oh, they're not allowed to have cannabis on the floor.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
We're back to these gummies again. And see, like they even got seating areas here, Al, as well.
Now, I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Have you found the booze yet?
Booze? Oh,
yeah.
No, I haven't found any booze.
There's been a lot of conversation online the last year about alcohol being sold at cannabis events.
Oh, yeah. I can see that. I can see. Yeah.
So you go to a big event. Is that Tommy right there?
Yeah, that's Tommy right there. Yeah.
And that was
there's
back.
Tom fellow right there.
And Nikki's right in front of you. I saw the back.
Nikki's right there in front of me in the red.
Yep.
Hello, Nick.
How are you?
I've.
Oh, Al Graham, I know you. Pace Radio.
Hey? Right. We're just going around and giving everybody a bit of an idea of what's going on here before we actually do any booths and to talk to people. So what do you think so far?
I think it's awesome. I was here yesterday all day, so the gala was great. I was nominated for Influencer of the Year. I came in second. But congratulations to Remo, because Remo was amazing.
Just being nominated is good.
Just to be nominated is a real honor. I mean, I'm from the U.S. Right.
Yeah. You're actually the second person I've talked to today from the U.S.
Awesome. I would love to be on your show sometime. Feel free to reach out.
Okay, I'll reach out to you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, make our way along. The magic of science. Okay, there we go. We got a little bit of time.
Now Nikki has found MJ.
Oh, yeah, there they are right there, yeah.
You walked right by Tommy. You should have just stuck the mic right in his face.
Oh, yeah.
It's right there. Go get him. Come on. Tell this tall guy to move.
This guy?
We need to give something. Careful. I'm used to men shoving things in my face. You didn't ask permission first. Consent, Al, consent. Okay, so I've got a present here for Tommy.
Oh, yes.
Because the first time I met him, I gave him a Shatterizer. Right. So we need to upgrade him and give him the bubbler this time. So he's getting a bubbler.
Upgrade to the bubbler. Okay, I'll have to keep an eye on you. See, I'm over here I see the
Video? Are you going to videotape her doing this?
yeah when Al when they're gonna be giving that to Tommy, make sure you switch over to them.
I already on them.
You're already on them. All right. Okay. Are they still? Yeah. Oh, yeah. You got them muted. I was wondering why I wasn't hearing them. Okay, I can't get through there. Getting crowded, Al.
That's great.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure it'll be like this all day for him.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excited?
Look at her. Love in her eyes and shit in her pants.
Look at her. She looks so excited.
You're going to get shoved away there in a minute. She'll just run
I'm
right
very
over
excited.
you.
I have Paris's gift here too.
So what are you going to give him?
Giving him a bubbler.
Nice.
I miss my bubbler.
Oh, mine's just
How
right
am I
by
gonna
my
get a
computer.
Mine broke.
We'll do a selfie with your app. So when after you do the video, keep it on video and just turn the camera around.
It's already on you guys. As
can't hear it.
So MJ is waiting
I will-
patiently
I
in
will-
line.
Make sure I'm giving enough room so they get
Tommy
all their
John.
photos, you know.
Give him a nice gift.
That was so graciously donated by the people of Shatterrise. We love you, Val.
Yeah, they're all right.
Haven't seen them
We're
yet.
next.
What's that?
Al said we're still live. I said, good, we're next.
You keep coming and
Hold on,
going.
I got double video duty here. I've got the camera on MJ for this broadcast, but she also wants her own video, so I've got this video right here. Look, there's her on my camera. Then we got to figure out how we're going to video this while I'm taking a photo of us with Tommy. I don't know how we're going to do all this. I know how we're going to do it because we're the newbie and the doobie. That's how we're going to do it.
You figure it out.
Here we go.
She's also
Yeah, please.
she's also
I'll
our
give you
new
some
high
promo.
So yeah.
They just jumped the line.
Uh-oh. See a winner?
That's what we did earlier to get in the building.
He's
At the back of the line, and we're like, we're the newbie and the newbie, and next thing you know, here we are. We got no badge.
Okay.
Because that's the way we roll. All right, here she goes. It's exciting.
You know what? That's what you looked like the first time we met. It was about 3 a.m., February 2nd, 2018. You performed at Casino Rama up in Aurelia. It was just after Shelby's birthday in Ontario. 2018, yes. And it was Shelby's birthday the day before. We had an interview where I gave you a present, you and Teach. You asked me a very important question, and I still brag about it. You asked me, do you suck or blow? And my response was, well, you gotta suck before you blow. I'm glad it hits just as hard the second time around. With that, I'd like to present the newest version of the Shatterizer. It's called the Bubbler. So this is a Canadian company. They absolutely adore you, as I do as well. And we also have one for your son, because I know how hard he works to help keep you going. And there's the info on it. And I just want to say, I seen a movie the other day that I had never seen before that you did with your family. Far Out Man. Yeah. That fucking movie is so hilarious, and I love that you pulled the family in. It's great. I love it.
It got stuck away.
You know what? I found it on Tubi.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell everybody. I'm definitely telling everyone. So this is my partner. When I first met him, he didn't know anybody that consumed cannabis at all. I told him bullshit. No, he doesn't do either. That's my job. But now we do a cannabis podcast together and we educate other people. And actually, one of the first cinema reviews he did was on Evil Bong.
Oh.
Yeah. I've watched all of your stuff. My dad had me watch even the Corsican Brothers, which is, I will say it's not my favorite, but it's still good. It's still good. No, and it's definitely no, what is that, up in smoke? Yeah, for sure. It's amazing. All right.
Mary
Jane Baker. I'm the doobie. That's the newbie. We have a podcast called The Newbie and the Doobie. Newbie and the doobie. Because he's a newbie. And I'm the doobie. All right. Do you want to get a selfie?
Yeah, can we get a picture with you?
Okay.
How you doing? I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. I'm the newbie.
Yeah, he's the newbie. All right. Do you want to flip it selfie-wise?
Yeah, I'm going to flip this.
Too many technology here, Tommy. Too much technology. Here, I'm going to set you down. Do you mind? Can I sneak over here? I'm really tiny. I promise I won't. Okay. We do this thing called the newbie and the doobie sandwich, and you're the meat. Okay? All right.
Meathead?
No, definitely not.
We've lost your video, by the way, guys.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, I'll move back in there.
Yay! Newbie and
doobie.
Please tell Paris I said hello. I know he's around here busy. And this is our card here. That's us. Can you tell we like to have fun? It was so nice to meet you, Tommy, again. Oh, you're fine. I'm good. Thank you. I know. I've seen it. Thank you so much for your time. You've always been awesome. Thank you so much. Okay. All right. Those are for him. Yeah. Thank you so much. One's for Paris, though.
Okay.
All right. Let him know.
There they go.
Oh my God, I'm
got the Shatterizer in them.
Sweating.
She's got her all hot. She's sweating. The nerves, probably.
She's got to go to the bathroom. Let's go to the bathroom with Mary Jane.
All righty.
So I don't know why. Oh, because they were taking pictures and stuff. So we'll see their picture again when they come back.
Right. Yeah. He was. Timmy was operating 2 cameras there, so I don't know. Yeah, but feed, but we got them. We got them covered. All right.
You'll have to do that later, Al.
Yeah. I got to get this camera turned around, but unfortunately, I can't do it. Well, we're using it, so Sherry again.
We'll see her a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah. The Green Planet team got all their jerseys on. Dab X product of the year.
Oh yeah. MJ has one of those.
Well, there's the Puffco. It looks similar to this.
Oh, is that what it is?
Maybe it could be. I don't know what she has, but okay. Well, we'll find out about that. Okay.
More big pillows.
If we get them to get their camera up and running again, I will shut down long enough to fix mine. Hard hitters.
You'll have to run. When you run into them, you'll have to see what's up because they're not here.
They're not. Yeah, you don't see them.
She's probably in the bathroom gushing.
I just get busy roll. Another aisle. Yeah, not having this right way is sort of a pain in the butt.
You know what? There's been a lot of people that have come in the last half an hour because when you got there was nobody.
Yeah, it's busier now. They're working on their camera. Yeah. Okay. All right. Once you're up and running and you're on the camera there, I'm gonna shut down and fix mine.
Am I on?
You're on.
Yes, you are.
There you are.
Wait, is my mic on? Is it green?
Okay. Al, I'm going to shut down and try to
This
fix
is your
mine.
break from visiting with Tommy.
Wow. I don't even remember what I said.
Good thing we recorded it.
Right?
Twice. As MJ sits in the middle of the auditorium rolling a dude.
All right.
What do you mean? Oh, fix. Al's having technical difficulties for once
so-
in like ever. Because Al never has technical difficulties really.
So talk about as you're rolling. Talk about your experience with meeting Tommy again.
I felt really nervous only because I was worried about the line of people. Kind of like when I used to work fast food and it was like the dinner rush and you're like, oh my God, I got to get through all these people and say everything I need to do before I got to get out of here. So I think I got it all. I wanted to tell him about the bubbler, about the joke from last time.
Yeah.
He laughed again. So like,
yeah,
I feel good. And I don't even know how long I was up there, but it felt like way too long.
You loved our business
You
card.
were up
Yeah.
there way too
Yep.
long. Yes.
It just felt like I was there too long. I didn't want to take up too much of his time.
You weren't there too long.
You don't have a problem with time, though.
It was like when I met Alyssa Milano. I was there too long. Security had to come over and say, "You got to go."
Really?
Yes.
Okay, then I wasn't there too
Alyssa
long.
Milano was still talking to me and interested in my book, which is dedicated to her. So that's the thing. The handlers need to move it. As long as the person you're going to visit isn't going, "Hey guys, can you move this along?"
Hey, Mel.
So that was good, babe. You made the handlers come over and move you out of there. 'Cause he wasn't going to move you out of there.
Oh, I moved out on my own. He was going to move the bag out of the way. Because there was a bag of glass on the floor.
Let's fight about
Yeah.
Tommy.
I'm like, I'm good. I see it. I see the big bong.
But there we go. We're going to put this up on our story right now. That's one of our favorite Doobie Doobie sandwich pictures now.
Yeah. How are we going to top that?
How are we done? Well, at this particular,
I was hoping to see you guys because I gave all of those away, and then my friend was like, "Do you know what you gave me? These are amazing." Like I had no idea. I just thought they were a pack of papers. She says they're so silky and soft, yet they don't tear and they burn beautiful. So, and we know our toys. So. We do, baby. I got a business card. I got one in mine. Thank you. Love the colors. It's almost like it's the same. It's the same. Please. Appreciate that. Yeah. We will talk. I like the sound of that. It's me. I feel like I'm burning up. Those guys were cold.
with that,
With your hands. Are we still live?
Yes.
yeah,
We've got some awesome papers.
Al's giving us the roll. Keep on talking. So, who are these guys and why'd they stop by to give you? Tapia?
Topia.
Wait, what are those? Oh, those are
Papers.
rolling papers.
Papers. Really awesome papers. The only thing is they're really long. They're really long.
So what's your initial thoughts right now? We kind of came in quickly. We did the doobie doobie thing by jumping the line and saying, we just need to go in. We'll get our passes later. Yep. High five.
Hey, buddy.
That's the way we roll. So, but now that we've kind of done a quick pass through, what are your thoughts?
I'm wondering if this is everything. I know we haven't made the outside yet.
Yeah.
That'll be next.
I'm a little upset on a personal level that these carpets aren't going to allow us to roller skate.
Say that again.
What's that?
Say that again.
They could hear me. Hey guys, I'm just saying we can't roller skate on these floors.
I mean, it looks like it's a track too. Like we should be able to.
It's got tracks on the floors. In all the events I've been to, this is the first one that we haven't been able to. We had the roller skates in the car, and then we got in here and we were like, oh. So, for all you people planning events in the future, just remember, you got to cater to those people that have their roller skates. It might just be us, but you're right.
Yeah, not just you people that wear high heels.
Yeah, all you high heels.
Shoes.
All you high heels.
Floors.
There we go. All right, so
thank you.
So here we go. Just going to show people here. Can you see this?
Bring it in.
That's our newbie doobie sandwich. We have people requesting them, and now we finally have Tommy Chong and the newbie doobie sandwich.
Love it.
Here's the thing about that meeting. Tommy Chong doesn't yet understand how awesome it was that he just met the newbie and the doobie. Because when he talked to MJ a while ago, she was just Mary Jane Baker. But now she's the newbie of the newbie and the newbie. And
actually, I don't know if I was legally Mary Jane Baker yet.
Oh, you might have been your old self?
I've been my old self.
Okay. Well, now when we have them on the podcast, we'll be able to remember this moment.
Yep.
Are you using your new papers?
No, because I just told you they're too long. They're too big.
I love when people see your box full of stuff.
Next time someone says to me, nice box, I'm going to say, how rude. Like, what's the response to that? Nice balls? No?
So what's
That's hilarious. Jimmy can't even hear me.
I can't hear it. I had to take my earphones off. I'm getting feedback. It's a loud place.
So Al could be talking to us right now and we can't even hear him.
You know what they've done really well though? This room is really loud.
Yeah.
And they've got the music going and it's congested. But there was music. But when you walked through the main stage area, I could hear everybody talking in the main stage. Remember that last event we were at with the audio was so bad in the room, you could barely.
Oh, it sounded like.
Yeah. So they've managed to put the main stage.
Oh, speaking of the last event.
In the midst of this, and I thought they've done really well the audio wise.
Pretty sure that's her over there.
That guy was standing behind us in line. He just got in.
So we're live, but we're not live because we're not saying anything. We're just sitting here. All we can do is show you what's going around over at, because I'm just rolling the doobie. I don't know how enjoyable that is to watch. But we still after my doobies are rolled, which I got 2 ready. we need to find the consumption list because it's here somewhere. We didn't get a map. Well, I guess we didn't go through. We didn't go through the thing, so.
Yeah, we didn't go through the proper channels.
So I guess I can't really bitch that they didn't give us a map because they literally just like switched us through.
Oh. So tonight's after party, which we'll be going to, is hosted by who? Mills?
Mills.
We got jerseys by Mills. We're going to be rocking those tonight. We'll take some pictures, show you those. We actually have like personalized jerseys.
Yeah.
We have a newbie and a doobie Mills hockey jersey.
Yeah, last year at Lyft, we met Mills and they were doing customized jerseys, and the guy who was doing them ran out of O's. And he was like, "Are you okay if I just cut the tail off the queue?" And we were like, "No, we need 4 O's. What are you talking about?" So he went all the way back to the studio and picked up some O's. Could you imagine doing newbie and doobie with cues? I guess it would kind of look like eyes. If you just cut the bottom off, it would kind of look like eyes. All right. All right, I want off camera now. It's your turn.
We will get moving soon. So right now we are putting together, just so people know, we are putting together our next list of interviews. We hope to nail down a few of those people while we are here. We are also in the middle of developing a special show for this channel. There's been a lot going on. We're kind of in the creative zone, putting a bunch of plans together. But you know, one thing I've noticed though, out of the few events that I've been to, although it feels like a lot lately, I see a lot of new vendors. But maybe that's just because I'm not very. Hey, babe, are there a lot of different vendors here, or am I just not observant? I feel like there's a lot of new people that I'm already seeing. Sometimes when we go to these things, we see a lot of familiarity. This one already seems to have a lot of people that I don't recognize, which is good. Okay? Yeah. So that goes down too. Oh, so we're here for the next 2 days. And who are we meeting today? We got an interview today, right, with Randy Rowe. So we got an interview today with Randy Rowe. We'll try to interview with other people. 2 o'clock. It's a 2 o'clock interview with Randy Rowe. We saw him downstairs. He was looking a little frazzled. I can imagine the day of something like this gets a little bit hectic. So, what else? What do we want to say before we get on the move here again? Have you already smoked? Oh, we got to find a place to smoke. All right. Here's the funny thing is that at a cannabis conference, I would be like, yeah, let's just walk around. But then I always forget that we need smoke breaks. Not me, but when you got to do these things. What's that? Remember the topicals? No, what is that? Oh, that's the stuff I've been using for my neck. All right. Okay, I'm going to go over and talk to them. Hold on 1 second. Just All right, here we go. What the heck is that? All right, let's go over here. How do you turn this around?
I think Al's fixed his camera.
Oh, it's not fixed.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, let MJ do it. She'll fix it.
Hey, how are you? Nan? That's not your name? You stole that? Okay, cool. Camille, I'm Timmy. Nice to meet you. From the Newbie Doobie podcast. There you go. That's our podcast. I'm a newbie. So my partner is a longtime consumer. I'm a non-consuming advocate. However, I have been using your topicals, especially in the mornings. So for shoulder pain and neck pain, we've been using the which one is it? Yeah, the cooling gel. So I don't smoke, I don't eat, but the topicals I have been slowly trying, and I've found that your cooling gel has been amazing. So yeah, so that's. No, like talk. It's like if. What would you recommend in general? What is your favorite products? What are the ones that sell best?
Yes. So my colleague here can actually explain that.
Your colleague John King. I don't think either of you actually work for this company.
That's John, and then that's it.
So what's your real name?
My name is Fernanda. I'm the QIP at Lupus.
So I don't know if you were hearing me talk to him about I'm a newbie, I'm a non-consumer, but I'm an advocate. And I don't smoke, I don't eat currently, but I do use the topicals, and your cooling gel is the one that I've been using most recently, and it's been incredible. So I just wanted to we're live right now, and I just wanted to kind of hear a little bit more about the product and maybe what some of your best sellers might be and that type of stuff. So
Our main products are the creams and the gel, right? As you said, and we also have some extracts which are ingestibles, which are also very well known by the public. I would say that my personal favorite is the full spectrum. So our products they are normally with a very high concentration of the cannabinoids, which makes them very potent and very good for the use, right, for patients. But the full spectrum, the combination of the CBG, CBD, and THC makes it.
No, I lost my whole internet. It's connected.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh. We'll be right back.
Watching the 3 Hi Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 pace.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organization.
Al, you got your camera working.
Seeing a little wee bit, Al.
Just a little wee bit?
Yeah, just a little slice. That's all I see.
Wow, man.
Okay, I can see a little bit more now, but I'm not getting it to turn.
Wow, man.
So I'm gonna probably have to.
We almost never have any issues at these things. Almost never.
Oh. Okay. No, I can't get it to turn. I'm gonna have to turn off my phone to do it, I think.
Well, we're going to take a break soon anyways, so we'll just keep doing what you're doing and
Okay. I'll
And
just keep
we'll-
doing what I'm doing, and I'll try to fix it during break.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Yeah. Okay. Mine should be charged by 1. All right.
Are you having a side conversation again, Al?
Yeah, we're having a side. Hey, Amy, how you doing?
Fabulous. How are you doing?
Keep running. You're in place.
At these events, as are you. What do you think so far?
Crowded. A lot of people.
Turnout's dope so far, and it's 11:30 in the morning, so it's only gonna get busier, right?
And on a Tuesday.
It's a Tuesday, is it?
This is work hours.
I fucking realize it's a Tuesday. 420 is gonna be wild.
Oh yeah.
Be outside for 420?
Yeah. I gotta find that first. I don't know how they get out there.
Figure it out. I don't know either, but me and you can
We'll find a spot. We'll find it. All right. Hey, thank you. Good time, Jamie. All right. Making my way along here. Okay. Busy spot. Oh, I'm caught on you. Okay, I'm free. Here we go. Squeeze through, everybody. All right.
Are you causing troubles again, Al?
Yeah, it's just so crowded. I got some cables caught on some people. Yeah, that was a packed aisleway. There we go. The Canada Group, main stage. Let's see what's going on here.
And they take it all. They take all my money too. So let's start with what is the sovereign cannabis industry and why is that different than me or any of us lobbying into the illicit industry? So if we can talk about what sovereignty is a little bit and specifically what the sovereign cannabis industry is, and you can relate it to anything else within First Nations jurisdiction as well. So let's start there. And whoever wants to start, Kathy, you jump in. Get in there.
Okay, so the sovereign cannabis industry, we were told as Indigenous people many, many years ago, treaty times, that we were going to have opportunities to build our nation in all different ways. Government promised us that hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and then they did another report from, actually the world did it with UNDRIP, United Nations Declaration of Indigenous People, said, okay, we're going to provide economic opportunities. We're going to support economic opportunities. Then come the Truth and Reconciliation Report. They too said, we're going to help you with economic opportunities, amongst many other things. This past few months ago, they released the expert panel on cannabis legislation, changes in the legislation, had these 23 recommendations. Half of them had to do with Indigenous people. More recommendations of how they're going to do it. Did we get anything? No. When they decided to legalize cannabis, not one entity from government come to Indigenous people, even though they've said all this time that they were going to come, came to us to ask us what's our role. For the Six Nations Cannabis Commission, we took the hard stance that we're going to develop our own. We're going to develop our own law and our own regulations, and we're going to have it sanctioned by elected council. Now, not everybody goes with it, but our stance is that we are true. This is an example of sovereign cannabis. We're going to do it our way. It's going to be really hard. A lot of because we decided to do it this way, we're not recognized by Health Canada, but we still test our product. We still inspect our product. We still monitor our product. So we're doing nothing less than Health Canada or less than OCS. We're doing everything but it's parallel. It's not exact. It's our way. We have certain regulations that we do not. You still have to THC. We're still going to do things, but we're doing it our way because that's what we should be able to do it, and we're told we're going to do it.
So there was zero engagement with First Nations across Canada as this industry was being rolled out? Up until recently?
Up until last year.
Up until last year, okay.
So there were, 6 people on the expert panel that decided that they were going to go around. One of the panel members was Indigenous, none of the others were. And they had a set of questions you were going to answer. And they were going to decide what was right for Indigenous people. So again, we didn't have a whole lot to say because they picked and choose who they're going to talk to. And not all, out of the 500 across Canada, that's not enough context to make an educated decision or recommendation.
Yeah. So in the lack of engagement from Health Canada, Six Nations and your group decided to form your own regulatory body, so to speak, to ensure safe testing, safe product, clean quality product coming through your retail outlets and through your production facilities.
Yes.
And we're going to dive into that a little more later. Josie, you want to pick up on what is sovereign cannabis and what is sovereignty?
So I can speak from my perspective. I've started in 2019 as a community engagement manager for a sovereign distribution company called Sweetgrass Trading. And we do nation-to-nation trade for most of the east coast of Canada and probably as far west as about Hamilton area. So we have the self-determined capacity as sovereign inherent rights holders. It's very important for the average Canadian, regardless where you come from, wherever your beautiful ancestry comes from, you must understand that it's not a choice, it's not an opinion. Your feelings don't matter. It's fact. We have sovereignty. And because of that, we have the self-determined capacity to create a sustainable economy off of a natural resource on our federally crown jurisdicted land, which that in itself is messed up, but that's a whole other conversation. We got to work with what we got. And what we got is our reservations. And what we have is our capacity to create a nation-to-nation trade to become that sustainable, self-determining peoples. You see, before, our vessels were the birch bark canoes that probably had a lot of trade intersections with the Seneca and with the Mohawk people. Those birch bark canoes, the St. Lawrence River, all of those water arteries. That's how we establish trade. And cannabis is a plant medicine. And so the fact that we are now able to provide our communities a decolonized access to wellness. I come from the corrections, the jail, and the rehab institutions as a career. So for 8 years, I've seen the opioid crisis. I've seen what Suboxone and methadone does in programming and what it does to communities, and it is not the answer. So I'm here to work the long-term game and educate. I sit with JJ on education. I hold the policy and advocacy portfolio, and best believe I'm going to advocate for as many policies as possible, especially with the cannabis review coming out. In the one pager, the actual act, when that comes out at the end of the summer into the fall, hear me now. If we do not see the word sovereignty, or we do not see any inclusion in text, in writing about Indigenous inherent rights, we are going to have a severe problem. And I think that it's safe to say that we as First Nations people have established such a precedent of a competitive market. We are going to fight for our rights, and Canada needs to be ready for that.
So if I was to say that the starting point for sovereignty is it just is, and it's not bestowed upon, sovereignty isn't bestowed upon a people.
Not indoctrinated,
It's not given, it is. There's self-governing peoples within Canada, right, the First Nations, and there's no obligation for your industries to engage directly with our industries, although there could be. That could happen, but there's no obligation. Is that correct? That's what sovereignty is. It's nations, right? That's it. So that's the starting point, in my opinion, for these conversations, which is a very different starting point. It changes the types of questions that you go to ask, right? Now, Stu, I'd like you to throw in, because you're an American. You're down in Buffalo, a great state. And tell us a little bit about your First Nation and what is the relationship between your nation and the American government or the state government, and how would that maybe differ a bit from Canada?
So I'm not too sure like how different it would be for how much the government is trying to get in and try to regulate it compared to Canada, the U.S. Where we live. It's really just because we are a sovereign nation. Like she said, what we want, we do what we need to do. Dispensaries, yes, we could regulate it where we go through legal growers, through the government with all the licenses, but thankfully we are very good at building relationships. And cannabis for us has been legal for 3 years. When it first started to become legal, you had people from all over the place. Everybody was trying to come in, get their products, but you don't know what you're dealing with when it's not, you don't have the regulations like the US and Canada would. So building those relationships helps ensure the product that you are putting on your shelves is what you want. Because of the 3 years, we've had the time to, hey, this is what we want. This is what we're trying to sell. This is what our name is. If you can't do it, we don't want it. Yes, we're not paying to have everything tested. We're not paying for the taxes on everything, but we're making sure we have a good quality product. I can promise you every product that's been in the store, I've tried it at least once. I like to try everything, so when a customer comes, I get to say, hey, this is exactly what you're getting. I know I don't have it written on form, but I've done the research, I've done the time reading books, going to classes, and studying that I can tell you this is what you're getting, so that they're not so worried of going to a place on the res. Because unfortunately, living on the res, we have the stigma of we're natives. We don't know much. We don't have anything. And the products that we're selling, we're just doing it to make money. So all it takes is for one person to say one wrong thing, and a lot of people look at the res differently. So ensuring that you have that product and making sure that you're giving the customers what they want helps destigmatize us being native-owned businesses. Because unfortunately, we are looked down upon because we're indigenous. You know, it's always been like that. It'll always be like that. But like Josie said, we're going to fight, and we're doing our best to make sure that our names are our names and nobody can run us through the dirt.
I'm just going to jump in super quick off of what Sturgis is saying. And Kathy and I were having this conversation this morning. When you come from a distribution perspective, now, a few years since legalization, we have the capacity financially as wholesalers to test the product that we sell, that we supply dispensaries. So they don't have to do that. And you can be transparent. Part of the program, say in Akwesasne, is to be a vendor, to be a supplier to some of their vendors. They have to be able to have a manifesto, and there has to be those testing documents that prove that it's been checked for contaminants and for mold and what the THC, what the CBD levels are. That's part of
All right, Al. I'm going to move along here. I'm getting low on the old battery.
All righty.
All right, so maybe it's almost 11:30. We're going to go till then, take a break, get the phones recharged, and come back again live at 1 o'clock.
All righty. Lunchtime it is.
Lunchtime it is. All right, and I found out where the outdoor consumption lounge is.
Oh, awesome. Maybe we can start from there when we come back.
You know who I asked? My friend Kent. He's here. I didn't even know it. He actually held the microphone during some of that discussion panel for me when I went in behind the speaker.
Oh, okay.
There he is. He's in the group. Okay. So let's sign off, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, we have an interview with Randy Rowe, the founder of this event.
Cool. All right.
All right.
We'll be back.
Okay. We'll be back. Bye.
3 Hi Guys with Al, MJ, MJ and the other Al on the 420 pace.
The opinions expressed during this show are those of the individual participants and do not necessarily reflect the opinions of their associated organization.
Individuals during this broadcast are their own opinion. The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Cannabis enthusiasts, what are you doing this week? Did you know that the Grow Up Conference and Expo is coming to Toronto? It's where you can meet licensed producers, suppliers, equipment manufacturers, growing enthusiasts, and others, which includes the speakers on the main stage as well as in the seminar room. Tommy Chong, he's going to be there. He's going to be speaking on the stage Tuesday at 4:15, so make sure you're there to catch that. Plus, you'll be able to walk around beforehand and catch all the exhibitors on the Grow Up floor. Things get started Monday, May the 27th through the 29th at the Delta Marriott Hotel and Conference Center in Toronto. To learn more, go to growupconference.com/Toronto. If you can't be there, then watch it Tuesday, May the 28th on the 420 Pace, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
Hey, hello, good afternoon, everyone. Here I am, Al Graham, Pace Radio, 420 Radio, the 420 Pace. We're live here at Grow Up Conference and Expo in Toronto at the Delta Marriott Conference Center. There we go. I'm here with my friend Kent.
Squishy, Mr. Squishy, 705. Good afternoon, everybody.
And believe it or not, you just never know who you're going to run into the event. Even your neighbors, you don't even expect it.
We never knew we'd run into each other today. That's for sure. Years.
So we've been sitting out here at the lounge. Out here, you can take a look around and see a bit. And we've been sitting out here probably for about the last hour and 15 minutes. And, talking to a lot of people.
A lot of people here. A lot of people from every part of the industry. It's very interesting. And I've been able to put some names to some faces now.
Yes, exactly. I said that to somebody before that, you come to these events and, you meet the people that you only see online. Like, for example, right behind me in the red jacket is Nikki Lawley. I see her online all the time, and I got to meet her in person today.
Tommy Chong was here this morning. We watched him for about a half an hour. He was just taking pictures and signing stuff for the people. I think for most of the industry that was here showing their trade. It was kind of like a special 1 hour meet and greet kind of thing. But yeah, it was great. It was interesting. You never know who you bump into here.
Yeah, you don't exactly. So we need this back home, eh?
Yes. Yeah, it'd be good if it was closer.
Yeah, it would be. I don't know for you, but I know for me, I was almost a 3-hour drive. And there's that shirt. There it is. Yeah, there it is. All right, Al. I'm going to hopefully, as you can tell, I got the phone.
Yes, very well done.
Fixed. Yeah, like 30 seconds after I got done the last segment, I fixed it. Fuck. Couldn't believe it. So now I know where it is, and hopefully I don't forget if I ever need it again. So I'm going to turn the camera around, and I'm going to do these 2 interviews with the booths that are out here in the lounge area. And
Is it
then
raining?
the camera?
No, is it raining?
No rain, man. No rain. No.
No, so you don't get to
No
try
rain.
your umbrella camera thingy.
Correct. I even got an umbrella for the camera. It attaches onto the tripod. Yeah, so I can walk around. As long as it's not windy, we're good. If it's windy, I got a $4 investment in the umbrella, So,
So now what you need to do is you need to get a Pace Radio umbrella.
Yeah. That's a good idea. Maybe we'll have to order one. Okay, so I'm going to turn this around and deal with my tripod here. All right, can you just hold on to this for a second, Kent? Okay, there we go. That folded in there good. Okay, got to turn that. Get the angle better for when I'm talking to people. Okay, and we'll turn the camera around.
Are you sticking your umbrella in people's faces? Is that what you're doing?
No. The umbrella I'm not even using because it's not raining.
Oh, okay. Just the tripod.
Correct. Yeah, I just got that here. Okay. All right. Should I mirror this? Should I mirror it?
I don't know because there's no banners, Al.
Oh, okay. How's that?
There we go.
How's that?
You're good. You're good.
I'm good. All righty. Okay. There we go. Okay, I gotta make my way here. I never even finished my joint.
Take it with you.
I've only got 2 hands, man. Right? Hi, you got a minute? All right, hang on a second. I'll get you out my cards. I think this is the right pocket. Is that my parking pass? That's my parking pass. I'm looking for my business card. I just got so much stuff in my pockets. Yes, exactly. There you go. Good to see you. All right, I am live this time. All right, so I'm talking to
Drew Emmer from Bovida.
From Bovida.
Yeah, we say Bovida. You can say Bovida. We don't care.
We don't care.
I was going
However,
to ask which it is.
Anything, however you call us.
yeah, that's right, exactly, because it's such a universal name, just like everything else you got.
So it's a 2-way humidity control pack for cannabis flower. We keep weed fresh. Bovida packs in different sizes for different amounts of weed. And then we also have the Sea Vault, which is it's basically a humidor for cannabis. And then the E-Vault is a storage container for extract.
For extracts.
So all you need is 1 glass jar to fall on the floor that's full of extract, and you'll be done using glass jars.
That holds a lot of extract.
That holds a hell of a lot of extract. They'll use this container as the shipping container. They'll put it in a box and ship it to whoever the customer is. It's pretty cool.
Okay, I see you got the different size.
We got a very small one that goes in 1/8 jars and pre-roll packs. Here, I can help you. Here, help me. My hands don't work. And then we've got larger ones for 5 or 6 pounds. This will take care of 5 or 6 pounds in a tote. This size for up to 1/2 ounce. There's the little guy right there. So that's a 1 gram slim. We've also got a 2 gram product that we did specifically for some of our Canadian friends who love the 2 gram because so much of your bud in Canada stays in the supply chain for so long. It's exposed to extreme dehydration and temperature changes to get through the government store. So we're keeping it fresh. And we'd welcome any inquiries at bovidainc.com. You can contact Scott Swale or Drew Emmer. We'll take care of you. Hit us up, www.bovidainc.com. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome. And Nikki again. Hey, yeah. Yeah, we talked in the hallway out there. How you doing? How was the lounge?
The lounge is amazing. Bovida and their products and how they sponsored this lounge. Kudos to Bovida. Loving the consumption vibe in Canada. Being an American, coming to Canada and just being able to experience real quality tested products of so many different varieties and of so many different cultivators and processors and different products that we just don't have. And it's just such a total experience here in Canada. And I love Canadian cannabis. So Nikki and the Plant is all about advocacy and educating and bringing awareness to invisible disabilities and invisible
Exactly. And some people think, well, people are aware about medical cannabis, but there's a lot of people out there, and there's still a lot of people who don't know.
So many people don't know what they don't know. And when I say that, I genuinely mean it, because I was one of those people. I was very much, I was a nurse and I got hurt with a traumatic brain injury. And if you would have told me your child was using cannabis to manage their seizures, I would have called Child Protective Services. You would have been in jeopardy of losing your child because of my misinformation. And now that I know it, I literally can't stop talking about it. And I literally share it. I don't care if I'm on a bus. I don't care if I'm on a plane, a train, talking to the I just live.
Exactly. I know exactly what you mean. And I even wear cannabis shirts out and about in the general public, because I believe a t-shirt is like a walking sidewalk sign, and it creates a conversation. You could be in line at a grocery store or close convenience store.
So we have in the States, a big brand is Buy Weed from Women. And so when you have a Buy Weed from Women bag on you, I can't even tell you how many conversations that starts. It's a really big thing. I really need them to polka dot it for me, though, because legit cannabis connects my dots, and that's my brand. So if we could get a polka dotted accessory bag, I think that would be great. Buy Weed from Women. Well, everything about me is polka dots, Al. I mean, cannabis connects the dots. So my card has all these terpenes on it, and it allows people to learn about terpenes and minor cannabinoids and bioavailability. So
That's nice. Very nice. That's a card.
yeah, people save it. So
Yeah, it's important information that's on there. So many people just think of THC.
that's the mistake. This market, especially in Canada, is obsessed with high THC numbers. America actually is kind of calming down from that compared to what Canada is. They're learning about the cannabis terpenes and the different aspects of the plant. It's not just about one component that, quote, makes you high. I don't care if it's 15%. If it's got the right terp profile for me, it works phenomenally. So it's all about those terps, Al.
Yeah. Oh, very important. Very important. All right, Nikki. I'm gonna let you go. You can move on, and we'll be in touch. All right. Bye bye. All right. There we go. Make our way around. Lounge. Okay. All righty. Make our way. There's Sherry Ann sitting at the table. Okay. This here is Echidna. I knew I messed up the name, but this is the testing place we were talking to earlier. And what they do is you bring your cannabis in, whether it's dry or whether it's fresh, still wet, and they will test your cannabis. I believe they're doing a test right now. I'm just going to try to squeeze through here. Yeah, he's doing a test right now. What are you testing?
We're testing THC and THCA potency in fresh bud and cured bud.
Nice. Fresh bud too, eh? You got that on the screen so people can see?
Yeah.
So you got moisture results in there too?
Yes. So we did a collaboration with Bovida Packets over here. So you can see that if you maintain your moisture in cannabis, so we kept cannabis with and without Bovida Packets. And if you have the Bovida Packet, you maintain moisture, and that also tracks onto potency. So if you maintain that high moisture, we know that you protect, we get this protective water layer around the trichome, and that protects potency over time. So you can see that maintaining moisture tracks to a higher potency at the end of the day.
Nice. I see you got some people up on the leaderboard. Yep. I see I got bumped. But I'm still on the board.
You're there. You're there.
All right. Well, I see you're doing a test. Okay. At some point today, I'll try to come back and get you to do another test for me, and we can go through the whole process. All right. And go from there. So where can people find you? I'll get you.
You can find us at Echidna Sensing on LinkedIn. That's the best way to contact us. And you can also contact Nick at echidnasensing.com. That's our marketing.
All right. Super. Thank you very much. All right.
That's really interesting, Al. That's basically the same kind of thing that the corporate end of the cannabis market, the guys who sell the stuff, have access to, but it's thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
To get stuff tested. What does what's his name there? Dana charge? Do you know?
No, I don't. I haven't got a clue. I don't even know what these people charge. Today it's a free demo.
Ah, okay.
I don't know. The newbie and the doobie are hanging out here. All righty. I'm heading inside.
You're in trouble now, Al. Security's there.
We have 45 minutes. We have 45 minutes.
Sure.
Security.
Yeah. Do you know where we're meeting them?
Security.
The Lotus Room.
The Lotus Room.
The
Take
Lotus
security
Room.
with you.
All right. We have to go find the Lotus Room.
Al,
Yeah,
ask security to walk around with you.
Oh, I already did. He already did. I already talked to him. I talked to him while we were live. He
Oh,
said,
really?
"Come on." Yeah, he did like, come on down to the Grow Up Conference and Expo.
I didn't even. I must have gapped it, buddy.
Yeah, that was in the first segment. Yeah, I talked to him. Yeah, as you can see, people were here, even out front.
There's a lot of
place.
people outside. I'm happy about this. Even a guy with a ladder.
Yeah, even the guy with the ladder. So I'm going in the south entrance here, the Delta Hotel, and look at this. They even put a ramp in here. I don't know if it's right.
You should ask somebody at the hotel how they're feeling about having cannabis people around.
Well, coming in it says relax and
Well,
exhale.
I'm kind of serious because I'd like to know if there's an impact in their stays because of a corporation that is cannabis related being there. A lot of people want nothing to do with this.
Here's the entranceway. This is where I got my badge.
Oh,
See
cool.
here? Yeah, all this stuff here.
I think I've been there. I can't remember. There's been so many. Thousands, I'm sure, by now.
There's Lisa Campbell. Hey, how you doing? I'll be talking to you. If you see you on the floor, grab me. Whoop, I think I just took someone's spot. Going up the escalators, as you can see.
Did you just push somebody off the escalator? Al?
No, I think I might have stepped in front of them. I didn't touch them. There's no body contact. Hey, as you can tell, it's a little louder up here, I think. Wow. I might have to switch my headphones. Oh,
So we
I see
haven't-
what's going on. Oh,
We
I
haven't-
swear
we
to
haven't
God, what's
been there.
happening? Here. All right, watch this.
We haven't been upstairs yet, eh? Boogie down.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, Al. Hello.
That's loud.
I'm assuming you can't hear me.
I heard you say Al.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, that guy had a lot of followers.
Yeah. They're all carrying instruments. They're going downstairs? No. Oh, they're coming around that top end there.
So we have not been up here yet.
Oh, they're going down the stairs. Here we go again. I don't know if you can hear them. But
Not really, no.
probably heading out to the lounge. We got your pillows, Al. We got your pillows.
Where? Oh, the cushions.
There you go. Okay. On the show floor. Now, where do we want to start? I think we got about 40 minutes until we have the interview with the founder, Randy Rowe. Okay. I said to these guys I'd come back. All right. I'm back. Pace Radio and 420 Radio. We call our combination called the 420 Pace, just sort of like Jamaica time or Island time. And we are live, and they're all looking at you, they're wondering who I'm talking to. And I'm looking over this sign. It says, look, yeah. Al, did you see that? Inquire now. So I'm inquiring. So what's going on?
Odorless cannabis. Odorless cannabis is basically a odorless cannabis pre-roll, 0.5 gram, 35% THC in a blister pack fresh. Basically cannabis you can smoke. It has no smell at all. You can smoke it in your condo, in front of your pregnant wife, around the kids. No one's going to complain about the cannabis smell.
So is there a cloud?
It smokes just like regular premium flower.
So you can still blow smoke rings.
You can smoke just like smoking a joint. Same thing as smoking a joint.
But there's no smell.
Skunky smell that bothers people. So it's like it has a very, it has a use. You want to go to a wedding, you want to smoke up. Doesn't stick to the clothes. You're in an elevator, doesn't stick to the clothes, your hands, your car. You want to smoke at work, if that's your thing, no one's going to know.
Yeah, you did say that. I thought you said that. 30% plus on the THC.
THC, it's a strain that we developed. It took 5 years to engineer. We're coming out with more strains, and there's a bit of a post-process to it. But it's something that, a lot of people are gravitating to because 51% of the people out there that smoke cannabis don't actually like the smell. You'd be surprised how many people that smoke don't like the smell because it stinks up their car, their house, their apartment. This doesn't do that. And it still gives you all the effects. Still has a terp profile, tastes good, has a very tiny light odor of a certain type of terp, depending on what strain we engineer. But that skunky smell's gone.
Wow! Holy smokes!
I like the sunty smell.
My producer,
Cunty smell.
he likes the sound.
No, that's awesome. I hope I want to send him some stuff to try. You gotta smoke it to understand what.
Okay, well, we started off by just basically asking the question. Yeah. So, who are you as far as company-wise? So people know.
The company itself is Canapco Pharmaceuticals. That's the company there. We've been in the industry since 2014. We're just getting licensed because we've been doing R&D for like 8 years. And we got slowed down by COVID a little bit. We had 2 different licenses to be licensed producers, but now we're finally coming to market. So you should hope to see us this fall.
We have a news broadcast on our network, and I'm 99.9% sure that we reported on your smokeless when it was in the news. Odorless. And we thought, what?
Yeah, it's no one believes it till they try it. And then when you smoke it for the first time, you're like, this is really smooth. And you're like, am I even smoking weed? And then next thing you know, you're high. like, I don't want to swear on your show, but you're like really high, you know, and you're like, what's going on here? And then
Why not?
Like, it's really awesome, right? So it has its use.
Wow. That's yeah.
Hi.
For medical patients, you know, in senior homes and stuff like that. Places smoke it at the golf country club. You know, don't bother.
Condos. You know, people spend $1.5 million on a condo and then be told that they can't smoke their cannabis in it.
100%. And we've actually been endorsed by condos that will allow odorless cannabis to be smoked.
There you go. Hey. Yeah. That's quite. I'm gonna have to look into this more.
Definitely.
I don't have
Definitely look out
issues
for
with
us
that
this
here.
fall. We're coming to market, and we're going to have a launch party. So I'll leave you with our VIP token to get into our launch party, since you're a very important person here, and I hope to see you there, man.
Super. Thank you very much. Now, what did you have a question there, Al?
I want to try it.
Yeah, he says I want to try it.
If he gives me an address, I can probably get a personal sample that's been grown personally out to him.
Al knows my address.
I don't. Apparently, I know his address. I'll get it to you before I leave here today. Okay.
And your badge.
Oh, my badge. Okay, right.
And then I'll reach out to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just add net, paceradio.net. I've got cards somewhere. All right, thank you. A website.
Cannabco.ca, CANNABCO.ca, or just Google odorless cannabis. We've been around for a while. We're all over Google.
There you go. You're welcome. All right.
That's cool. I'm interested to try that. Yeah. I like ideas like that. Can you hear me okay, Al?
Yeah, I can hear you okay. Yeah.
Okay, good. I wasn't sure because it must have been the loudness earlier.
Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Now, I just got to...
That's an ingenious idea, especially for home renters. You know,
Yes,
condo people,
yes.
people that go into bed and breakfasts. You know, I have my bed and breakfast. I allow smoking in the house, but not in the bedroom, just
Okay,
because I
yeah.
don't want the smell to embed itself in, you know, the
Not everybody smokes cannabis,
setting.
right?
Exactly, and most of the people that have stayed here don't indulge.
There you go.
Yep.
All the reason why. Yeah. Okay. Make our way along. I never found my cards.
You found your cards? Good. I should send you a bunch of cards, Al.
I just ordered some cards.
I don't use them. Where am I going?
Yeah, I'm
I'm
outside
going-
the Alias booth here.
I'm
And,
going to go to the.
We'll make our
Huh?
way in here.
Okay.
All righty. Got some guys taking a look at. Hi, Landon. Good. We got a couple minutes. All right. I'm caught here. All right. Exactly. Okay. All right. I know who I'm talking to, but our viewers don't. Sorry, the band's back. And I won't be here, my producer, but our listeners, our viewers. Yeah, we'll just wait till they go by.
It's the cannabis version of a Mardi Gras band. Although we can't really hear it because Al's not turning his microphone.
Oh, it's
for us.
loud. I know, eh?
No doubt. Even have a plant carrying.
Okay, I'm back.
Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah. I caught the corner of the fence.
I saw you move that. I was like, oh, there goes his mic.
All right, let's try this again. Yes. All right. Tell us exactly who you are and your company.
I'm Landon McDowell. I'm one of the owners of Alias LED. We're out of Sudbury, Ontario. It's our first time having a booth at such an event like this. This has been wild. I can't even believe the people that have showed up here from all sorts of companies, all sorts of influencers. It's just been an amazing time. It's something that I probably will never, ever miss again. Just been absolutely awesome.
Great. Now, Alias, the name. Where'd you get the name from?
It's actually an ancient Roman name for the Sunshine family. So we incorporated that as a good way of introducing ourselves to the world. Different name, make people ask questions like that. So it's been good. It's been good. It's caught on.
I said you're based here in Ontario, Northern Ontario, right? And your product is like I let everybody know that I have Alias lights in my garden. Oh yeah, I got the 630. The 630 Matrix.
Awesome. I'm glad you're happy with it. Awesome.
Well, I can tell you, I wasn't an LED fan until I did a side-by-side comparison because I was helping another patient grow, and they bought your lights, and we did a side-by-side. And as your sign says, winner in that competition, you won. Yeah, third year in a row.
Third year in a row.
That shows the quality of the product.
Well, we've passed the hump where, we've made it past the warranty. So, lights that came out back in the day when we met you are now, even if they're off warranty, we're still around to take care of anybody's help and needs and stuff, which is important. You got to just make it over that hump.
And, I haven't had a problem. I haven't had a single problem with you. with your light.
Well, we like to hear that, It's electronics. They do fail once in a while. Nothing's perfect. But it's nice when everybody's having a good time and their growing is consistent and, there's no issues.
Now, some people look at that and say, well, they might think they don't see much red when they, thinking of, on the HPS, the red spectrum. Now, I don't know which model this is.
This is something brand new. This is a tunable fixture, so we can adjust your basic deep red 660, your 730 far red, and your white spectrum. So basically, we have a clone, a vegetative, and a flowering spectrum built into one using a master controller. It's all touchscreen. It's pretty common in the industry.
You consider one of the, I know you had the model, there's a red. This is the red right here. Oh.
It has an efficiency of 3.495, so it's one of the highest out there for a white, still working environment spectrum. So it's not hard on the eyes. It's still 4,300 Kelvin, which is rare because most people with the red spectrum, it gets redder and redder, but that's still working environment.
Now, I also see. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and that's 1,000. Wow, always. Now I see you got something. I saw this online on your website. This light right here, it looks like just like a big fluorescent, like a big.
This is basically was invented for the vegetation world. So we started putting into vegetable gardens, lettuce mainly, all that kind of stuff. So it's a 60 watt, waterproof basically tube that goes above the plants, close to water and all that kind of stuff. Mostly a lot of people in the cannabis industry use these for what they call the under canopy lighting. So it's starting to light the underneath. I have, no proof myself on this, but that's what they're buying it from me for. And get light down low. So we do offer multiples of spectrums. Growers are welcome to pick a spectrum that they find that would be work best for them. And then we'll customize the lights accordingly. Absolutely.
You got some gifts things over here, mugs, thermos, and hoodie. Some of that stuff looks familiar.
Yeah. Giveaways, Al?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, no, it was good. And, like I said, they're working. I'll never have to buy another light. I know that.
If you do, you know where to come.
Oh yeah, exactly. If I want to upgrade, but as far as like it's it was that comparison. It was huge. It was enough to make me go this route.
You're right. You're right. We see even further. We have something we haven't really disclosed to anybody yet, but we have something brand new that's going to revolutionize growing. We're probably ahead of anybody's curve right now, so we're not scared to hold on to it for a time being. But you'll know when it comes. We'll make sure to give you a call.
Yeah.
We'll get
Sounds good. Okay, where can people find you?
You can find us at aliasled.com. You can reach me at Landon at aliasled.com is my email. And call us, talk to us, Instagram. You got it.
You got it. There you go. Thank you, Super Landon. Thank you. All right, Al. Here's the people from Pad H. That was good. I haven't talked to Landon in a while. And
Cool.
those plants, I'll tell you, it was like a 40% increase. It was huge. The Six Nations Cannabis. There's Remo and Sandra. It's Sarah. How's everybody? I'm not going to stay long. I saw you guys just get together here, but how's things? I won't stick it in everybody's face.
It's good.
How's things, Remo?
Things are amazing. How are things with you, man?
Busy. Very busy.
Busy. Good to be busy, right?
There's always something to come to, something to do, show-wise. So, but it's good to see you here in the city. Here at the.
It looks like the best grow up ever. Seriously.
Yeah, Good one, Yeah, I've never been to one.
This is the best one I've ever seen.
Wow.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Talk to you soon. All right. Sarah says bye, Al.
Bye, Sarah.
There's Ed Roselaw. Hi, Ed.
Some people know I'm in Al's pocket.
Yeah. You know who I got here, Al?
Yes, sir, I do. Hello, Ed.
He says hello, Ed.
Hi, everybody.
And his name's Al, and we're live on Pace Radio and 420radio.ca and the 420 Pace. We've been here today going around talking to the vendors and stuff, and it's good to see that you're up here in good old Canada with your books.
Oh, it's a pleasure to be here.
So, yeah, well, what do you think? I don't know. Do you come to Canada often to experience what it's like here for legalization?
I come here all the time. I often come here for the fireworks shows in Vancouver. During the summer, they have them in Montreal as well. Yeah, I have a lot of good friends here. What? Excuse me?
What's your newest book?
My newest book is Ganja in India. This is a copy of it. And it's about a trip that I took to India in 1981 when ganja was still legal there.
Still legal.
It was still legal, yeah. And I was invited by the government to look at the fields.
Grow. I think everybody's got your grow books, Ed.
Well, this is my new grow book. It's Cannabis Growers Handbook, and it's not just an update. It's totally new book. So
Totally rewritten now. There you go. This is what you got to get, buddy.
I had it. Somebody stole it.
Yeah.
I've had a bunch of his books.
My friend, my producer on the other end, he says he's had a bunch of your books and he's had it stolen. Yeah.
You have to have them under lock and key.
I know.
He knows, he says. Okay, I lost it. I lost an earbud there. Okay, so I guess it's going to go a little rocky here. So I can plug in my other ear. Okay, Ed. So are you doing any speaking today or just...
I'll be speaking at 2:40 about my trip to India. And then at 3 o'clock, I'll be on a panel.
All right. Okay. Website, Ed.
I'm sorry?
Website where people can find you.
My website, just go edrosenthal.com.
There you go. Super. Thank you very much, Ed. There you go. Ed Rosenthal.
Yeah.
Grow, grow, grow.
Okay.
You know, I gotta say that carpet is really messing with my head, dude.
What? I
The
found a
carpet.
quiet spot, Al.
Yes, I hear that. Time to go into another room.
Yeah. See, we get some more interviews, and I don't know what time it is. So.
It is 1:38.
Okay, and I have to find where I'm doing this interview.
Probably the media room.
A message. Oh, actually, Al, it's listed
Yeah.
in the chat.
Oh, okay.
It's
I'll
listed
look.
in the chat.
I'll look.
Yeah, take a look there. Send back down the hallway here. All the conference room. Course. Twist it up. All right. Let's find somebody else to interview now. Spin around. Twister.
Media room. Says there's a media room available for the interview.
Oh, okay. I thought I had where it said it was. I can tell you that Timmy knows, and I just saw Timmy, so I'm just gonna move a little faster here. All right, so we can catch up to him. Hey, Mr. Timmy.
Hey, MJ was looking for you.
Yeah, well, I found you so far. And where's the room? Did you find it? No. What's the name of the room again?
Lotus Room.
Lotus Room.
The Lotus Room. The Lotus Room.
Drive people, and MJ said, "Hey, there's Al," and then there she is.
Ah, there she is. You know, it looks like she's pushing a suitcase around people, but that's her cannabis. Seriously. So we need to find the Lotus Room. Okay, so do we want to go down to the front doorway where I got my badge, and we'll ask them. All right.
Find a
how's that?
security guard, Al. Find a security guard.
Find a security guard. Okay, well, Timmy's going downstairs. Oh, somebody who knows?
Security.
Okay.
Security.
Battery. I just picked up a new battery. Glows in the dark.
Oh, is it 510?
Yep. I'm excited. I don't know where the light is on it, but
Oh, you just plug it in the bottom to charge it. There you go. Sure. All right, they're gonna go find him right now. All right, she's taking the elevator. You got this suitcase here. That's a lot of cannabis in there. When you gotta bring your cannabis on wheels.
Right? That's pretty impressive.
That's gotta be, yeah, exactly. It's gotta be. But she's just flying.
You know that, as great as this is, though, the best thing that we've ever used was a stroller, because when we push a stroller, we get through lines easier, we cross roads, everybody parts the way for us.
The babies.
Yeah. Of course, then we also get half the crowd asking us, when did you have a baby? That's always awkward.
Now, is this water? So they got water areas set up here.
I've
right
seen
on
that
the floor.
issue. Yeah.
I could water. You guys. Okay.
gonna get in line to get a water.
People are stealing our branding.
What?
They're stealing our branding with the skates.
Oh. Okay. There's some cups here. I don't know if they're already used. So how do I work this? Oh, there it goes. Water. Okay. So so what's the scoop?
So they're gonna go try to see if they can get Randy right now to come meet with us. So it's in the London room actually downstairs.
It's in the London room, Al. So we had the wrong room.
All right.
It's downstairs. They've gone to go get him. All right. We're going over here, Al.
All righty.
Will they find us though? Oh, is that where we gotta meet him downstairs? Oh, we're going down for a ride in the elevator.
You might cut out in the elevator, Al.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I'll just go down the stairs.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's see.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Okay. All right. This is where we are. 655 Dixon Road.
They'll be back.
Oh.
As soon as the door opens, they'll be back.
Okay. Oh, there's no video. He can't hear me. I can hear him.
Oh, no, you're good now.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Promote the show on the network, eh? Did they say to meet down here? Okay. Okay. All right, we're in the lobby.
I see that.
Where people come in. It's good to see the lines gone down. There's still people coming in. Looks like it's still busy out there at the lounge.
So where is the consumption lounge? Just out front?
Well, we're at the south. This is the south entrance, so it's not right out at Dixon Road. No, it's in the and it's in the parking lot.
In the back, in the parking lot by the dumpsters.
Correct. All right. These are the people here.
Didn't they used to stick us there?
Huh?
Didn't they used to stick us there?
Ready? Got the test done by those guys.
Yeah.
As we talked earlier with them.
I think I've been there. I can't remember.
So. Oh, okay.
She's gonna go find Randy, and we're gonna go out here so that way she knows where to find us.
Oh, we're heading back out to the lounge, Al.
Okie dokie. Maybe take over a table and have them sit with you.
Who? No.
Did you hear me, Al?
Yes. Oh, and let me get that. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay. That was Mila Jansen from the Pollinator that helped out the door there. Comes the band. Get a little quieter now.
He's gonna blow.
I think that's that. Oh, am I feeling sprinkles? I'm seeing rain.
Oh,
I'm
you get
seeing rain.
you get
Yeah,
to try the umbrella. Uh-huh.
If I could see, there's a tent. You have to get under the tent, but it's raining good now. So,
It won't last.
well, look, there is some hope skywise, but
Little bit.
unfortunately, over this way, on the other side of this ledge here, it does look a little almost over there. So here we are, standing outside. And our guest is coming out here to meet us here. Well, look, anybody has to bring a suitcase to carry their weeds, got a lot of weed. Look. Well, I guess you're doing the same thing. So what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, I love this. Is my first time being back in a couple of years, so it's been awesome. It's been nice to see so many people.
I believe it was you. I think the last time I talked to you, you have son that's a cook, chef. No, okay, all right. Maybe then obviously it wasn't you.
No, I'm Mellow Moments.
I know that. Yeah, I just couldn't remember who it was because I lived in that town and they had their son was working in a restaurant that I ordered pizza from.
Nice. Oh, yes, it was in Marmara.
Correct.
Tom, what was it? Oh, thank you.
Theo's.
Theo's.
Who was you?
It was me. It was. Look at you.
Ah.
Good as that. I was like, he's not a cook. He works.
And you know what? At that time, and I don't know who was working, right? But I have to order pizza without cheese. Right? And the other one store in town wouldn't do it, but Theo's would, and I always get extra toppings.
That's smart. That's smart. They should give you extra toppings. When they take stuff off, they should give you more. It should just be a go around, right? That's the way it should work.
So you're running into a lot of people here. Here we go.
I am. Yeah, it's cool. It's nice to see new faces. It's nice to see new people. I'm absolutely excited that we get to see magic bands, marching bands walking through.
I ran into them like 4 times.
Not women in string bikinis, so it's great. I'm loving it. I'm loving the step forward towards the advancement. It's nice to see the new friends and see the new faces coming in.
That's what these events do, eh? Like back in the Treating Yourself Expo days, people were from Europe and stuff, and here I've run into people from the U.S.
Yes, it's wonderful. It's amazing to see so many. It's nice to see it kind of go back into medicinal. I find that a lot of the people that are still here that have been here, it's because it's our medicine, right? And we're for our medicine, right?
And we're still yelling at the top of our lungs, right?
Exactly. So
still lots of work to be done. Just because Canada has legalized cannabis doesn't mean that you shut down your advocacy. There's lots of things. See, I call it before cannabis was legalized, we were arguing for cannabis law reform.
It's true.
Right? Cannabis is legal now, and we're still asking for cannabis law reform.
We're still asking for the same thing.
There's things that we want.
Yeah, I think actually I stepped back because my heart got hurt when I saw the way things were going, and I kind of stepped back. But it's about the plant. It's about the medicine, and that's what we're all here for, right?
Exactly. Still continue your advocacy work. And, for me, it's been about patients getting access. People are getting more access because they're being in the stores. Unfortunately, I'd rather have them be able to talk to a medical professional at a place, at a dispensary, because bartenders can't say anything.
Exactly. That's why voices like ours are important. And that's why Voices, that's why I'm starting out a new podcast actually, and why I want to start coming out. We need to start talking about the medicines. And we need,
I look at it, there's no reason other than regulation and red tape that why couldn't they put some medical outlet inside the retail location? Set some type of regulations or whatever has to be done. And that way, people who feel comfortable talking to somebody versus,
exactly. I find that we've all sold enough weed or weighed enough weed to know that those scales have to tip both ways before they balance out, right? And I think we're getting to more of the balancing part. Sometimes it's going to tip on the other side, but we're going to get that balance coming.
There's Humber College here in Toronto is doing a survey online, and it's called the PACE survey, and it's got no connection to PACE radio. Okay. It's pharmacists. I think and I can't remember all the words. Okay. Unfortunately, but it's pharmacists. So what they're wanting to do is collect the information off of patients and other people, and they're going to educate the pharmacists with that.
That's beautiful. That's why I love Hybrid Farm out of Ottawa.
Yeah, exactly.
With Raheem. Raheem has been amazing, making so many differences in the pharmaceutical world, right?
Cannabis has been legal medically for over 20 years in Canada. Why is he the only medical location in our country?
Right? That's a question I would love to hear the answer to.
There's people who are doing great stuff like Ted and BC out in the West Coast. They've tried to be able to do something like that, and there's others. But we got to get a spot where people can actually go in and talk to them. I know they want you to go to a doctor, but not everybody gets the approvals from the doctor.
And not every doctor's for it, right? We still have a lot of doctors that live in that outdated belief system, right? So until we can get to the new belief systems and get it in there. But I talk to patients and I hear it's coming. I hear it's coming every day. I spoke to a client a couple of days ago that is actually went to his doctor, told his doctor that he followed all of his advice except the medication, except taking the medication, and he's much better for it, and that he's using cannabis. So he's actually now submitting data back to his doctor in regards to cannabis. So
they had this program going all these years. They could have had patients to just volunteer. Not make it mandatory, just volunteer if you want to be involved in helping educate doctors and the system. Connect with it.
Absolutely. I think that's great. Yeah, I think we need to continue to do that.
I look at it as a missed opportunity.
Absolutely. I think we missed a few opportunities in the industry. So, but again, with those scales, right, we have time to come.
That's right. Exactly. You never know. Could come again. All right. It was good talking to you.
Thank you. You too, Al. It was great to see you.
And we'll see you around. We'll talk to you. And probably see you in there. And you just never know who you're going to bump into on the street these days. All righty. Who?
Mr. Ab Singh.
All right, look at that, Al. It's still raining here, buddy.
Is it? There's a clear patch there.
It's a what?
There's a clear patch coming.
Clear patch there, yeah. Oh, this looks like it's just all grassy garden here. The grass is all right. So, what's the scoop?
We're still looking for him. He's a very, very busy man.
Yeah, I would imagine he's busy. Like, if it's just, if it's just easier to. Okay, well, yeah, not a problem. Maybe we'll arrange to have him on, just an interview on the network afterwards, after it's all done.
You guys, that's what I've been doing with a few people, to be honest. Like a post-conference interview, because then you can talk about it in full.
Exactly.
Okay, if you guys are open to that, that would make my life a little bit easier too. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna head inside, guys. Interview some more vendors. Hey, how you doing? What's going on? Well, we're touring around talking to people.
I've been roaming around myself. For your viewers who don't know me, I'm Cy Williams, High Canada Magazine, the day host here at the Grow Up Conference. I've been running between the Consumption Lounge, smoking copious amounts of cannabis, and the main stage where I've been introducing people on the hour. I've only missed one.
Oh, you're doing good then. You only missed one. And I've seen you out there with the Indigenous seminar.
Oh, I thought the Indigenous seminar was amazing. It's really what's happening in sovereign cannabis right now is so exciting. And to be honest, legal cannabis doesn't really need the voice or the platforms like it used to. The big fight over the next 5 years is sovereign cannabis. And seeing all these groups come together nationally and start showing up at the shows, forming associations and coalition, using some of the funding that's available they're going to give these big boys a run for their money. So I'm excited about everything that's coming out of down the line for sovereign cannabis. There's actually a really interesting Supreme Court battle going on.
Oh.
Lori's involved in that I can't really talk about, but it will be instrumental and pivotal in establishing the rights of sovereign cannabis across Canada, and that's based on a case out of Vernon.
I saw Robert Laurie here, didn't I?
He is here, and you should ask him how that's going. He'll be able to say a little bit about it. But lots of exciting things happening here at Grow Up, and in Canada overall.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of people, and a lot of the people were happy with what they're seeing, experiencing.
Oh yeah, you know what? It's quality over quantity at these shows. Yeah, you can go to an MJ BizCom or a big trade show. Then you'll make a few connections and get a stack of business cards like this. But here, there may be only like 1,000 people, but the quality of that connection over the week.
Oh, it feels like more than 1,000 people in there.
It does, and it's a smaller venue, but you know what? It's quality of people. It's decision makers. It's honest to God influencers who are influencing on behalf of the plant. It's I've seen millions of dollars of business going on already just today. And it happens in the smoking circle, happens on the trade show floor, and so many great speakers. Plus, there's all these legends here: Tommy Chong, Jorge Cavante, Mila Jansen.
Held the door for Mila to come out.
Yeah,
should have said hi.
Hey, stick your face in there. Al, I just want to take this opportunity to say I love what you're doing. I've been a big fan for a lot of years, and every time I see you, you're always so busy. I'm always so busy, but it's really good to actually get a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And the first time we really got that was some of the Global Marijuana March meetings for this year.
That's right. We had a hell of a good time planning the GMM this year, getting people riled up and getting people out there. And I was really pleased with the turnout. It's great to see that it's back, and just going to get bigger and better every year. The fight is far from over. We've lots of things to fight for still. So let's not get complacent and sit back and think it's all done. Because between the sovereign fight and all the enforcement coming into Ontario over the next month, thanks to the money the feds peeled off, 31 mil for the what the hell is that? You say it's to clamp down on organized crime, but come on. It looks to me like you're clamping down on sovereign cannabis, and it doesn't mean you're going onto the territories and trying to stop that.
Not here in Ontario, but the RMPC.
That's right. I think there's been fights with the Mohawks in the past that haven't gone well for the feds or the provincial government. Anyways, that's right.
I just
have lots
together and do a regular interview.
Sounds good. Oh, highcanada.net. Everything we've ever published is available for free digital download. Also, check out our YouTube channel, High Canada Magazine.
There you go. Thanks, Hi. All right. Now with the interview canceled.
Well, wait.
Whoa. Okay, I stopped.
You canceled?
The Randy Rowe interview has been, it's been canceled. We're going to do something more solo with them. It's pretty hard to do these events.
Okay,
because
that's
it's so busy. Probably going forward, they had talked about a possibility of what they should do, which makes sense, and that is to hold a media conference where all the media can meet with him at one time and ask the questions, and everybody gets answers, and so on and so forth.
Right.
People are still coming in. See, look, people are still coming.
That'll be happening all day, Al.
Yeah, it goes till 5 o'clock.
Till 5 o'clock. Okay.
Yeah, I made it on the escalator without phone.
And tomorrow as well, yes?
Tomorrow, same thing, 10 till 5. Delta Marriott Hotel right here on Dixon Road, Toronto, and you cannot miss it. It's right next to the 401, so you can't miss it once you get on the Dixon Road. I didn't even use my GPS to get here.
No, you just go to the airport.
Hey, oh, they're talking. I'm gonna back off here. I'm gonna let them talk, and I'll come back and grab Prince. A minute, ladies. A minute. All right. Okay, I'm gonna come around this way. Okay, I'm live on the 420 Pace, which is a combination of 420 Radio and the Pace Radio networks, and we're going around doing interviews today. So basically, just looking for first name if you want, and who you're with, and fill us in about what all you're doing.
My name's Hope, and we're from the Six Nations Cannabis Commission, and we regulate the cannabis industry on our First Nations Reserve, located near Brantford and Hamilton.
Nice. And you got a statement. So
to engage and empower the Six Nations cannabis industry for the safety and betterment of the people and the Grand River Territory. And our guiding principles are protection of health and safety, protection of the environment, community contribution, prevention of a monopoly on the cannabis economy.
what are the things that you do in the community end of things?
So this is where our community outreach lady will definitely fill you in, because she is, what do we do in our community to contribute back?
Okay, so if we come and look at our board here. So this is a picture of, okay, all right, yeah. All right. So the first community contribution was for $7,116, and it went to the Six Nations paramedics so they could purchase some new IV pumps for the community. And we also made a $7,000 donation to the Nightmare 5K Run, which was a community fundraiser for the Six Nations Home and Schools. And it's okay. Okay. So our latest donation, or no, this wasn't our latest, sorry. This was our donation in January for $8,404. And it went to the Six Nations Food Bank. And we also do have monthly draws for the community. So if a customer comes into any of our retail stores, they can purchase a ballot for $2 or bring a canned good in, and they'll be entered in to win a draw. And we have prizes that are over. Right now, we have a prize donated by one of our licensed retailer or producers, Gas Gang, and it's worth over $500. So it's $2 to get in or a canned good, and you could win over $500 in products. So that's a great initiative that we're doing.
You're donating all this money, so you must be doing something like events or something to generate funds.
So these actually are contributed from our producers. So 5% of their sales gets put back into the community. So therefore, the Drizzle Factory donated that because their sales were excellent and were able to donate $8,000. But yeah, it's 5% of sales from the producers, and it gets contributed back into the community.
Back into the community.
Yes. I also just want to add that we do have a community contribution application that's given out into the community so it'll be starting in July, and then we'll be accepting applications until December 31st. And so you'll be entered into like a community, what is it called again? Community contributions booklet. Yeah. So you'll be entered into that, and then the Six Nations Cannabis Commission licensed producers will be given a contribution book, and they can choose where they would like their donation to go. Yeah.
Good. Doing good things in the community, which is important. Yeah, because cannabis has been stigmatized for so long, And when people can see that cannabis is giving back, that does tend to sway some people. So where can people find you?
We're located on the Six Nations Grand River Territory. It's about 20 minutes near Brantford, 45 to Hamilton. We have a pretty big industry on our reserve, and it's fabulous.
Website?
Our website is www.sncannabis.com, and we're also on Instagram, and you can follow us by doing the @ symbol SN Cancom.
There's so many of them. All right. Well, super. Thank you very much, ladies. All right. I am tangled wires. But
that was the curly locks of Sarah.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
just
was it?
asked. I believe so.
Oh, well, I was already at Ed's table, but look who's beside Ed. It's Mila.
Ah.
Pollinator. Yeah. I'll come back when it's not busy. I'm just trying to unravel my wires here at the same time. Yeah. I was surprised on size number there because it just feels at times it's just packed, eh? We haven't been in here. Actually, it's probably been a couple hours since I was in here. I've been spending all my time out on the consumption lounge. Okay, I go down to the end here out and make my way up the road. There's Sandra on the phone. Oh, he's busy. Magazine rack.
Always buzzy.
Magazine rack is almost empty. All right. Go way down here.
I'm not seeing any food or anything else.
Food. No, I've seen water. I haven't seen any food. Hi, ladies. I'm back. I think it was you I was talking to. Yeah, I'm live now, though. Oh, see that? Now she's back. Now she's nervous. Okay, what I can do is I'll give you the mic. Okay, and I'll scan around some of your stuff, and you can tell us all about what you're doing here.
Okay. So we're selling tickets on the Denim Jacket by Tommy Chong, signed, and it's $5 a ticket, and all the money is going directly to the Post-Traumatic Growth Association, which is a nonprofit organization that offers peer support for veterans and first responders. So we hope to raise lots of money so we can put it right into programming in Ontario and across Canada.
Nice. Now, the draw will be held tomorrow, right? Because the event is still on tomorrow, so there's still time for people to get down here and get on this.
We do take cash or credit or debit, so you don't have to have cash on you, and we have some swag items that we are selling as well.
I thought you said hash.
No, I don't.
Yes. All right, super. Where can people, where can people find you online?
You can type www.ptga.ca or check us up on Facebook, Post-Traumatic Growth Association.
Post-Traumatic Growth
Association.
I'll take that with me. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. You got big cards, man.
Small aisles.
That's tight in here. Okay. And I go.
Dum, dum, dum.
Okay. Oh, squeezing through. Excuse me, guys. All right, there we go. Okay.
This is the indoor lounge.
Yeah. It's busy in here still, eh? Lots of people there in the corner.
It's only 2:15 now. So yeah, it's going to
is
get
it?
busy or
Winner grower
you know,
of the
a
year.
few people I've heard complain about the location, and they say it's Toronto, but it's not. It's Rexdale. It's out by the airport.
Or they say Mississauga. Or
There are
Toronto.
more people now at 2:00 in the afternoon at a hotel than people down in the city of Toronto at the Metro Convention Center because of the time that it takes to get there. It doesn't take you 3 hours to get through traffic.
No, yeah. I was so like, okay, it took me 3 hours to get here, and it can take me 3 hours to get downtown Toronto. But the drive here was much more pleasant, being it's you just drive 401, and it's like
that fight down the TVP and the
it's
QW is bad.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
None of that going on. All right.
Again, I don't miss that.
No, neither do I. Here we are. We're back in the crowd again. Hi, JJ. Hi. Got a minute? All right. I've got JJ O'Brien with me. So what do you think?
I think it's great so far. I've just been making my rounds through the vendors, and I'm only about halfway through. So, but it's been very interesting. It's a great crowd here. It's very busy. So I'm just slowly making my way through. Yeah.
I saw you up on stage during the seminar there.
Yes, I was very proud to be representing Educanation and speaking on the Sovereign and Inherent Rights panel with my colleague, Jose Bourgeois, who's absolutely amazing, and with Kathy and Sturgis. It was a great panel, and I was very honored to be a part of it.
Yeah, good. Now, I guess you're spending the rest of the day walking around. Are you in any more panels?
No more panels today, but I'm going to walk around some more, and then I'll be seeing everybody in the consumption lounge later, and hopefully hitting it at the after party.
It was raining when I was outside last, so I came in, do some more interviews, but it was nice out there earlier.
I know. I'm hoping it's going to clear up and we can.
It was crowded. It wasn't big enough.
No, I know, and they kicked a bunch of us out, so I hope we're getting back in.
I just have to move out of the way. All right. What else offhand? Can you let us know we're doing anything independently? But I know you're with Educanation. Shout out to them.
Yes, absolutely. Shout out to Educanation. We're a nonprofit here in Canada that's dedicated to promoting responsible cannabis education in Canada. So check us out at educanation.info or send us an email. We do have a membership. We have a community and leadership membership. If you have some level of cannabis education, come and join us. Or if not, come and join us as well, and we can educate you.
All right, super. Thank you very much. All right, I'll let you go and make your way. Okay, you too. Bye-bye. Okay.
My Shatterizer has died, Al.
Oh, no. Has it?
Not died. It just,
See, so that's what I just came through.
Yep.
Big crowd
Crazy.
there. Crazy. Okay, we're going to dive into the next one.
Holy busy.
Okay. Oh, I know. Hey, look at that. That's why I was a little surprised when I said 1,000 people. Well, it's really busy up here, but it is a smaller venue, right? Okay. And it makes it hard to be able to interview anybody when they are so busy. Glacial Gold. All right. People are always looking for how to solve a problem. This fella carries it on the back of his shirt. Makes it easier. Someone asks, hey, it's right there, right?
That's his problem.
Yeah. Okay. All right. We're gonna get in. Let's see if I can get into these guys here. You might like this spot if I can talk to them. Yeah, I never found those cards. I wonder if I took my cards out of my pocket to put them in another pocket, and I put them down and then put them in my pocket. Hey, got a minute? I'm live. All right. I give you the microphone.
Sounds good. We will not catch anything. My name is Ryan, talking from Lush Brands, live from the Grow Up Conference in Toronto. We are the best edible manufacturer in the game. We make products from gummies, hard candies, chocolates, Belgian milk chocolate, waffle cones infused with live rosin, full spectrum canna butter cookies. We source craft trim from local Ontario growers, infuse the canna butter in-house in a slow cooked kettle, make the best, softest, tastiest canna butter cookies in the game. None of that dry distillate, crumbly cookie stuff. We got the ABX Terp Chews dropping this fall. 1 pack, live resin, the cheapest gummy on the market, but the highest quality possible. We got Care by Design coming from California, wellness-based products, holistic approach to cannabis. Looking down, we got censored edibles. Are you kidding me? In a penis shape? In a vagina shape? Are you crazy? We do this, and we do it damn good. Thank you very much. Al, Ryan, peace out.
All right, website.
Lushbrands.com.
All right, there you go. Thank you very much. It's so loud in here, Al. I heard a kind of thing he said, so I'm glad he just took right away there and did everything. I'm gonna assume as I was scanning all across some of the products that he might have been talking about them.
I don't hear much background noise, Al, because I put that reduce thing on.
Oh, well, I can tell you. There's lots here.
Is it one of the loudest shows that you've been to?
Yeah. As far as like on the floor like this, yeah, it's loud. Like,
and
I thought about switching my headphones over to my closed headphones, but I can hear you. So if I couldn't hear you, I would put them on because it is that loud. Look at a fella I know right there. Samir. From you, feel you.
Now my Shatterizer has thrown up all over me.
Good. Well, you're not busy. If I see you and you're not busy, I'll stop in.
That sounds like a threat, Al.
Magic butter machine. Yeah.
They've changed the box since I got my last one.
Look at that. Spaceman. Okay. On to the next people. Let's go to this guy right here. Let's go to this guy. Can I get a few minutes with you? Absolutely. All right. Okay. Now I see here that you are a winner of a product of the year. And just so you know, you're live with the 420 Pace, which is a combination of the Pace Radio Network and 420radio.ca. All right.
I'm Kev Woolley, and I'm with DabX Canada. So the product of the year this year was the DabX Go, and it's an all-in-one dab rig. The nice thing about this one is that you can actually put in a good amount. I normally just drop a quarter or half a gram in the top and dab on it for a couple days. And
so after each dab, it's not done. You can keep on.
Just keep on going, yeah. So what happens is you see a gap around a little ring around the bottom of there. Your reclaim will flow through that, right down through that tube. You can see some dropping out the bottom there. So I'm just going to get this plugged back in, not foul anything. And then it collects in the bottom. So when that starts getting full, you just pull out the little rubber tray, throw that in your freezer for a couple of hours, crumble. It's going to come out real good and easy. At that point, it's decarboxylated. You can put it in your muffin mix. You can just put it in a capsule. I tend to re-dab it if it's some good stuff, or I just use it as a bowl topper for my bong.
That's quite a device.
Now, it goes together. It's all nice and magnetic. It's simple to use. It's got 4 temperature settings, and it's all basically dedicated towards pick it up, take your dab, put it down, forget about it until you want to dab again. And we try to make it low maintenance, very easy to use, and very portable. We call it to-go kit here, and you can just assemble that. This plugs on there good and tight so that you can leave the water in it as you're moving.
Oh, you need the water in it.
And away you go. Now,
Nice.
I work in office buildings all the time. People think this is my thermos.
Yeah, I can imagine. And like all your stuff, you can put your little oil cans or whatever down in here. Yeah.
Comes with a dab tool, 2 atomizers. Now, I cleaned the atomizer the first time on this thing after over a year. The only reason I cleaned it is because they gave me a cleaning kit for free. I didn't even need to clean it at that point.
Wow. And you used it more than once over that year.
I used it many times over the year. And in fact, I used my personal rig to dab people at shows. So there was at least 1,000 dabs on it at that point.
That one was used. Yeah. Yeah.
If you want a dab, come on by. Make sure you got your sample wristband in this, and we'll give you a sample.
Ah, there you go. I got my can sale, but I don't work in it. This is my working in the cannabis industry is going around podcasts and doing podcasts. We have like 8 different broadcasters on the Pace Radio Network. There's three on the other network, and we touch on psychedelics as well as cannabis.
Fabulous. So nice to meet you.
Good to meet you as well. Let's see what else. So where can people find this device? This thing. There's no waste.
There really isn't. Anything that doesn't hit your lungs, you get a second chance at. And that's what really won me over about it.
Because the run through there is decarboxylated. Like you said, you could throw it in your food.
Yeah, I put it in brownies or a muffin mix. I tend to use it in thicker things. You don't want it something that's too fluffy, otherwise the oil kind of falls out the bottom. But like a good cookie dough, like it works really well in all of those.
Good stuff. You got a card?
I sure do. Right there, that'll put you in touch with my lovely wife. She's the brains behind the operation.
Okay. And you know, she's not the only wife I've ran into that runs things, and the husband works there.
Oh yeah, some of those guys are smart enough to see it.
All right, website.
dabexcanada.ca or dabex.com.
All right, super. Thank you very much. Handy device. Handy.
Looks
device.
good. Looks good.
Yeah, it's in stores.
I have a question for you.
Quantum One Cannabis in Vancouver, and we're actively interested in getting it in more stores. So contact us.
Now, what was that, Al?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Do what? You want me
Never.
to ask him that? No. Okay.
No. I just kidding.
All right, we got a stage going on up here again. Retail Trailblazers.
Cool.
Yeah. Okay. See the people sitting around?
Yep.
That are involved. Yeah. What time is it, Al?
Those cheers, Al.
What time is it?
It is 2:25.
Oh, Robert. Al Grand Pace Radio and it's Al Rap of 420 Radio.
How you doing?
Yeah. Good to see you. And what do you think?
Well, I always get blown away at these events. It reminds me of actually, a lot of people don't know that I was an infantry reservist while I was at university. And the first day of boot camp, and it was like, had a sergeant basically said, turn to the left, turn to the right. Chances are the man on the other side won't be here at graduation. Well, that's kind of how I look at the cannabis industry, especially at MJ BizCon. It's like, turn to the left, turn to the right. The racking system on either side of you probably won't be here by the time of U.S. federal legalization when you look at it. So in a way, it's interesting because you're seeing more and more consolidation of the industry, but at the same point, you're also seeing innovation, new products, new delivery systems, new papers, new cones.
Ask about his new device. And you're like, wow.
DabX, personally, they're fantastic. I'm not endorsing anything. Lawyers got to be very careful about endorsing products, but over the years, I've been given and have used lots of devices. And the cool thing about what we're seeing now with them and some of the Puffcos is, what would have taken a whole, accoutrement of equipment, activity, and containers, and so on. You can do all of that now quite discreetly, and they're a great product.
Yeah. Now, just a quick question, and I'll let you go. Sovereign cannabis issue. It's been discussed here with a few people I've talked to, up there, and someone told me to talk to you.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised, but then I got to get my ego in check and remember that we're in Ontario, and the Indigenous framework and again, it's similar but different. Now, I'm BC.
Correct. Where government considers everybody under the law, right?
Well, in BC, what's unique is that you have the United Nations Declaration of Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That's been passed into law federally, but BC is the only province that has brought in the UNDRIP, and they call it DRIPA, the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Persons Act. So, again, you got to remember, constitutionally, Section 91 deals with federal, Section 92 is provincial. Indigenous come under Section 91. Cannabis is a very interesting industry because it represents an intersection of federal, provincial, municipal licensing.
Yeah, it does.
Well, Indigenous are effectively their own level of government, right? So sovereignty ultimately does play into it. And where I've been egging on the courts and the system in BC is I've made the argument that cannabis is regulated at the phytocannabinoid level, which read the definition of cannabis in Schedule 1 of the Cannabis Act. Well, in addition to cannabis, there's other plants like, echinacea, also known as coneflower, as well as kale, which, again, you do enough synthesizing, you can turn that into, or again, phytocannabinoids identical to cannabis and at 0.3 regardless of process. So ultimately, an Indigenous elder, or anyone for that matter, making a echinacea tincture would need a processing license under the Cannabis Act. Well, in the case of our Indigenous brothers and sisters, there is no license or exemption for food, social, or ceremonial purposes. Where does that leave us? I don't know, but it allows me at least to get a second life on the jurisprudence that was involved with the medical dispensaries in the Vancouver test case and apply that to larger arguments dealing with cannabis and plant medicines. But in addition, I've foolishly or not, added fungi to the
very popular down.
Because at least on the coast and in the interior of BC and throughout Canada, you have mushrooms everywhere. And if you've got farming and herding and cattle and dung, you got psilocybin mushrooms. So at the end of the day, whether or not the jury's still out on when cannabis showed up in Canada, psilocybin's here, right? So if we're looking at sovereignty and decriminalizing nature, I really think the Indigenous are our best hope in effectively stepping up and being a counterweight to a lot of these federal measures, because if they're successful in those arguments, it should prove to liberalize and open up some of the doors and avenues elsewhere.
I agree completely.
It's been always a pleasure to speak.
Pleasure. Good luck on everything. All right. Good.
Thank you.
There you go. Impromptu interview with Robert Laurier, lawyer from BC.
I know who he is.
Yeah. Our listeners might not know, or viewers.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Good opportunity to talk to him about that because I know he's involved in it out there.
He's this is a perfect example where Robert's very, very well known in the cannabis community, but he is a member of the West Coast cannabis community. So you don't hear from him very often here in Ontario about things anyways.
Best Nursery Award. I'm going to have to ask some questions here.
Oh, you go right ahead, Al.
Best Nursery Award. Grape cream cake and Grandpa's gun chest. Fruit Loops, animals. Oh, got some buds, Al, inside this thing.
Cool.
Yeah. He's talking to somebody, so. All right. Oh, there's Genoway, Kylex, and Trichomes up on stage talking. She used to own the, was once known as the Kingston 420. All righty. Resell. He's busy. This is the guy we were talking to earlier. They resell equipment. You know, people who are looking, because equipment can be costly, right? So
Yep.
they resell stuff. You know, it's patience, right? Another moisturizer.
I've seen those.
Yeah. Lights. Hey, Gromia, Rockwell. Microbial mass. Use that. All kinds of little micro life in there. They go to work to feed your plants.
There you go.
Yeah.
AKA poop.
Well, yeah, whatever. Yeah, that's what it is, you know. All right.
Yeah, I don't miss driving through the fields in Midwestern Ontario in the spring, smelling all the poop fertilizer. I don't
Yeah,
miss that.
exactly.
You don't get that here.
Huh? Look at this guy. Look at there. 2 awards.
There you go. Those are nice awards.
Best topical of the year and standard producer of the year. I believe they are an East Coast company, but there's nobody in the booth.
Nobody in the booth.
No.
No
My
booth people.
Yeah, my security man went around me. Chronic. All right. Okay. My name is Al Graham. I'm with the 420 Pace, which is 420 Radio and Pace Radio, joining together to bring the grow up to our viewers. So I'm going to hand you the microphone. So I'll sit on your company and your products, and I'm going to scan what you got here on the table.
Hello, everyone. This is my second time doing this. I was also at the Elevate conference, and so was Al. Shout out to Al. This is LaShonda from Chronic Relief. We're a licensed LP in Toronto. We're actually the only Black-owned LP in Ontario. We have a bunch of different products. We have a 3-gram blunt that's 2.5 gram flour, 0.5 grams of diamonds. We also have what you're seeing here, our new brand called After Hours, where we have premium milled indica and premium milled sativa. You can find our products all over Ontario, as well as in Saskatchewan and Manitoba. If I haven't listed your province, please talk to your local dispensary and tell them that you need Chronic. Thank you.
Super. Now I see this product here in your bag. It's already milled.
Yes. Yeah.
Which comes in really handy for people, especially people who are, arthritic and seniors.
Exactly.
Nice. Now, where can people find your website?
Chronicrelief.com with a K.
Chronicrelief.com. Chronic with a K. All right. Super. Thank you.
Next.
Yeah. There we go. Rising Star. Look at that. Recognize those awards? 2019, first and third, Karma Cup.
That's before legalization.
Yeah, exactly.
So they've come,
we're at. Go ahead.
They've come from the legacy market.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, it's after 2:30.
Yep.
Okay, time for me to take a break and charge my phone, and we'll come back about. Hey, Thomas. We'll come back about 3:45, somewhere in there. Alrighty. I can't hear you. You're gone.
No, I'm here.
All right. Okay. Sounds good. I can hear you now. All right. Reporting live here from the Grow Up. Got that word right. Grow Up Conference and Expo, Cannabis Conference and Expo, here at the Delta Marriott Hotel Conference Center in Toronto on Dixon Road. See you in a bit, bye.
Hey cannabis enthusiasts, what are you doing this week? Did you know that the Grow Up Conference and Expo is coming to Toronto? It's where you can meet licensed producers, suppliers, equipment manufacturers, growing enthusiasts, and others, which includes the speakers on the main stage as well as in the seminar room. Tommy Chong, he's going to be there. He's going to be speaking on the stage Tuesday at 4:15, so make sure you're there to catch that. Plus, you'll be able to walk around beforehand and catch all the exhibitors on the Grow Up floor. Things get started Monday, May the 27th through the 29th at the Delta Marriott Hotel and Conference Center in Toronto. To learn more, go to growupconference.com/Toronto. If you can't be there, then watch it Tuesday, May the 28th on the 420 Pace, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Cannabis enthusiasts, what are you doing this week? Did you know that the Grow Up Conference and Expo is coming to Toronto? It's where you can meet licensed producers, suppliers, equipment manufacturers, growing enthusiasts, and others, which includes the speakers on the main stage as well as in the seminar room. Tommy Chong, he's going to be there. He's going to be speaking on the stage Tuesday at 4:15, so make sure you're there to catch that. Plus, you'll be able to walk around beforehand and catch all the exhibitors on the Grow Up floor. Things get started Monday, May the 27th through the 29th at the Delta Marriott Hotel and Conference Center in Toronto. To learn more, go to growupconference.com/Toronto. If you can't be there, then watch it Tuesday, May the 28th on the 420 Pace, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hello, everyone. We are live here at the 420 Pace on Pace Radio and at 420radio.ca. We are here, as you heard in the promo, as the show was starting. Tommy Chong is coming to the main stage at 4:15, and that's where we are right now. We're just waiting for him to appear, and I can tell you that Sai's just got the chairs all set up for Tommy and his son Paris, and we'll be covering all this as much as soon as my battery dies, you'll know. But I'm sure we should be good, and we're interested to see what this interview and look at this, see the decorative cannabis plants that they are putting up on stage. I mean, have the proper setting right now.
Can you move over?
Can I move over? One chair.
Okay, that'll help.
All right.
And then you see he keeps moving it.
Sorry, you're messing things up. Thank you. Sure. I'm switching. How's this, Al? I'm gonna do this, man. He offered me his chair.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you too. He's like 13 hours north, so he's a little too far. Yeah. All right, Al. I'm going to switch microphones. Okay, so I will not be able to hear you.
And I control the volume here. So go ahead.
Yeah, because it is loud here. You can reduce and give people a bit of an atmosphere, I guess, eh?
Yep.
Yeah. See, they got 3 plants in total sitting up there. I don't know if they're real. What do you think? Are they real?
I doubt it.
I think it is real. Okay. All right, let's go. Look. We are live.
Switch your mic, buddy.
All right.
Who's going to the party tonight? Do you know how you're going to get there? Do you know where it is? Does anybody know where it is? Guess what? I know where it is. So, shuttle buses will be taking you to the top secret party location. They will be meeting here at the front door. 7 o'clock they start. Shuttles will be running back and forth between the party all night. So really easy on everybody. Nobody has to drive. Everybody can just enjoy. So that is how you're going to get to the party. Usually, I get
Al?
text the hour before the party to decide where's
The audio's not very good.
me telling
Just
all
saying.
of you how to get to the party. So how many people here know how they're getting to the party? Can I hear a hell yeah? One more time. Who wants to go to a party? Oh, hell yeah. Who wants to hear Tommy Chong? Who wants to party with Tommy Chong? That's more like it. Okay, I understand the growers' luncheon is full. So if you have not registered, oh, that's too bad. That is a feast for the ears, the mind, the soul, and the stomach. And that's tomorrow afternoon. I'm going to go check backstage and see if Mr. Tommy Chong is ready for all of you. That is a no, but soon. One of the favorite parts of my job is I come to Grow Up every year, and Randy takes me aside at the beginning of every conference and says, "Si, would you like to day host?" And for me, for Grow Up, day hosting is where I get up and I do the round of calls in the morning, and I thank the organizers, and I get up here every hour or so to introduce people. And one of my great pleasures is that I get to introduce amazing people. 2 minutes? Like Tommy Chong. So we have 2 minutes. We're almost ready. I got to introduce this Tommy interview in Victoria. And I had so much fun. So I'm going to introduce him right now. Ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages, Mr. Tommy Chong.
Thank you. Please don't get up. No standing ovations. Thank you. It's really my pleasure being here and being able to talk on a microphone and being as stoned as I am. I may not show up, so if I keep talking, then I got my audience here, Ed Rosenthal. Ed! Wake up, man. Come on, wake up. Up here. You're looking over there, Ed. Up here. Anyway, I just want to say thank you for all the free weed that I got from you guys. I will enjoy it, and all the good gummies. I can't smoke anymore. I got something wrong with my ear canal. I thought it was just natural, but apparently it's from smoking. So I have to quit smoking, then I'm going to get whatever it is removed, and then I can go back. But I don't need to smoke because we got these great things called gummies. And I love gummies. Because gummies get you through the day because you can't remember that you took the gummy. And so you're kind of torn between, am I coming down with COVID? Or, wow, that was a crazy thought. What the fuck made me think of that? Because, that's the other thing I've been doing, enjoying my brain. Because when you get old, like I am, the only time you get a chance for people to listen to you is when you got a mic in your hand and they're all stoned and you got nothing else to do but sit there and listen to me. Anyway, this sounds so real, you know? Because back in the day when you did comedy, when I did comedy, you know, people were, you know, leaning in on every word you said. But here we got a whole room full of stoners. And even the people sitting there, some of you are looking at it saying, who is he? What's he talking about? But it's good because it's legal. Now, the other thing is, eventually, Ed, you and I are going to be put out to pasture, not because of what we want to do, but because you guys will be interested in somebody else or something else. But we're remnants of what used to be. And what used to be was these racist laws. Because think about it. Anything to do with substance in the human body that is done by people of color or people from a different language can be an excuse to put a tax or to stop them from doing their normal thing. And that's what they did with cannabis. That's what they did with alcohol. And it wasn't about the health of anybody. It was about making money, taxing. And now we pass that. You guys won't have to go through what us old guys went through. And the good thing about weed is that no matter what happens to you, it's an adventure. That's the way I look at it. Because the good thing about the weed, where it does affect your memory, in a way, you'll remember the good shit. But forgetting the bad shit is not bad. It's good. And that's where we're at now. And the thing is, I'm looking at you guys now, and I know that most of you, especially the old guys, will be asking your wives or their partners after the talk, what was he talking about? And that's good. It's all good. But again, I want to thank everybody here. Oh, by the way, I want to introduce you to my son, Paris. And Paris is going to now take questions from everybody that wants to know shit that I know and I can tell you. Maybe. So Paris, take it away, son.
You can sit down right there. Hi, everybody. So here we are. I grew up again.
Grew up in Toronto.
In Toronto, yeah. So I was trying to think of what I wanted to ask you today, and some of the things that pop up is, can you hear me? Yeah. Is, you know, I don't know if people know this or not, but you and Cheech are back together now, right?
Yeah.
How long have you been back together?
We got back together in 2008. Yeah. And we've been back together ever since.
And when did you guys break up?
84. Yeah, 1984.
And so,
that was right after. That's when he did Coordination LA. I went to the only Cheech and Chong movie I went to, and I wasn't in it.
so you you broke up kind of near the top of your fame with Cheech and Chong, right?
Oh yeah. Well, he went and did Nash Bridges. I went and did the '70s show.
Well, you did that later on.
No, right after we broke up.
No, that '70s show or that.
Oh yeah, later on.
Yeah, later on. Before you did that.
No, I did stand up.
You did stand up. You kind of had to figure out what you wanted to do after Cheech and Chong.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It was incredible. Except I did one thing that I don't think any human on earth was able to do, and I did it.
What's that?
I got my wife to work good with me on stage. I take a bow with that, man. That's unheard of. And it pissed a lot of other comedians off, man. They say, hey, Tommy Jones, this way's working, what can I do?
Yeah.
No, but Shelby.
Why did you bring her to the show?
Well, a beautiful woman is like a very rare, expensive watch. You don't leave it laying around because someone is going to pick it up and steal it. And so I couldn't leave her at home. I always liked Lucy. She always wanted to be in the show. And oh yeah. I think that's what broke Cheech and I. Yeah, because you want to piss someone off, put your wife in a movie. Because then we had to put his wife. No, actually I put his wife in first, right? Because I was the director. Right?
That kills the argument right there. Well, I got your wife in first. So, was it? Tell me what like, because when you started doing stand-up again, how did you get into stand-up? Because you didn't do stand-up before. You did more of like a sketch comedy with a partner.
With a partner, no. I snuck in stand-up when Cheech and I were on the road, right, together. I would do a few minutes here and a few minutes there, you know, in between, or introducing bits and stuff.
While he's getting changed.
While he's getting changed, I'd do a little stand-up. And then, you know, for a stoner, you know, it's easier to stop than it is. I mean, it's easier to start talking than it is to stop talking.
Did you feel like you were kind of rebuilding your career, or like what did you think about your career, or do you just kind of go with the flow of things?
It was something that I wanted to do. I really admire stand-up all my life. I started out by listening to Lenny Bruce, and I never in my mind I was a guitar player, and I never in my mind thought I'd ever be a comedian until I had to be. And the reason I quit playing guitar was that after I got fired from Motown, I went back to Vancouver, and I heard a guitar player from Edmonton called Gaynor Lawrence. And he was so good that I quit. I'm not a guitar player. I better be a comedian.
He actually wrote one of your famous tunes.
Yeah, You're in My Eye. Mama talking to me, trying to tell me how to live.
So you gave up guitar there?
But you know the funny thing about that song? He caught me in the bathroom with a pair of pantyhose. Everybody now, they don't know what the fuck pantyhose is. And people go, what's pantyhose? Yeah, no more pantyhose.
So what I want to ask you is, like, did you, because you went from doing kind of big theaters and big events with Cheech, and then all of a sudden you're doing kind of small clubs and having to kind of figure it out again.
Well, the truth is, it's hard doing stand-up. But, and if you don't think so, just try it yourself. Alone, in the mirror, and try to do some bits, you know. No, if you can entertain yourself in the mirror, then you better get your ass on stage. But half the time, you know, you look in the mirror, you try it, and you say, no. What you can do is say, no, I'm something else. I'm not that. No, stand-up is, there's an art to it.
Yeah, and like a well-known person kind of gave you the idea that you should start doing stand-up, right? A well-known comic told you to start doing stand-up.
Yeah. Which one?
He turned into like a right-wing kind of commentary guy.
Oh, Dennis Miller.
Dennis Miller, yeah.
You guys remember Dennis Miller from Saturday Night Live? Yeah, he had a show in Vancouver. Yeah, you're right. He had a show in Vancouver, a little comedy club. And so I went down to see Dennis Miller. And I knew the owner of the club and everything, so I got in real easy. And then Dennis Miller, I went to his dressing room, and he asked me, he said, do you still get nervous before you go do a show? And I hadn't done a show, and the truth is, I never got nervous with Cheech, you know? And so I said, yeah, I do. You know, just to make him feel good. And then he went on and did his act, and I sat there and I thought, I could do that, you know? And so that
And he actually mentioned to you, like, well, why aren't you doing that?
yeah. He said, he thought I was doing stand-up, right? But that was my thing to go and do it.
And then so, how did you get back together with Cheech and Chong? Or with Cheech?
He asked a question, but he's the one that got us back together again. Cheech and I had a meeting. We were going to, because Cheech was in between gigs, and he didn't know what he was going to do, and so we had a meeting. We were going to do a movie or something, and the meeting did not go well.
You had an offer for a tour.
Yeah.
There was an offer from Live Nation to do a tour.
That's right. And so Cheech and I had a meeting. It did not go well. So I told him.
What happened?
No, so I told him. I said, "Nice seeing you." Blah blah blah.
No, but what happened at the meeting?
At the meeting?
Yeah.
Oh, when he called me a megalomaniac.
What did you call him?
Beaner. Beaner. You know. No, it was a great reunion, but he hadn't changed. I hadn't changed. So when I got home, let me tell this one. I got home. I wrote him an email, and my son intercepted the email. Now my email said, "It was nice talking to you. Too bad we can't work together. See you later." And he intercepted it, and he said, "Hey, Cheech, I'm looking forward to working with you. That's going to be great." And then he told me, "Oh, by the way, I intercepted your email, and Cheech is coming up here to rehearse tomorrow." And so
yeah, because the email wasn't. He actually left it open. He said, "Well, do you want to do this tour or not?" So he kind of left it open. You were like, "No, we can't do it." And I'm like, delete all that stuff. And somehow you hadn't sent the email, so I just saw it on your computer. And I said, "Yeah, let's do it."
That's my son. That's what he's been doing. When he was a kid, he used to take my car and say, "Wait, you know." I knew he had it, but I wanted him to drive without a license.
Yeah, he's crazy. He's a real.
I did. I wanted him to drive without a license because you're very careful. You don't want to get busted because you don't have a license. So he learns how to drive.
He gave me a truck when I was 15. Like, here you go, and I didn't even have a license. Like, all right, I'll take it.
How about Red Dog?
But as a father now, I'm like, I would never do that.
No, I learned. You know, I grew up in the country, and when you're 8 years old, you can carry some shit. You're a man. You know, that's it. You're a grown up. You can drive a truck. Yeah. Doesn't matter. That's a Canadian way, man.
So did you? So you went back on tour with Cheech, and how was that? Did you like it?
Incredible. It was so great. It was so great being back. We were a little slower, you know, but we had fun. And then we had Shelby, because Shelby, when she heard that she's never going to get back together again, I was up on the roof getting a little sun, and she stood over me. She said, "You're not going to break us up. I'm in the show. I don't care what you say. I'm in the show." And I'm laying there looking at her saying, "Yes, dear." And she was in the show.
And Cheech was cool. He was okay with that.
Killed, man. So good. We got reviews that they like Shelby's show better than Cheech and Chong. Because she did real stand-up. We would do Cheech and Chong. Yeah.
And then so you're not working with Cheech right now? What do you do with Cheech?
No, Cheech's knees gave out on him. Remember, we were doing a concert one time, and his knee gave out, and he walked through some speakers, and a guy's saxophone flute was hanging there, he trampled that.
You told him not to do that, right?
No, and I told Cheech that, you know, and then he didn't want to ride a wheelchair. And we were on tour, and you want a wheelchair because you get to the front of the line, you know. But his ego was like, you know, I don't need a wheelchair. Yeah, you need a wheelchair. So we got on there. No, it was great. Except the first gig we did was in La Jolla, and Shelby and I, when she joined the group, she was the brains behind the operation. Because when I was out there alone, I would, after the show, I would sell the club's t-shirts. And so when she joined the group, she saw me selling the club's t-shirt. What are you doing? I said, "I'm selling the club's t-shirts." She said, "Well, we need our own. We got to sell our own." So she started the merch business. And we made more money selling merch than we would doing the comedy. And so it got to the point where people were bringing me bongs to sign. And it would be chunk bongs. And Shelby said, "Well, where'd you get that?" And I said, "He made it." "Well, we got to get our own bong company." And Shelby said, "That'll be a perfect job for Paris." And so Paris started the bong company.
And then what happened after that?
I got busted. For bongs.
He's a really good dad. He went to jail for me and my mom. So he's a stand-up guy.
I could just see visiting my wife in jail. How they treat me, huh? for my shit? No, it wasn't going to happen. And I didn't want you to go to jail. Although you would have enjoyed it. I enjoyed it, man. I had the best time. Yeah, we had a running track, we had all the sports. I wrote a book. I had a private cook. We had our own dining room. We cooked our own food. We had a garden growing. We had an Indian sweat lodge. So every Saturday
It makes it sound really nice. Like, that's cool. What's interesting is when you in a federal prison, it's full of like a lot of people that were committed fraud, different CEOs and medical doctors and very intelligent people, and hardworking people, and they just got off track and committed some crimes. And what you notice when you get to prison, like those type of guys would have been dead had they not gone to prison because they were working so hard and hustling so hard. And you see them when they're in prison, they're tan, they're playing more tennis than they've ever played in their life. They're looking so healthy, and their families are just struggling. It's pretty brutal.
Oh yeah, the women had to go through this gauntlet to visit us. And they weren't allowed to wear certain clothes, you couldn't wear that. And then I found out in prison, everybody that went to prison grew a beard. And I couldn't figure out why, until they found one guy, he escaped. And the way he escaped was that he went in the bathroom, shaved his beard off, got these women's clothes that his wife brought to him, and walked out with the rest of the visitors. And no one even questioned him. And then when they went in the bathroom, they found all this hair and the men's clothing and that. And so that's why they put a clothing restriction on all the ladies. But the guys, and it was like celebrity night for me. I'd go take pictures with all the visitors and meet them and meet and greet.
Yeah, you met Jordan Belfort in prison.
He was my cellie.
And you kind of gave him some advice.
Yeah, well, I was writing my book, and he was playing tennis. And then he'd come in from tennis, and I'd be writing, and he'd say, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm writing my book." And so he said, "I'm going to write a book." And so he's a genius, without doubt. He's got a photographic memory and everything. So he wrote a couple of pages, real fast, boom, 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 and he hands it to me. And I read it, and it was the first page of Bonfires of the Vanities, verbatim. Verbatim. And he said, "What do you think?" And I told him the truth. I said, "You haven't written shit, man." And he got all hurt, excited. When you insult geniuses, they don't take it well. And he looked at me and said, what do you mean? I said, "You just wrote copies of Bonfires of the Vanities." And so he said, "Well, what should I write?" I said, "Write the stories you've been telling me every night. Those crazy stories." And then I said, "There's a most of rule." And he wanted to know what that was. What's the most of? I said, when you get high, when you're writing it down, you get higher because it's your imagination. You can get high as you want. You can do whatever you want. It's on paper. You can write it down. And so make it bigger. And he did that. And so when I got out of jail first, and then he got out after me, and we were both on probation, so we couldn't meet each other and talk. So he drove up in his car to my house, beat the horn. I opened the window, and he goes, "I wrote a book. Martin Scorsese's going to make it into a movie." Wolf of Wall Street.
There were some amazing stories. I remember he would come and tell us some of those stories, and they were just crazy.
And the movie and the book showed up. Just a small percentage of the stories he told me.
He told us a story about taking the yacht in the storm, right? The yacht in the Mediterranean in the storm.
Oh yeah. The yacht's going under, and the yacht was so big it had another yacht on top of it. It was a yacht with another yacht and a bunch of ski dunes, ski things, and all this shit. And the worst storm in history in the Mediterranean, and they're being rescued by the helicopter. And so Jordan's halfway up the rope, and he goes, "Oh, just a minute," and he had to go back down. And he told his buddy, his worker, "Go get the Quaaludes." He had a jar of Quaaludes hidden in the thing. And the guy, forget the yacht, forget all the belly
They're about to die. Get the Quaaludes! Get the
Quaaludes! And by the way, let me tell you this story. When they flew over there, with the entourage and everything, one of the wives, because he's a Quaalude freak, one of the wives wanted to get something out of the luggage. And so she went back to the luggage department and found out they forgot to load the luggage. And so when they landed in London, they had to go to the store and buy all this clothes, which they did. And then they flew to Rome, and they got on the boat in Rome. No, actually, they flew right to Rome, and then they had to buy clothes in Rome. And so they got on the boat sank. And so they had no clothes again. And so now they got rescued and taken to Sardinia, and then they had to buy clothes there. And then they got taken, then the plane took them to, or the other plane, the carrier took them to London, and they couldn't get a hotel room because there was a big concert going on at the time. And so Jordan guy made a few phone calls, and they got a suite in the big hotel that was overlooking the concert. Wow. And so when they opened the curtains, they're in this $10,000 a night suite with the concert right in front of them.
And then he's in jail telling you the story, so we know how that worked out.
Yeah.
But when you were in prison, you had to learn some things in prison.
In prison?
Yeah, one of the things you had to learn, like Tommy likes to make fun of people. He likes to heckle people. And
I'm a comedian. That's our job. And so they had a inmate baseball tournament going on. And so I was up there and I started heckling them. Hey, you pussy. And apparently you're not supposed to call another convict a pussy. That's fighting words. Yeah. But it fucked up their game anyway. But it was a low thing, maintenance. Low security. They had one fight on the baseball field. There was two old guys wrestling. It looked like Ed Rosenthal and his old buddy trying to put an arm lock on each other. In fact, it was so not a fight that no one broke it up. Everybody just let them do it. You know? They quit.
So that was prison. We talked about Cheech. What else do you want to talk about?
Well, when I was in prison, I could see, all around us, you know, and there was a little road. It looked so interesting. Because when I was a kid, growing up in Calgary, we lived near the foothills on the prairie, and I would look and I'd see these little areas in the foothills, little groves of trees. And I was a kid, and we liked to climb trees. But when you live in the prairie, you have to go miles to find a fucking tree. And so I see a little grove of trees there. And so I would hike over there by myself a lot of times. And then I'd make a little fire just because I could. And then climb trees by myself. And so when I was in prison, I saw a little grove of trees like that. And so when I got out, I told the driver, Josh, to drive me by the grove. And when I drove over, there was a beautiful little grove of trees. And they had a herd of goats in there. And one of the goats, little baby goat, was stuck in a fence with his horns. And I don't know how long it had been there. But I just got released from prison. And here I am, freeing the little goat. It was so symbolic. And I think we got it on the documentary, a.k.a. Tommy Chong. But I freed that goat. It was such a good feeling. And when Shelby comes to pick me up, she asked me what I wanted, and I wanted a Starbucks so bad. So she showed up with a Starbucks. it was getting out of prison. It was very special.
That reminds me of the story that you told me that when you were a kid, you used to go play around in those woods, right, with your brother sometimes. And you told me a story about there was a rope involved in a river.
Oh, well, in Calgary, there's a Brad Creek, right? And sometimes it's mellow, and other times it's rushing. And we got the time when it was rushing. But we were exploring. We wanted to cross the creek. And so my brother, he stripped down to his shorts, and he's going to wade across or swim across. And so just to make sure we had him tied to a rope. Yeah. And only trouble is, when he got in the fast water just took him. Boom. And I should have grabbed the rope right away, but I let the rope go out. It took a while. And I was holding on to the end. And finally, the rope stopped, and they got him in there.
Did you do that?
I thought that was funny. He never.
Yeah. And then you guys had to make a fire and warm up?
Oh, yeah. There was. He was freezing, so right away I started building a little lean-to. And then by the time I had it built, he was dressed and ready to go.
So recently you were in Austin for the premiere of a documentary about Cheech and Chong.
Yeah, we got a new doc called Cheech and Chong's Last Movie. It's a real Cheech and Chong as we are today. It was shot in L.A. in the desert, and it's a real movie. I saw it. It's really good.
But I don't understand. What do you mean, like, as of today?
As we are today.
Well, it's a documentary about your career, right?
Yeah, it's just part of our career.
Right.
Very part. It's about my Motown life when I was with Motown. Right. It's about Cheech and I.
And it's about your breakup too. It's about.
Yeah, it's a lot about the breakup, and I had my first wife, Maxine, is in the movie, and my now wife Shelby is also in the movie.
So you got to see Cheech tell his side of the story.
That lying motherfucker. teacher's a writer. And so no one knows, and so he just wrote.
Well, I actually saw the movie before you did, and I was worried how you were going to take it. We just kind of rolled the dice, and you saw it at the premiere.
I loved it. It's a movie. And what I mean by a movie, you see, I could do a movie, but there'd be a lot of funny bits and so on. But a real movie, I'm talking about where they take you emotionally into like a love story, like boy meets girl, fucks over the guy, and then they get back together. You know, that kind of.
So who's the girl and who's the guy in that relationship?
Well, it was my wife, my first wife is in there, and I do it, you know, a little, what do you call it, talking off mic where I said, you know, after a while when I became a comedian, my first wife told me to, get out, to leave and go with your girlfriend. And I thought that she was all right with that. And in the movie, my first wife goes, I was not. she jumped out. Those moments. And that's what I mean about a real movie. There's something more to laugh at. There's something to think about, you know, and visit people. And it takes a real editor, a real movie maker to know how to do that.
So, did you? What kind of emotions were you going through when you heard Cheech's side of the story of the breakup?
Well, in the movie, there's no lies. It's the truth. And the thing is, we argued about the guy that really saved us. Because Up in Smoke, we got robbed. Even though it was a hit movie and everything else, we never covered ourselves. We never had our own lawyer. We never had our own deal. And the only way we made money was that one of the accountants that also got fired, he sued me. And so we went into discovery. And when we went into discovery, we found out how badly we got robbed. And because we weren't represented by a lawyer, the firm that represented Lou Adler, they got sued. They came up with a settlement because they were the guys that were suing me. And so when they found out this hanky-panky, had I taken it to court, I would have destroyed Lou, and I would have had.
What was Cheech's reason for him wanting to break up?
He didn't know. It was a movie called The Cisco Kid.
No. What was the reason he gave in the movie that he wanted to break up with you?
Help me.
Well, what was he going through? What was he feeling as he was doing the movies with you?
Oh, you mean with his divorce?
No, with you. With you.
I'm the director.
I think was that it?
Oh yeah. Once you become a movie director, you become God. You are. I mean, no doubt about it. Doesn't matter who it is. You have the final say. Right. And he did not like that. I gave him, he wanted to be more involved. I wrote all the movies. He'd go on vacation. I'd write the movie. And then he'd come back, and then he would do his part, I'd write areas where he would do his part, But the whole scenario that was me. And so he did not like that. And he wanted to get away from that character that he was playing, because it was kind of like Jimmy Kimball's Guillermo, right?
And you didn't want to get away from your character?
Oh, fuck no, man. When I found out you get a character, own it, love it, keep it, baby it, love it. It's going to keep you. Because now you look at actors, that's a tough life. They get a lot of money there, like Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt and all that. That's tough life. But the shit they have to go through, on screen, they would never do that in real life. But now on screen, you're getting tortured. You're getting.
Isn't that the stunt man that does that, though?
Who?
Isn't that the stunt guy that does
No.
it?
Yeah, it's not it, but you're made up in your mind. You memorized all the shit that someone else wrote. You don't even have a personality, And so when I found that my character is what the people want to see, Yeah.
How close
could be
is
more Trump.
how close is your movie character to your real life?
Oh, my movie character is way more exciting. Oh, that guy is crazy.
I feel like you kind of merged into one character.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully, man. Well, the thing is, when I was in prison, I made a vow that I was not going to smoke weed at all. Right? Because I wanted to show the people that marijuana is not addictive.
And you didn't want to extend your prison time.
And I didn't want to have them saying, oh, see, he's a stoner. You know, he deserves to be in prison. It was the opposite. I wanted to be this angel. And I did. I was sickly. Man, when they give me a job sweeping, I would sweep until they said, okay, that's enough. Forget it. You don't have to. Because most convicts, they don't do their job. They do whatever, you know.
Yeah, you're not supposed to really do the work.
Yeah, but me, I got into whatever I was doing.
You took pride in what you did, huh?
It was like a movie.
Yeah.
You know, I was in there, you know. And even though we had a private dining room in that, I told the guys I got to eat at the mess hall because I wanted to have that experience. And I did. I had one experience. And the funniest thing, I did a movie called David Chappelle. What's it called?
Half Baked.
Half Baked. And in Half Baked, I'm a prisoner, and I got a pet. Well, when I went to prison, guess what? They had ground squirrels that the prisoners would feed. And they would come up to you, and they would become pets. And this one ground squirrel, he got fatter and fatter and fatter. And then we got the ground squirrels, and then up on the lighting booth, we got hawks that eat the ground squirrels. And they're up there watching the auction. That's Pete tying up the ground squirrels. And this one ground squirrel got so fat he couldn't get back in his hole. And so, boom, the hawks when they swooped and got him. Yeah. And the bikers used to be the guys that were working on the lights and that, they're electronics. And so there's one biker was up there, and he said he found the ground squirrel up there. We had a name for him. I forget what it was. Fat cat or something like that. And there was one guy we were sitting. He wasn't a biker, but he was an old guy. And he said, "Ain't no way that squirrel crawled out of that pipe." And he was serious.
Oh man. So you're not smoking because you got an ear problem right now. The doctor said, but you're eating edibles, and you've had a lot of experience with edibles.
Yeah.
And you still kind of make mistakes all the time with edibles.
In fact, it's a year ago, my birthday, last year, someone gave me some candied popcorn, infused, 100 milligrams. I ate the whole fucking bag.
And I told you to be careful with that.
And Shelby was so pissed at me because I'm dressed and I can't get out of the cup.
She had a whole birthday party waiting for him. All their friends waiting for at a restaurant, and he's I can't go. Now before that,
and then Paris come over. Paris got worried because how stoned is he? Paris come over and you walked me to bed.
Yeah, I had to pick him up,
let me in the
give him some water. He's like, water. Oh. And then, but before that, you were gifted Rick Simpson oil in a syringe. And he had a big syringe of Rick Simpson oil, and it was just kind of sitting in the fridge, and it was kind of leaking out. And he had the bright idea. He didn't realize. He just kind of, ran his finger across the whole thing. Took a big,
it's called a dollop.
A dollop, and just ate it all. And
that's one thing about podcasts too. When you're dealing with the sticky hash and that. The natural thing is to figure, and then you're fucked up for a while.
And then what happened on that time? You went downstairs, right?
No, I was in the basement.
Yeah.
I was in my basement trying to get out of a chair. I'm sitting there. I'm sitting down. I know, okay. Well, you can get up. I'm sitting down. I can't move. Couldn't move. I could hear people walking. I couldn't move. But when you're that high, the only thing you can do is enjoy it.
Yeah, that was 2 days. Yeah, 72 hours.
We're supposed to do a movie.
48 hours.
Remember Cheech come over with Joey?
Yeah.
They looked at me like I was in the coffin. And I see these faces come over me and go, you okay? And I'm like, do I look okay? Charles was like that. Cheech did it too. Did I tell you what? Let's talk about Cheech. Yeah. I thought Cheech had a little spray can, and he's going out, and he had a habit.
He thought that one syringe was one dose.
Yeah.
And he
squirted it the whole dose. And he gets in the car, halfway to wherever they're going, he started vomiting. And they had a driver, I think. And he was like barfing everywhere goes stream. And his Russian wife followed.
And he was worried because he didn't want to get taken to the hospital because he was worried that, what are they going to think with Cheech? Oh, he overdosed on Rick Simpson oil. Like, I can't just take you to a private doctor.
Project Family.
And then there's one other story is it was your 70th birthday.
Oh.
80th or 70th?
70th.
70th.
Was it good when I was on the 70 show?
And I asked my mom, we're going to do something special. And I was like, well, why don't we get, medicated desserts for the party? And so it was like, yeah, that's a great idea. So we did it, but my mom, she is notorious for not buying enough food. So
even though she's Jewish,
yeah,
she did not buy enough food.
It's like she doesn't eat very much, so she doesn't believe anyone else should eat very much. So they throw the party, and way more people come than we expected, and there's not enough food, so everybody's hungry. And we told people. So the desserts come out, and I tell all my mom's friends, I say, listen, these are medicated, be careful. And they were like already drunk, and they're like, oh, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about. We've been around, and they just gobbled all the desserts up. And then they went back for more, and they came out, and they gobbled the second one up. And then it got really weird. Really weird.
Yeah. One lady phoned her husband, who was a doctor.
She was vomiting.
She's vomiting. And I told her, so I got on the phone with her. I tried to calm her down. I put on some jazz. mellow.
Yeah, he's next to her. He's doing like talking someone down from a bad accident. He's like, you're beautiful. You're amazing. You're beautiful. And I'm like, oh my God. And I'm hiding in my room right there because I feel responsible for all these people.
And then Shelby went and my mom disappeared.
My mom comes in and she's laughing. She's laughing hysterically because all her friends are like passed out on all the couches. They can't move. And then she's like, no one can, they're all gonna sleep over. No one can handle this. No one.
And then Sharon, her daughter was being babysat down by the kids.
Yeah.
And so Sharon went down to get her daughter.
No. She couldn't go pick up her daughter who was down the street.
With the housekeeper.
And so she had like Tommy's help go pick her up. And they're carrying the girl's mom out like by her hands and her feet to the car. And this poor little girl's dad had died like 6 years before. And she goes, oh, Mom, don't die, Mom. And the mom kind of goes, oh, shut up, I'm fine. And then gets carried to the car and driven home by the help. And then the next day, we get these calls from everybody. What happened? I woke up and my car's in the bushes. And I'm on the bathroom floor. What the hell happened last night?
It was a famous. Yeah. Paul Reiser, the comedian. He said he's got two women on his knee, his wife and a girlfriend.
Yeah, got wild.
And they're talking threesome. They're all great. Yeah.
So what's your favorite dose now? Do you know about dosages when it comes to edibles?
Strips. Those little strips.
What number? What's the number? What's the magic number for you?
I don't know. Is there a number? What do you mean?
Yeah, how many milligrams?
Take it and see what happens. The famous last words. I don't feel anything. That's what Cheech did too. We went to a Joni Mitchell concert in Paris, and Cheech had no way to smoke his hash, so he ate it. And he got so zonked out. He got so stoned, we went to a diner after to eat. He forgot to order. And Cheech loves food. He said he was so stoned, and poor Joni couldn't figure out what was wrong with Cheech. He couldn't talk, he couldn't do anything. He just sat there and stoned. And Joni cracked me up too because she's on stage and she had to excuse herself because she had a frog in her throat. And we're in Paris, and for some reason there was mention of frog in Paris. Put me on the floor. In her throat, deep in her throat. That frog was deep in her throat, right? And no one else got it, right? No. The beauty and the love of marijuana.
All right, well, that's it, man. Is it? Yeah, that's it. Unless you want to keep talking. They'll keep talking for hours and hours and hours.
No, I'm ready to go pee.
Okay. Thanks, everybody.
Yo, man, it's
All right, I'm back, Al. All righty, there's Tommy Chong and Paris having their conversation on the stage. I'm just gonna move the tripod out of here. And move it here where it's a little quieter now as things are wrapping up here at the Grow Up Conference and Expo. So lots of stories there, eh? Al? Al? Alrighty, gonna deal with my tripod. You there, Al? Is that Rosenthal? See how many people are still left here? Oh, I thought I heard you there, Al. Just hang on, I'm gonna unplug and plug back in again on my speaker. My mic, man. Okay, try that. Oh, I can't hear you. Well, Al, I don't know, buddy. All right, Well, we're just gonna wrap things up from here from the Grow Up in Toronto. It's going on again tomorrow, 10 till 5. The export floor. Come out here, see the vendors, and talk to the people. I'll tell you, she was pretty crowded and a pretty busy time. But other than that, folks, we'll talk to you soon. This is Al Ram and Al Rap saying goodbye from the Grow Up in Toronto Marriott Hotel. Bye-bye, folks.
Hey cannabis enthusiasts, what are you doing this week? Did you know that the Grow Up Conference and Expo is coming to Toronto? It's where you can meet licensed producers, suppliers, equipment manufacturers, growing enthusiasts, and others, which includes the speakers on the main stage as well as in the seminar room. Tommy Chong, he's going to be there. He's going to be speaking on the stage Tuesday at 4:15, so make sure you're there to catch that. Plus, you'll be able to walk around beforehand and catch all the exhibitors on the Grow Up floor. Things get started Monday, May the 27th through the 29th at the Delta Marriott Hotel and Conference Center in Toronto. To learn more, go to growupconference.com/Toronto. If you can't be there, then watch it Tuesday, May the 28th on the 420 Pace, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.